Blood Warlock, Succubus Partner in the Apocalypse. Chapter 251 to 275. Chapter 251, 3 vs Hundreds, Part 3. The small silhouette was very agile, its movements were fluid as water sliding in the middle of the rocks, and it seemed that any obstruction could not stop it. With just a small jump and a few grabs, the silhouette reached the second-floor window of the building and looked through the opening. All that could be seen from the outside was darkness, and anyone would have trouble telling what the situation was like inside. However, the pupils of the small silhouette that had its entire face covered suddenly took on a strange pale green glow, and the darkness seemed to disappear before its eyes, revealing the interior of the room. However, the first thing the little silhouette saw made its pupils shrink to the maximum extent possible. Because just 6 meters in front of it, a young man rested standing against the opposite wall and looked in its direction with a smile that was not a smile. The small silhouette reacted immediately like an experienced assassin. While using the wall as an impulse to jump backward, and just before gravity pulled it back to the ground, it threw several sharp objects that flew at full speed in the direction of the young man. Forehead, eyes, throat, heart, abdomen. The sharp objects aimed with terrifying precision at vital areas of the body, and considering the speed at which they flew due to the strength with which they were thrown, even a soul evolver could lose their life in this kind of deadly situation. Zeman narrowed his eyes and immediately noticed that this person who was trying to assassinate him definitely had a lot of experience in this kind of situation. If it wasn't him or Shangguan Bing Shui, anyone else in his group would most probably die in the face of such a ruthless and precise attack. Unfortunately, this fatal assassin met him. Swoosh! 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 His right hand moved at thunderous speeds, and 4 residual images appeared for a moment before disappearing. Just before its balaclava-covered head went too low and it lost sight of the situation inside the room, the assassin felt its heart stop for a split second as it saw its attack stopped by the mysterious young man with bare hands. Those sharp objects that the small silhouette had thrown were parts of a level 20 mutated porcupine. With the assassin's strength matching the piercing ability of the thorns, even a war tank would be pierced through, but the young man caught it so easily. When the toe of the assassin's left foot came into contact with the courtyard floor once again, it did not even hesitate and dashed into the distance at full speed. In the past, even before the apocalypse, the small silhouette had worked as an assassin and had a lot of experience in this field. Now that it had evolved and acquired various skills befitting its profession, its killing power had increased to frightening levels. However, the killer instinct deep inside the small silhouette told it that the mysterious young man was too difficult a target to deal with. "You want to come and then leave at will? Better stay and chat for a while." A voice filled with disdain reached the assassin's ears. The assassin's pupils suddenly shuddered as a bad premonition overtook it. Without delay, it twisted its body in a strange angle as if its body was made of rubber while keeping its speed up to the maximum possible. Swoosh! 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 The wind swooshed softly as if several objects at high speed were piercing it. These objects were the 4 thorns that the assassin had used before. Thanks to its experience and ability, the small silhouette managed to evade 3 of the thorns. However, the 4th and last one was moving too fast, so it barely managed to move its body a little to the left before it was pierced. Ugh! A low groan sounded in the middle of the dark night. An arrow of blood flew out from the assassin's shoulder after being pierced by the sharp and lethal thorn that entered through its back and exited through the front of its body. Such ability and such dreadful strength! The assassin was frightened. The other side was not only a powerful soul evolver, but also had a lot of experience with throwing weapons. Could it be that he was also an experienced assassin? Zeman chased after the assassin and was also a bit surprised. With his skill Special Forces soldier, he was very skilled with all kinds of weapons. Throwing weapons was one of them, even more, thanks to the skill throwing. Little did he expect that the assassin would actually manage to dodge his previous attack. Of course, if he wanted his enemy dead, he could have ended this fight much earlier. But unlike today's 12 gang members, this assassin would definitely have more useful information for him and his group. After all, having information was crucial considering that they were currently in enemy territory. Bai Zimin extended his hand forward and the earth bracelet momentarily shimmered. In the next instant, a magic circle glowed right in front of the assassin, and the next moment a large spike of magic earth shot up from the ground. The assassin was really capable, and the first instant the magic circle appeared it knew that its life was in danger. The worst thing was that if it jumped back to evade the magical attack, the assassin would run into the young man that was in pursuit and would quickly catch up. With no other options, no time to think too much, and with supernatural agility, the small silhouette jumped and turned its body in the air in such a way that its head was pointing towards the ground and its legs towards the sky. Just when Bai Zimin thought that the opponent was going to commit suicide and the earth spike was millimeters away from piercing its head, the small silhouette pulled out a dagger from its waist and used the tip of the dagger to support the weight of its body on the tip of the magic earth spike. Making use of the momentum of the magic spike, the small silhouette leaped high into the sky and prepared to make use of its knowledge of the terrain to increase the distance between itself and the young man. It was only thanks to its knowledge of the base and the various alleyways that it had not yet been caught. Unfortunately, the instant the assassin jumped to avoid the magic earth spike and its feet left the ground, its fate had been sealed. Swoosh! The wind swooshed lightly once more, and as the small silhouette swooshed through the air, it saw out of the corner of its eye some sort of string flying in its direction. Just as it was about to use its dagger to cut the string, it suddenly realized that it could not move the shoulder that had been pierced earlier by the porcupine's thorn. The assassin did not understand what was happening, as it could feel the blood in that area of its body limiting as much as possible the movements it could make normally. In that brief instant of shock, the string stuck to its chest and, to the assassin's horror, when it tried to cut the string with the other hand, it was once again shocked to realize that in reality, it was spider silk, and extremely strong. Even its dagger could not cut through. Bai Zimin inwardly scoffed as he saw the assassin's futile efforts. If the silk of the arachnid silk ring, a magic-grade treasure, was so weak and easy to cut, then it would be the shame of all magic-grade treasures. After limiting the assassin's movements, Bai Zimin forcefully pulled the silk back. The small silhouette, which was still in full flight, suddenly changed its direction and flew towards him at full speed. But the assassin was really professional. Realizing that this time it really couldn't run away, it did not hesitate and stabbed with its dagger towards the young man's head with all its strength. This strike not only contained the assassin's strength but also contained the movement speed of its body after being thrown backward. You really won't shed your tears unless the Reaper appears before you. Bai Zimin coldly snorted. He stretched out his left hand and, under the stupefied gaze of the small silhouette, easily caught the dagger. One had to know that this dagger was no ordinary object, it was a strangely strong magic-grade treasure. Just when the assassin felt its mind go blank after so many shocks, Bai Zimin caught the head of the small silhouette with his right hand. His palm covered a large part of the assassin's head as if he was an adult catching a small child. Bai Zimin turned his body while clinging to the assassin's head, and after turning 180 degrees, he threw his body harshly backward. Swoosh! A strange multicolored barrier appeared in the air, and with a thud, the assassin's body hit the energy barrier. Cough! The small silhouette involuntarily coughed up fresh blood. Because Bai Zimin's previous grip was too firm, the balaclava that healed its head completely no longer covered its face, therefore, the blood fell to the ground. The assassin also fell heavily to the ground and fainted on the spot. Slowly, the multicolored barrier disappeared, and the sound of slow footsteps could be heard amidst the darkness. Soon, the beautiful and graceful Nangang Lingzhen appeared. Despite wearing baggy clothes, the curves of her body were visible to the naked eye, especially the front area. You really have no mercy regardless of gender. Nangang Lingzhen chuckled softly as she looked at Bai Zimin with an amused smile. After riding 48 hours in the same vehicle, the two of them had talked quite a bit, so the confidence between them had increased a bit. At least, now they could joke occasionally without any problems. Bai Zimin did not know whether to laugh or cry when he heard Nangong Lingzhen's comment. He walked over to the assassin's immobile body and squatted down. This is something I didn't expect. Bai Zimin sighed softly. Although he was a little surprised, his voice was quite cold, indicating that he did not mind seeing that, in fact, the assassin turned out to be a young woman. Bai Zimin with the help of Nangong Lingzhen took all the weapons away from the fainting assassin. Then, he casually threw her over his shoulder after binding her limbs. A few seconds later, Bai Zimin and Nangong Lingzhen had disappeared into the darkness of the night once again. Chapter 252, 3 vs Hundreds, Part 4. Inside the room designed to be the living room of the two-story building that was devoid of practically any furniture, Bai Zimin, Shang Guanbing Shuet, Nangong Yi and Nangong Lingzhen were standing while looking at the unconscious person on the floor with her limbs restrained. The room was completely silent, the only exception being the cold wind coming through the broken windows of the building. While there was electricity in this particular building, the place did not even have a single light bulb. Therefore, to prevent being in the dark, Bai Zimin's group had no choice but to make a temporary fire using the wood from the kitchen counter. The group planned to move tonight in any case, so after capturing part of the base they would no longer have to stay in this broken and run-down building. The fire in the bonfire was swaying to the rhythm of the wind blowing through the broken windows, and the illumination provided by the blaze was enough so that the appearance of the unconscious person on the ground could be seen by all present. How was the young lady's strength? Nangong Yi asked calmly. His voice amidst the silence was clear enough for everyone to hear, even though his tone of voice was quite low to avoid waking up the mother and daughter duo sleeping in the room above. Shang Guanbing Shuet and Nangong Lingzhen also looked at the one person who had confronted the assassin, waiting for his answer. Bai Zimin was silent for a moment before finally answering honestly. Her statistics didn't seem to be too surprising. Before the others could say anything, he continued, but her combat ability, her control over her body, the speed with which she could react, the choice of each move, and the elasticity with which she could move. Everything was top-notch. Except for Shang Guanbing Shuet and me, not even Chen He would be able to survive 5 trades with this girl, as her skill with throwing weapons is so terrifying that even I have to be careful with. The 3 of them were shocked at Bai Zimin's words. Especially Shang Guanbing Shuet. She looked at him with clear surprise in her clear eyes and asked, "She is definitely already a first-order existence, so she must be one of the strongest soul evolvers within this base. But it only took about 10 seconds from the time you detected her presence to the time you captured her alive. Are you sure you're not exaggerating a bit?" Bai Zimin shook his head and replied in a clear voice, "No, I'm not exaggerating in the slightest. Sure, if I wanted her to die I could have easily killed her in the blink of an eye. But capturing her alive was far from easy. In fact, if she hadn't shown any hesitation in her final attack, even I might have found myself with a little headache and definitely would have been injured." "What?" Nangong Lingzhen couldn't help but raise her voice as she looked at Bai Zimin in a state of utter shock. To her, Bai Zimin was simply the very representation of the god of humanity, therefore, hearing his words came as a great shock to Nangong Lingzhen. Forget Nangong Lingzhen, the most shocked person present was undoubtedly Shang Guanbing Shuet. As one of the people who had walked the same path of survival as Bai Zimin from the first day the world completely changed, she had watched him grow up step by step and knew that he was a horrendously strong person. However, the girl who was passed out due to the hit she received could have hurt him? If it was a second-order beast, then Shang Guanbing Shuet would be able to accept it more easily. But even a group of a dozen first-order beasts could not injure him in the past. It should be even more impossible now that he had absorbed some of the second-order archaic bear's soul power. Bai Zimin naturally felt Shang Guanbing Shuet's look of disbelief and Nangong Lingzhen's incredibly shocked gaze. He immediately understood their thoughts, so he smiled bitterly and instead of explaining pulled out a dagger from his waist. "That's..." Shang Guanbing Shuet looked at the dagger in confusion. The dagger was deep black with the engraving of a blood-red rose between the hilt and the edge of the blade. The shape of the blade was quite strange as it had several curves and on the edge, one could see what appeared to be the vines and thorns of a rose. This dagger is a magic-grade treasure. It's the assassin's weapon. Bai Zimin sighed and handed the weapon to Shang Guanbing Shui. Look at that dagger and you will understand what I mean. Shang Guanbing Shui frowned slightly and looked at the dagger in her hand. She wished to know the weapon's information, and soon the messages began to flash in her retina. Death's Kiss, magic-grade treasure when equipped automatically increases the wearer's agility by 50 points and strength by 30 points. Crafted from Orchid Bad Dialate from the XIETIAN world. Extremely lethal and capable of piercing any armored vehicle on pre-apocalyptic Earth as well as any defensive object of rank 2 and below. Once per day you can activate the unique skill Death's Kiss, increasing your critical hit probability by 50% during your next attack and poisoning the enemy with a paralyzing effect for 1 second. After reading the information about the dagger in her hands, the coldness and indifference on Shang Guanbing Shui's face disappeared completely. This greatly surprised Nangang Yi and Nangang Lingzin, as this was the first time they had seen Shang Guanbing Shui show such a level of shock. As if she was in some sort of trance, she passed the dagger to Nangang Lingzin, who 5 seconds later had exactly the same reaction. Dying of curiosity, Nangang Yi did not wait for her younger sister to hand over the weapon and instead grabbed it out of her hands as if he were an anxious little child instead of a 40-year-old adult. Nangang Yi, unlike the two women, sucked in a breath of cold air and unconsciously muttered, "XIETIAN world? Another world?" Although when the soul record appeared for the first time on Earth everyone present already had their suspicions about the existence of other, more evolved worlds, this dagger called Death's Kiss confirmed it completely. This was different from scientific theories, this was total certainty. Moreover, the material from which Death's Kiss was crafted was a kind of metal so strong and powerful that even the soul record used it together with the remnant soul power of the fallen existence to shape this dagger. This also meant that, at the very least, that world was quite a bit more advanced than the current Earth. Shang Guanbing Shui could not help but worry, the Earth. It won't be invaded by other worlds, right? For the first time since Bai Zimin met her, this woman who always stood her ground revealed an expression of anxiety, worry, and her always confident and arrogant voice now contained some incertitude. Chapter 253, 3 vs Hundreds, Part 5. Shang Guanbing Shui's concerns about another world invading Earth were not unreasonable and thus the slight break in her character was understandable. Until now, even if everyone had their own theories and thoughts, they had never thought of such a possibility. No, rather than saying that they had not thought about it, perhaps it would be more correct to say that they were simply unwilling to think about such an event. Earth was already facing too many problems to count: zombies, mutant beasts, goblins, and who knows if there were more fantasy species roaming around out there. Even humans themselves were not allies as a race, separating out of fear of each other and fear of seeing their personal property harmed. In Yanqing district alone, Bai Zimin's group had encountered many huge problems and the life and death situations they had to deal with could not be counted as just one or two. Then, how dangerous would the rest of China be? And how about the rest of the world? The problems and dangers humanity faced were too many. But now there was a weapon created from a strange material from another world that no one had ever heard of. If a weapon could get here, then who could guarantee that the inhabitants of that world could not? Even if the weapon had been born thanks to the soul record using a material called Orchid Bad Dialate, no one could be sure what would happen in the future. At the very least, the possibility of being invaded was now present and that alone was enough to make even Shang Guanbing Shui fearful, not to mention the rest. Nangang Yi and Nangang Lingzin also turned slightly pale at the thought, and unconsciously or not, they all looked at Bai Zimin waiting for an answer. After all, for some reason, Bai Zimin always had an answer for everything. Bai Zimin sighed inwardly. After a moment's hesitation, he decided to tell the things he knew so far and his thoughts. Of course, he narrated everything as a possibility and as theories rather than certainties, since otherwise he would have no way to explain how he knew such things. Although I'm not really sure, temporarily we should be fine. Temporarily? What specifically do you mean? Nangang Lingzhen hurriedly pursued. Bai Zimin was silent for a moment as if in thought before slowly saying, "This is just a theory, but I think it would be good to keep in mind. As we already know, humans and wild beasts are divided into orders, and within each order there are different levels. Unclassified from level 0 to level 25, first order from level 25 to level 50 and second order from level 50 to unknown. For now that's all we know, since while none of us have reached the first order limit, we have faced a second order beast in the past." Although Nangang Lingzhen and Nangang Yi had not yet joined the group back then, both siblings already knew that Bai Zimin's group had faced a horrendously powerful beast, and that it had been that powerful beast who had managed to injure someone as strong as Bai Zimin before perishing. So, since we, living beings of this world, are constantly evolving and growing, why wouldn't the world do so as well? Bai Zimin paused here and looked at everyone's reaction. As he expected, everyone was filled with disbelief. However, soon enough that disbelief turned to shock, realization, and they even seemed to have enlightened themselves about something. "How did I not think of that before?" Nangang Lingzhen exclaimed, apparently forgetting about Yi Feng and Xiang Feng, who were sleeping upstairs, or perhaps too engaged to worry about minor matters. "Since we evolved, of course, the world must evolve as well." "Indeed. Because if the world can't evolve..." Nangang Yi paused. Shang Guanbing Shui finished what he wanted to say. "If the world cannot evolve or keep up with the rate of evolution of the beings that inhabit it, then it will one day end up facing its own destruction." "That's right." Bai Zimin nodded with an earnest expression. "If the world does not evolve, then someday it will be destroyed. Look at what we can do being relatively low-level existences and barely first order or even unclassified. Then try to imagine how devastating the clash of two beings of higher orders such as third, fourth, even fifth order or more could be." Bai Zimin could already make a small wasteland with an extension of 1 kilometer being only a first order existence. So what could he do when he reached the fourth order? Just imagining it made everyone feel a chill. "So, I think the world will definitely evolve," he concluded. "I don't know when, and I don't know how, but it will definitely evolve. As for what happens in each evolution of the world, there is no way to guess. We can only try to predict to adapt as soon as possible to the changes." In the end, what they as humans could do was limited. Whether or not Earth was invaded by other worlds was not something they could decide or avoid. The best they could do was prepare for the worst possible events so that they would be able to, at the very least, not be caught with their pants down. Seeing everyone's worried faces, Bai Zimin smiled slightly and said confidently, "But don't worry. Who knows how long it will have to be before this new world faces its first major change. By the time comes, we will be far more powerful. We will survive, no matter what. Even if we have to wipe out myriads of enemies and races, we will definitely survive." Bai Zimin's words managed to ease the heavy mood in the group a bit. As to whether his words were meant to calm them or him, only Bai Zimin himself knew. Now that the matter of a possible invasion had been slightly put aside, Nangang Lingzhen shook her head and decided to focus on another matter at hand. She looked at the strange dagger and asked in confusion, "This dagger is undoubtedly a high-quality treasure. But there is something I don't understand." She paused and then looked at the fainted assassin. "Why didn't that girl activate the dagger's skill? I clearly saw how Bai Zimin caught the dagger with his bare hands. If she wanted to, she could have cut off his hand and could have even paralyzed him, which would give her 1 second to even attack him mortally." This was the doubt that everyone present had. As each of them picked up the dagger, they clearly felt that the skill Death's Kiss was still available to activate. So, why didn't the assassin activate this skill, since she probably knew that this would be her only option to run away? In fact, the reason why Bai Zimin did not wake up this killer girl by beating or breaking some of her limbs was because at the last moment he saw the hesitation in the girl's eyes. Otherwise, he would definitely not wait for his enemy to wake up comfortably. Ugh! While everyone was immersed in their own inner thoughts, a small groan sounded amidst the crackling of the flames coming from the bonfire. The eyes of Bai Zimin and the others immediately focused on the silhouette lying on the floor. The person who had sneaked into the building and attempted to assassinate Bai Zimin was a young woman of about 23 years old. Her hair was as blonde in color as the clear rays of the sun, her skin free of imperfections to the naked eye was pale and smooth to the touch, and her body, while not exceptionally developed, was definitely tempting enough to charm any healthy man. The young assassin's beauty was unlike that of any other woman Bai Zimin had met in the past. Her entire body seemed to exude some sort of strange aura that in conjunction with her body made her look like a beautiful rose waiting to be gathered by someone. However, as everyone knew, roses came with thorns, and if one wanted to pick one had to be prepared as there was a likelihood of getting pricked. This woman was that kind of beauty, gorgeous, charming, but at the same time filled with hidden dangers. Although many Chinese men preferred Chinese women, Bai Zimin did not belong to this category. A beauty was a beauty, and the fainting woman was a foreign beauty. It was as simple as that. Gradually, the young assassin opened her eyes. At first she struggled to adjust to the darkness, and the pain in her body caused her vision to blur for a moment. Soon, however, she could finally see the faces of 4 people illuminated by the nearby fire. Among them, the terrifying young man she had faced earlier was staring at her with ice-cold eyes. Bai Zimin took a step forward and noticed that this girl had jade-green eyes. However, her gaze was cold and indifferent. But unlike Shangguan Bingshue's distant coldness, the coldness in the young assassin's eyes was lethal. "You are finally awake. My name is Bai Zimin." He initiated the conversation. "What is your name? Why did you come here tonight? Why did you try to kill me? Who sent you?" Bai Zimin tried to ask several questions unsuccessfully. No matter what he asked, even if it was something as insignificant as her age or her name, she did not answer in the least and kept her mouth closed. The young foreign assassin simply looked at him coldly. Time passed, and several minutes later, Bai Zimin's patience finally began to run out. He looked at the woman who looked like a wild and untamed horse unwilling to submit, and his expression gradually clouded over. However, Bai Zimin was not a child, at least he did not consider himself one, therefore, he endured. After a moment, he asked another question: "Why didn't you activate your dagger's skill?" The young assassin's expression changed slightly, and although it soon returned to normal, Bai Zimin easily noticed how her green eyes moved through the darkness before finally stopping on Shangguan Bingshui, who was holding the young assassin's dagger in her right hand. Just when Bai Zimin thought she would fall silent again, the young assassin finally spoke. Her voice was too soft, like that of a baby, and as sweet as that of an innocent young girl. It was definitely not a voice of an experienced assassin who did not even hesitate to attack lethally. "Give me back my dagger." "You want your dagger back?" Bai Zimin nodded calmly. "Sure. I'm willing to give it to you. But first I want you to answer my previous question. Why didn't you activate the skill Death's Kiss earlier? You could have escaped and might have even injured me if you had." Bai Zimin didn't care about the dagger. While it was a powerful magic-grade treasure, it was not a weapon that suited his combat style. Furthermore, while it granted a large number of stat points and possessed a powerful skill, Bai Zimin felt that it was best not to rely too much on external stats as far as possible. For example, in a battle, if your enemy managed to shake your grip onto your weapon and send the weapon flying away from you, then not only would you lose your weapon, but you would also be losing a huge amount of stats, greatly weakening you in the midst of mortal combat. Therefore, Bai Zimin believed that it was better to use weapons that increased physical or magical attack power rather than soul stats. The young assassin looked at Bai Zimin for several seconds. Her green eyes were as sharp and deadly as a pair of daggers. She seemed to be searching for any trace of trickery in his face and gaze, but Bai Zemin's expression remained pure and unchanged. The reason I didn't activate Death's Kiss in the last moment was because I felt you had no malicious intent towards me. Chapter 254, 3 vs Hundreds, Part 6. The reason I didn't activate Death's Kiss in the last moment was because I felt you had no malicious intent towards me. After saying these words in a voice that a person engaged in the profession of cold-blooded murder should not have, the young foreign woman looked at everyone's expression with her deep green eyes. While Shang Guanbing Shui, Nangang Lingzin, and Nangang Yi looked at her strangely, Bai Zemin's expression was quite amused. He looked at the beautiful assassin and unconsciously his lips curved slightly upwards. I say, golden curls, don't you realize the condition of your body? Not only did I pierce your left shoulder with a sharp object, but I also hit you so hard that you lost consciousness after spitting up blood. Are you sure the blow didn't cloud your thoughts? My dagger. The blonde-haired young assassin did not seem to care about the thoughts of the others and instead immediately reclaimed her weapon. Bai Zemin looked at her for a moment before gesturing to Shang Guanbing Shui. She understood and approached the dangerous and fatal young woman who was about the same age that he was. After an indifferent glance, she casually cut with her hand, and the fiber strings that bound the woman's movements froze. In the next instant, the tough, hard strings that were sealed in ice began to crack and a moment later exploded into a pile of tiny ice shards, falling to the floor and melting a moment later. The young assassin's expression changed slightly and she looked at the beautiful silver-haired young woman with surprise in her dangerous jade-green eyes. Previously, she could sense danger from the silver-haired young woman, but it was only when she saw her act that she realized that apart from the young man named Bai Zemin, there was also a second terrifying monster. The assassin took the dagger and staggered to her feet. Her face contorted slightly as even though Bai Zemin restrained himself, her internal organs shook after being hit so hard before she lost consciousness. She did not try to flee. She knew that during her best moment she failed to flee from the hands of the cold-eyed young man, so she would be less able to escape from him now that she was injured. Not to mention the silver-haired beauty with the indifferent expression who was looking at her as if waiting for the moment when she would make a wrong move to attack her. The first thing the young assassin did after standing up and putting away her beloved dagger was to check that her clothes were in order and then her own body. My shoulder. She stared in amazement as the wound on her shoulder had suddenly stopped bleeding. I did it. Bai Zemin's voice immediately attracted her attention. He looked at her calmly and said indifferently, being honest with you, if it wasn't because you didn't activate that dagger's skill at the last moment, you would be in a really miserable situation right now. All my enemies always met a not so pleasant fate, and those who tried to harm me in any way always failed horribly. With Bai Zemin's blood manipulation skill evolving into second order, not only had the power been multiplied by 2. Bai Zemin had also received a second activation, which granted him the ability to activate a skill attached to blood manipulation. But apart from this, he also received a lot of information in his brain, information that came from the scarlet rune that represented the skill blood manipulation deeply engraved in his soul. Now, while Bai Zemin could not heal wounds or speed up the healing process, he could at least coagulate the blood in a way that would not only seal the wound and prevent the blood from continuing to flow out of the body, he could also do so in such a way that it would not further injure the already injured flesh. After all, controlling globules was not a simple task, and it was not something that could be done just by wanting to do it. The young assassin looked clearly confused. She looked at the 4 people in front of her and finally, after what seemed like an eternity of silence, asked something that had been bothering her, "Who are you?" "You're funny." Shang Guanbing Shui could no longer stay silent. She stepped forward and said with a slightly mocking tone, "We've been asking you questions but not only do you not answer but instead you demand. Who do you think you are? I guess you really haven't realized what kind of situation you're currently in, have you?" Bai Zemin shook his head and looked at the young assassin indifferently. "To be honest, I really wanted to let you go alive. You could say I was looking for an excuse to do so. But seeing as you're not cooperating in any way, then it's fine with me too. The young assassin's expression did not change in the slightest. As an assassin, she knew that at some point she might lose her life, and even more so considering the world she was currently living in. Therefore, she did not flinch in the face of imminent death. Wait a moment. Just then, Nangang Lingzhen's voice stopped Bai Zimin. He turned around to look at her over his shoulder and was a little surprised to see her looking at the young assassin's body with a lascivious smile. Don't you think this woman is beautiful? Nangang Lingzhen narrowed her eyes and said with a chuckle, I'm sure the poor survivors who haven't been able to feel the warmth of a woman in a long time will thank us eternally if we let them hold her, don't you think? Shang Guanbing Shui and Bai Zimin's expressions changed slightly. Both of them were about to reprimand Nangang Lingzhen, as the current her should be aware that throwing a person to their fate while letting others take physical advantage of them was not to both of their liking. In fact, the rule against rape was one of the firmest rules whose punishments were the strongest in beginning village. However, the eyes of both of them suddenly lit up as if they had thought of something and unconsciously looked at each other, seeing the same surprise in each other's eyes. Bai Zimin looked at Nangang Lingzhen with appreciation, finally understanding the intention of this not only beautiful and powerful but also an intelligent woman. After understanding Nangang Lingzhen's plan, Bai Zimin turned to look at the young assassin and smiled. As a man, his smile was even naughtier than Nangang Lingzhen's smile, and as he looked at the small but graceful body of the foreign assassin, he commented, that idea is good too. This woman not only has an extremely good body, but her face is also very beautiful. I'm sure the men who haven't even showered for 1 month will thank us very much. You. The young assassin girl finally couldn't keep her composure and took a step back. She looked at Bai Zimin and the others with caution and even a hint of fear in her previously steady eyes. No woman would be able to keep her calm in the face of being assaulted by a group of men who, to top it off, were filthy and whose putrid odor drove away even the foulest of flies. Even if she was an experienced assassin, she was a woman first and foremost. Bai Zimin sighed exaggeratedly and shook his head, what a pity. A woman as beautiful and strong as you turned into someone else's dog, and because of that stupid loyalty will now have to go through hell before finally dying with grievances. I am nobody's dog. The young assassin suddenly raised her voice and her fear seemed to disappear. As if the words Bai Zimin said had touched a delicate nerve, she glared at him with hatred and while gritting her teeth, barked, the only dogs here are you, who killed a group of people and even steal their belongings casually. Cough. Cough. Bai Zimin and Nangang Yi almost choked to death when they heard this. They killed a group of people? Well. In fact, they killed a lot of people, but they all deserved it in one way or another. As for the matter of stealing their belongings casually. When did this happen? You. What the hell are you talking about? Shang Guanbing Shui looked at the young assassin stupefied. Even if you pretend, it won't do any good. The young female assassin looked at her and coldly snorted. Before I accepted that person's task to kill you, I also did some research. I know that today 12 people walked into this building and never came out again. Several survivors in the area even said that you were robbing the merchants. Nangang Lingzhen looked at her 3 teammates, not knowing how to react to such words. Are you mentally retarded or something? Bai Zimin frowned and said in disgust, you think with our strength we need to take some food from someone? We can go to any town or village and get supplies by ourselves. As for those 12 people, each and every one of them were hooligans from a local gang who came with bad intentions and even threatened the life of a 10-year-old girl. Stupid woman. Shang Guanbing Shui muttered under her breath and no longer looked at the woman. It seemed that she was afraid of being infected by her stupidity. Although she didn't particularly like men, she didn't like stupid women either. Indeed. The young assassin's expression changed when she heard Bai Zimin's reasoning. She did not belong to any faction, she was a powerful independent soul evolver who, thanks to her power, could enter and leave the base at will. To avoid offending a powerful soul evolver with terrifying assassination capabilities, the North Camp government tolerated her existence. She had even received occasional missions where she was asked to kill a target in exchange for a large amount of supplies and even equipment from the Soul Record system. Today, she was summoned by Kong Rong's right-hand man, one of the two most powerful men in the entire base. The name of the man who summoned her was Shan Li, and he currently held the position of commander within the police troops controlled by Kong Rong. Shan Li was literally an existence that was beneath one person and above all others. Shan Li had given her the task of killing a group of people who lived on the west side of the city. This group of people were supposedly cruel and vicious, killing survivors and stealing the private property of merchants. He even presented some evidence. In the end, the young assassin did not immediately agree and asked for some time to think about it. The young assassin had her own principles and never killed people without stains, therefore, she investigated on her own a bit. In the afternoon she soaked in some mud, dirted her hair, and dressed in torn clothes to hide her natural beauty and mingled among the survivors who roamed the area. It was not difficult for her to find that, indeed, a group of 12 people had entered the building but never came out again. She had even gone to talk to the apparently aggrieved vendors and, in fact, these people affirmed Shan Li's words. This was all it took for the young assassin to finally accept the task and kill these people. However, little did she expect that this group of people were not at all normal but were all soul evolvers. 2 of them could even threaten her life to the point where even running away became impossible for her despite all her life-saving skills and physical ability. During the fervor of the battle and due to the situation she was in, she had not been able to think carefully even though she already suspected that something was not right. But Bai Zemin's words and the disdainful attitude of the silver-haired, blue-eyed girl finally made her realize what was wrong here. This group of people was so powerful. Did they really need to steal from small vendors? If the government really wanted to deal with a group of seemingly normal people, why didn't they send the police forces to study the murders that happened today instead of contacting her? After thinking things through calmly and when her mind finally cleared, the young assassin finally understood everything. If she managed to kill Bai Zemin's group, then Shan Li would be relieved of a burden since this group of 4 people had appeared out of nowhere but was already causing some ripples in the base. Ripples that, while still small, could grow in time. If she failed and died in the process, then that was fine with Shan Li too. He would even be rewarded by Kong Rong for removing a variant like her, who was strong and was capable of destabilizing the security of high officials. Those bastards! They dared to use me and fool me. Chapter 255, 3 vs Hundreds, Part 7. Those bastards! They dared to use me and fool me. Seeing the young assassin girl clenching both fists with an angry expression on her beautiful but lethal face as if she wanted to kill people, everyone inside the room remained silent. Bai Zemin and Shangguan Bingshui looked at each other for a moment before looking back at the blonde-haired girl once more. Apparently you realized something. Bai Zemin folded his arms and while resting his back against the wall he couldn't help but sneer with clear disdain in his tone of voice. In other words, because of your naivety you not only became our enemy but you might also lose your life. But even more importantly, if it weren't for my group and I having the strength to protect us, you would have killed innocent people. Nangang Yi, Shangguan Bingshui, and Nangang Lingzhen looked at the young woman waiting for an answer. For some reason, now that the misunderstanding seemed to have been cleared up, the 3 of them began to feel a little angry. This anger they felt only increased even more after Bai Zemin said such words. The young assassin, aggrieved, looked at Bai Zemin with her green eyes that seemed to be as cold and sharp as ice blades. However, after several seconds, she sighed and closed her eyes as she relaxed her body and fell to the floor. Although the wound on her shoulder had been sealed by Bai Zemin's second-order blood manipulation skill, the pain still lingered. After all, the flesh wound was still there. Every bone in her body ached horribly as a result of Bai Zemin's final attack that had caused her to lose consciousness. Moreover, the realization that she had been used and the young man's words in front of her were a great shock to her psyche, which weakened her strength even more. Bai Zemin looked at her with indifference. Neither he nor anyone else inside this room had any intention of going to support the beauty. After several minutes of silence where the only thing that could be heard was the sound of wood slowly burning, the young assassin sighed again before raising her head to look at everyone, especially Bai Zimin since he was the person she had attacked. I honestly apologize for what happened. Although I know that a word of apology is nothing but empty words, my true feelings right now are that I sincerely regret it. Bai Zimin looked at her for a moment and realized that the woman in front of him had changed her temperament. While her eyes were still cold, they no longer looked as lethal as before and all her guard seemed to have completely disappeared. As if that wasn't enough, her baby voice became even softer after realizing that she was completely wrong in this situation. In the past, saying sorry wasn't worth anything. Less so now that the world and the laws that protected us collapsed. Bai Zimin replied coldly. However, he soon smiled slightly and continued, but while an apology might not be enough, how about you join us? Don't be so quick to refuse, how about you listen to me first? Bai Zimin waved his hand and stopped her words before she could continue. The young assassin hesitated for a moment. She was a lone wolf. From a very young age she had to survive on her own in this world after losing everything she had. Her trust in people was not high to begin with, and joining a faction of this new world was not something she had in her plans. In the past, humans were evil and selfish people who took advantage of the slightest disadvantage of the other in order to take advantage of any situation. What more now that the world had changed? However, surprisingly even for her, in the end, she decided to listen to what the young man in front of her had to say. Although it was a surprise even for her to be willing to listen as this could translate into her at least being interested in the offer, she had her own reasons why she did this. Of course, in the end, it would all depend on what the young man in front of her said. How about we reintroduce ourselves? Now that all this misunderstanding was cleared up, it would be better to at least put the enmity aside for a brief moment. Bai Zimin smiled slightly and reintroduced himself, being followed closely after by Nanggong Lingzin, Nanggong Yi, and Shang Guan Bing Xuet. My name. As if hesitating about something, the young assassin finally gritted her teeth and responded in a somewhat stiff tone, my name is Evangeline. Just Evangeline, you may consider that I have no surname. As for my background, I think my mother was Chinese and my father Russian. Bai Zimin and the rest looked at each other for a moment before looking back at the woman who now rested her back comfortably against the wall and looked at them with clear eyes. They all realized from the words she spoke at the end of her sentence that this woman named Evangeline had her own story to tell as well. I see. Nice to meet you, Evangeline. Bai Zimin nodded with a faint smile. Every person in this world had their own past. Some had a good life filled with fortunes, others had a normal life with ups and downs, while those less privileged by fate had to step on hot fathoms with every step they took, enduring endless pain and gritting their teeth in every moment so as not to fall down, as it would be hard to get up once again. As to whether one was willing to share their life experiences with another person, it depended on many factors such as trust. After everyone finished introducing themselves, Bai Zimin put on a serious expression and began to tell the whole truth. From who the four of them were to where they came from and why they were here, he did not hide anything. While it was true that Evangeline was an unknown person and neither Bai Zimin nor the others had any confidence in her whatsoever, if they wholeheartedly wanted her to join their faction, lies were not a good way to start a relationship. Bai Zimin, who had fought this woman, knew that if everything went well then he had a lot to gain and little to lose in case things did not go his way. If Evangeline joined him, then he would be gaining an extremely powerful and terrifying ally. She would immediately occupy an extremely high position, being the second or third most powerful person in the faction right behind him and fighting against Shang Guan Bing Xuet for the second place. If it was in a normal match, Shang Guan Bing Xuet undoubtedly had the ability to 100% overwhelm Evangeline. However, if it was a sudden assault, even Shang Guan Bing Xuet could be seriously injured and potentially even die depending on the situation she was in at the time. As for the worst case scenario, if Evangeline was pretending to be friendly to flee, then Bai Zeman had nothing to lose since he did not believe that she would go running to the North Camp government to tell everything he told her. After all, she had been tricked and almost killed by the machinations of the other party. But even then, if Evangeline really did go running to the government to tell everything, Bai Zeman didn't care about any of this. He was 100% confident that he could bring down this base completely even if he was alone, not to mention that he had powerful soul evolvers standing by his side. About half an hour later, Bai Zeman had finished giving Evangeline a pretty big idea about the situation of his faction and the way it functioned. From the current population to the rules, punishments, and divisions of labor. Even the rewards for the efforts put in by each person were not left out by him. Evangeline lowered her head and was silent after listening to everything Bai Zeman told her. Although she showed no apparent reaction, the shock she received was by no means small. If everything the young man in front of her told her was true, then this base was doomed. But more crucially, she looked him straight into his eyes and stood up slowly as she said earnestly, "About the society you want to build. I am willing to join you, but I have 2 conditions." "More conditions, hey?" Bai Zeman unconsciously looked at Shangguan Bingshui and couldn't help but think that women really were something. But on second thought, it also made sense. Evangeline was strong, she could survive on her own for quite some time, and as long as she didn't encounter some especially strong first-order beast, as long as she didn't find herself surrounded by an army of beasts or a group of first-order beasts, and as long as she didn't meet a terrifying second-order existence, Evangeline had enough power to survive in this new world. By joining his faction she would be losing much of her freedom, as she would not only have to listen to the orders Bai Zeman gave her but would also have to work to raise a person even higher than she was raising herself. Therefore, taking all this into account, it was only natural that she and any other powerhouse would have their conditions. Sure, Bai Zeman could threaten her with death, but for an assassin like Evangeline, it was clear that such threats would have little or no effect. On the contrary, they might make everything more difficult. "Don't worry." Evangeline looked at him steadily and said confidently, "I have only 2 conditions. The first will not prejudice you in any way as long as everything you have said before is true. As for my second condition, it might even be considered a good thing for you." "Oh." Bai Zeman finally felt some curiosity. With a faint smile on his face, his eyes flashed with a hint of coldness as he calmly said, "An advantageous condition for me? That's quite interesting. Tell me what you have in mind." "My first condition is simple. Before I agree to join your faction and follow your orders, I want to go to your camp and see how you operate it. Besides, I also want to see how you try to solve the problems that the lower caste survivors have." Evangeline said calmly. Although she was a killer and the number of people who had died at her hands before the soul record's arrival on Earth could already be counted in more than a few dozen, she was not a cruel person and thus was not willing to follow a selfish and evil person. Bai Zeman nodded. Such a condition was understandable. Seeing him nod, Evangeline paused for a moment before saying word by word, "Following China. In case I really join your faction and we succeed in conquering China, you cannot stop here. My second and final condition is that you proceed north towards Russia and conquer its lands as well." Cough. 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 Nangang Yi began to cough furiously and for a moment seemed to run out of air in his lungs as his face turned red. Nangang Lingzhen looked at the young assassin with wide eyes and her small mouth opened slightly. Her eyes seemed to be looking at a lunatic person instead of someone sane. Even Bai Zeman himself could not help but be startled when he heard Evangeline's second condition. What kind of strange condition was this? Did she have something against the Russians? Did it have something to do with her past? Bai Zeman felt he could not process what was happening. Surprisingly, the only person who had no reaction of surprise was Shangguan Bingshui. Chapter 256, 3 vs Hundreds, Part 8. You want me after conquering China to advance to the north of the continent to conquer Russia? Bai Zeman finally reacted after almost a solid minute of silence. To be completely honest, Evangeline's second condition was too much of a surprise for him. Rather than a condition, perhaps it would be more appropriate to call it a request since, just as she said earlier, in fact such a thing would be advantageous for him. If Bai Zemin really did advance northward and ended up conquering Russia, not only would he be gaining a large number of survivors, manpower, and experts, but also many doors filled with possibilities would appear before him. After all, Russia was one of the countries with the largest land area and therefore its resources were also incredibly rich. In this new mana-influenced world, not only humans and animals were constantly evolving. Plants began to evolve and some of them turned into valuable treasures like the 1000 lightning plant that Bai Zemin found at that time in the female dorms of the university. But besides plants, according to Lilith, the world should have different metals and materials incredibly valuable to the current him and his faction, materials that in the past did not exist, that were just fantasy, and that could only come into being after mana and magic evolved, mutated, or created them. Of course, while it was true that the advantages were enormous, so were the dangers. In just one of China's many districts, Bai Zemin had had the misfortune of meeting several terrifying enemies that put his life in risk several times. Had it not been for his cunning and tactics to defeat those who were stronger, he would have long since become a corpse and a source of power that would boost the victor's growth. So how hard would it be to explore and conquer Russia? It would undoubtedly be more difficult than China. After all, Bai Zemin could grow in this land because it was his homeland. But this would not be the case in foreign lands. It would be extremely difficult to get the Russians to entrust their lives to a foreigner, and not to mention that Bai Zemin did not know the terrain of the northern country. Right. That is my last condition. Evangeline did not hesitate and nodded. She looked at him with a serious expression and continued, "You don't need to worry. If in the future you have the power to conquer China, then who's to say you won't be able to do the same with Russia? Besides, I will be there to help you. It won't be so difficult then, don't you think? In fact, with the help of a Russian woman such as Evangeline, everything would be simpler." It was just that Bai Zemin had never thought so far ahead. For now, all he wanted was to become the highest authority in China before the world entered its second stage of evolution. Because during those 7 days when he and Lilith stayed inside his workshop, she told him that something big would happen during the change and that he would need to dominate a world power or he would regret it forever. As to what would happen, Bai Zemin had no idea. But he trusted Lilith 99%, so he practically did not even doubt her words. It was then that the idea of becoming king and eventually emperor was born within him. At that moment, an indifferent voice that was not Evangeline's brought Bai Zemin out of his deep thoughts. "Why are you so surprised?" He turned slightly and looked at Shangguan Bingshuet, who was looking at him with her blue eyes that seemed to be as deep as the ocean but as calm as a lake without ripples. "If you rule China in the future, then you will definitely try to rule the rest of the countries in Asia. Gradually you will even try to reach Europe, and then America." Shangguan Bingshui said as if it was the most natural thing in the world. "Don't you know how the mind of us, humans, works? Once you achieve your goal, ambitions start to grow, which gives birth to a new goal higher than the previous one." Bai Zemin could not refute her words. Human beings were greedy and nonconformist by nature. It was because of this greed and nonconformity that technology advanced and humans learned not only more about the world they lived in but also about part of outer space. However, this also had its disadvantages. And that was that because of these two characteristics, it was very difficult for a human to be truly happy with what they had. When a person was thirsty, they wanted a glass of water. But when that thirst was satisfied, the same person wished for a plate of food to satisfy their hunger. But when that hunger was satiated, that same person wished for a coat to protect against the cold. And when that person finally got that coat, he or she wished for a house to protect him or herself from the rain. It was an endless and never-ending cycle, just like the cycle of life and death. Understanding this, Nangang Yi and Nangang Lingzhen realized that in fact, there was no need to be too surprised. Just as Shang Guanbing Shui said just now, it was in the human DNA not to conform. Besides, if they really had the power to rule one of the largest and most powerful countries such as China, then why couldn't they have the power to rule other countries? Unconsciously, Shang Guanbing Shui's words planted a small seed in the hearts of the Nangang siblings, and the way they looked at Bai Zimin changed. It was as if they were looking at the savior. As to whether she did it on purpose or not, probably only she was aware. In the end, Bai Zimin sighed and after hesitating, nodded, I accept your conditions. However, all of this is based on your strength and your contribution being worthy. If your strength lags behind, if you disobey my orders, or if your merits are not worth mentioning, then you can forget that this conversation ever existed. If you are okay with it, then we can close the deal here. Otherwise you can leave. Very well. I agree. Evangeline also realized that this was the most that Bai Zimin was willing to give, and so she didn't push any further. She just had to continue acting as she had been acting since day one of the apocalypse and everything would be fine. Perfect then. Bai Zimin smiled slightly and extended his right hand, welcome aboard. Evangeline looked at his outstretched hand for 1 second before extending her own to give him a handshake in greeting, though I still need to see your faction and how you work with it. Based on your current confidence, I think I won't be disappointed. You can rest assured in that regard. Nangang Yi sighed lightly and pointed out, believe me when I say that compared to this base, the faction established by Bai Zimin and the others is a paradise. Shang Guanbing Shui seized the opportunity and interjected, so, can you explain everything? How did you come here and who sent you to attack us? Evangeline gritted her teeth and said hatefully, just thinking about it pisses me off. Those damn bastards are really cruel. Then, she explained the whole situation and the process without leaving out important details. About 5 minutes later, Bai Zimin's group finally understood everything. I must say that this fellow named Shan Li is really quite a clever rat. Bai Zimin chuckled. However, his eyes flashed with almost undetectable coldness as he said, not only did he pay off several storekeepers to pretend to be victims of robbery, but I dare say he also mixed truths with lies so that you wouldn't find out that the 12 people we killed today were actually unprincipled scum. Indeed. From the moment Shan Li contacted Evangeline, he already had everything planned. He had even paid a certain amount of food to several storekeepers to be part of the farce so that when she went to inquire into the situation on her own before accepting the mission, the storekeepers acted as if they had really suffered injustice. Bai Zimin looked out of the window and was deep in thought as the others looked at him waiting for his decision. However, Shang Guanbing Shui already knew what his next move would be. After all, she already knew him well enough, since even though they had only known each other for a little over a month, a lot had happened during that period of time, enough for her to know what kind of person Bai Zimin was. He was definitely not one to take personal attacks with a smile. I guess we'll start tonight then. Bai Zimin's words confirmed Shang Guanbing Shui's thoughts and she shrugged, I'd be lying if I said I wasn't expecting it. Bai Zimin turned his face slightly to look at her and said calmly, although I would really like to get sleep, a short nap, I think it will be better if we sleep comfortably in a bed, don't you think? I can't say no to that. She nodded and couldn't help but chuckle. You two sure are innocent. Nangang Lingzhen covered her mouth and giggled softly as she looked at the two of them. Eh? What do you mean? Bai Zimin did not understand. Shang Guanbing Shui looked at her in confusion as well. Nangang Yi shook his head and said with a faint smile, next time, you should be careful with your words, Bai Zimin. Ha! Bai Zimin really couldn't keep up with these two. What was the thing he said wrong? Nangang Yi and Nangang Lingzhen looked at Shang Guanbing Shui, but seeing her indifferent and confused at the same time, the two siblings looked at each other dumbfounded. Maybe our dirty mind is what's wrong here. Nangang Lingzhen smiled bitterly and Nangang Yi didn't know whether to laugh or cry. So? Evangeline interrupted, we are attacking tonight itself. Bai Zimin looked at her and frowned slightly as he asked quietly, you can move with your current condition? It's not that I'm trying to offend or demean you, but what we're going to do next is break into Kong Rong's village, and from what I understand the defense there is incredibly tight. Nangong Lingzhen nodded and her expression turned serious. That's true. I've been there a couple of times with my brother and we've counted around 300 men stationed at different key points. Several of them are powerful soul evolvers that cannot be underestimated. Evangeline frowned when she heard this. In fact, she had never been to Kong Rong's village but she had observed from afar and knew that sneaking in would not be easy even for her, forget about attacking from the front then. The frown on Evangeline's beautiful face deepened even more when she realized that with her current condition it would be dangerous for her to attack Kong Rong's village. Although she was not severely injured in any way, the pain she felt all over her body did not allow her to move freely and normally. After all, it had only been about 2 hours since she and Bai Zeman fought, it would take her at least 10 more hours to fully recover and by then the sun would be peeking over the horizon. Challenging several soul evolvers and challenging hundreds of heavily armed men in her current state would be no different than suicide. In the end, Evangeline raised both hands in surrender. Forget it then, I guess I'll just stay here. Bai Zeman nodded with a faint smile, that's probably better. Then, he looked at Nangong Yi and said calmly, Nangong Yi, stay here and protect Yi Feng and Xiang Feng. If anyone dares to sneak into the building or cause trouble, just kill them immediately without hesitation. I understand. Nangong Yi nodded with a solemn expression. While he was strong, his potential was not in fighting many enemies but a few yet powerful ones. It would be dangerous for him to defy a hail of bullets. Chapter 257, 3 vs Hundreds, Part 9. Under Evangeline's watchful eye, Bai Zeman walked to a corner of the room and crouched down before starting to remove some candy wrappers and other types of miscellaneous junk. Then, he carefully picked up a few things from the floor and turned around. Then, since Nangong Yi and Evangeline will be staying here, it will just be Shang Guanbing Shui, Nangong Lingzhen, and me. Shang Guanbing Shui stepped forward and took some things from his hand. Nangong Lingzhen as well did the same a moment later. What is that? Evangeline was surprised and confused as she watched the two beautiful women in front of her carefully holding on to some small items. Toys. A satisfied smile appeared on Bai Zeman's face as he calmly said, I'm glad you think so since that means the others will most likely think that way too. Then, he walked over to the bag containing the snack food and scattered it on the floor before he started tearing a part of the bag, revealing a well-hidden part at the bottom area. What is this person doing? Evangeline was dumbfounded. She assumed that Bai Zeman and the rest had heavy weapons hidden somewhere and that they would probably go and get them before launching an attack. However, all they did was stand there while one of them performed suspicious actions. However, her questions were soon answered to some extent. A gun? No. What kind of item is that? Again, eyes wide open, the young assassin who had just joined Bai Zeman's faction saw him pull out a strange futuristic-looking gun she had never seen in her entire life from inside the torn bag. Now you'll see. Nangong Lingzhen replied with a chuckle before leaving the armor and miniature sword in her hands on the ground. Shang Guanbing Shui said nothing and simply did the same as Nangong Lingzhen before taking a few steps back prior to fixing her stare on Bai Zeman. As for Bai Zeman, he didn't beat around the bush either. After taking his equipment that had been shrunk by the epic-grade treasure called Infinite Reduction, Bai Zeman placed them all side by side on the ground. However, although it was fine with the armor, shoulder pads, and the rest, when the scabbard and miniature sword came into contact with the ground once again, the ground trembled slightly. The trembling was extremely small, and a normal person would not notice it. However, Evangeline was not a normal person, she was a powerful first-order soul evolver and an experienced assassin capable of detecting the changes happening around her. Her face changed slightly when she felt the small movement of the ground and looked at the small toys with surprise. She had her theories about it but was unwilling to believe it. However, she soon had no choice but to accept the reality before her eyes. Swoosh! 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 Bai Zimin aimed at the pile of miniature objects and fired 3 times. Once he shot at Shang Guanbing Shui's miniature objects, the second shot was aimed at Nangang Lingzhen's objects, the last one was directly in front of him. 3 beams of light similar to a scanner shot out from the muzzle of the gun and the light enveloped the miniature objects for a few seconds. Then, under Evangeline's disbelief-filled gaze, those small objects that looked like children's toys began to increase in size at breakneck speeds. Before her beautiful jade-green eyes, approximately a dozen pieces of equipment appeared. Armor, shoulder pads, swords, scabbards, wrist guards, etc. There was even a large dark cloak that looked like it had experienced many battles as it had some jagged parts on it. Nangang Yi can explain things to you later. Bai Zimin naturally understood the woman's surprise. However, he did not have time at the moment, so he could only arrange everything in such a way. You two should also prepare yourselves. Bai Zimin instructed as he looked at the 2 women who would be accompanying him on tonight's raid. Shang Guanbing Shui and Nangang Lingzhen nodded simultaneously before they began to move. The 2 women took their equipment into a separate room and closed the door. Soon, the sound of leather plates, scabbards, and swords crafted from evolved monster materials could be heard from the living room. Bai Zimin also did the same. He took his things and disappeared into a different room. The first to appear were Shang Guanbing Shui and Nangang Lingzhen. One dressed in sky blue leather armor and the other in brown leather armor. The 2 beauties looked extremely proud and brave as their swords sealed inside their scabbards hung around their small waists. Actually, Nangang Lingzhen was more of a mage than a warrior, so she was supposed to have a magic staff instead of a sword. However, Bai Zimin did not know that she had joined the group until after he came out of his confinement. Precisely for this reason, Nangang Lingzhen and her brother Nangang Yi could only use normal pieces of equipment that Bai Zimin had forged in large quantities and had been distributed among 200 brave men who did have the courage to fight the zombies and other melee enemies at the risk of their lives. About 5 minutes later, Bai Zimin also appeared in the living room. The flames had consumed the wood almost entirely, so the lighting in the room was quite dim at this point. Not bad. Nangang Yi couldn't help but exclaim as he looked at Bai Zimin standing there. The constant movement of the small yellow flames was faintly reflected on the black leather armor and the spikes protruding from it. On his back could be seen the hilt that went beyond his height of a giant red scabbard that for barely a dozen centimeters did not touch the ground. I will need time to practice. Bai Zimin said as a breeze of cold air blew through the broken windows, causing the large dark cloak behind him to wave gently. Almost 10 minutes to equip these things? Even if it's the first time I've seen this kind of stuff, it's too long. As he lamented and made a mental note, the 4 people in the room stared at him. Sensing this, Bai Zimin finally couldn't help but feel a little secretly proud. In fact, he had seen himself before leaving the room, so he knew that at this moment he looked really brave and heroic. Besides, the black color of his equipment gave him an air of mystery and danger that naturally attracted stares. Although Bai Zimin could be considered quite mature for his age, he was still a young man in his 20s. It was absolutely impossible for him not to feel good when 3 beautiful women were staring at him, even if he didn't know what they were thinking. Catching their attention certainly didn't feel bad, even though it wasn't something he cared too much about. We should go. Shang Guanbing Shui closed her eyes for a moment before opening them once more as she walked outside. Yep. Let's finish this quickly and then go to sleep. Bai Zimin followed her. I want to sleep in a big comfy bed. But first I need a bubble bath. Nangang Lingzhen also expressed her wishes. Although this building had hot water, the shower was not good, so she really missed her villa in Beginning Village. Soon, the 3 silhouettes disappeared in the middle of the night. ******. The weather was quite cold at this time. Even when the soul record stabilized the mana that had gone wild as it sensed the approach of this mysterious system to Earth, the temperatures were volatile. Even if during the day the sun burned fiercely making living beings sweat, during the nights it could become as cold as the nights of the desolate deserts. Except for a few survivors who wandered the streets like souls in pain, apparently unable to even feel the cold that embraced them, and with dead eyes and no hope for the future, all were inside their homes. 3 silhouettes moved like ghosts, taking advantage of the veil of the night. The 3 silhouettes were extremely agile and their movements were undoubtedly inhuman. The speed at which they advanced was such that when they passed by a survivor, he or she could not even notice them, and the only thing they felt was a gust of wind, colder and stronger than natural, whipping their bodies. In a very short time, the 3 shadows had left the western part of the base, and without stopping their movements they continued advancing in a southeasterly direction. Unlike the rest of the base, which was practically in total darkness, the eastern area was very well illuminated. The buildings were extravagant and the gardens luxurious. In addition, security in the area was especially tight, as different squads consisting of at least 5 men could be seen patrolling the area every few minutes. "I guess the smooth ride ends here," Bai Zimin commented calmly as he stood on a 5-story building and looked below it. Shang Guanbing Shui remained silent without saying a word. On the other hand, Nangang Lingzhen looked at him and asked a little worriedly, "Now what shall we do?" Bai Zimin thought about it for a moment, but no matter how many turns he gave the matter, he failed to come up with a solution. "Even if we are fast, our speed hasn't reached the point of being as fast as light and being undetectable. Even though these troops are composed of only normal men, the human eye will definitely be able to catch our shadows if we're unlucky, and that will attract them sooner or later. Not only that," Shang Guanbing Shui added while looking at the surroundings, "even if you use your skill invisibility to take out several of them, sooner or later a team will notice that something is wrong, and it will only be a matter of time before they start looking for us. After all, this is the privileged area and there are plenty of troops roaming the eastern area. Indeed, aside from these troops protecting the general area, Kong Rong has a large number of men in his village." So, Nangang Lingzhen seemed to realize something and looked at Bai Zimin again, waiting for his confirmation. "We have no choice." Bai Zimin nodded and took a step forward. His body was dragged by gravity, plummeting off the building. Due to the weight he was carrying, it only took a moment for him to reach the ground. However, just before his feet touched the concrete floor and caused a rumble, he waved his hand and, expending a few mana points, his descent speed stalled for a split second, so that when his body finally reached the solid ground, the only sound heard was a tiny thud. A troop of 5 armed men patrolling the perimeter zone, whose job it was to prevent normal survivors from reaching this area where only the privileged could enter, suddenly stalled as they saw a person appear before their eyes out of nowhere, as if he had fallen from the sky. The wild clothing and appearance, as well as the domineering aura exuded by this person's body, made the 5 men instinctively sense danger, and they did not hesitate to raise their firearms. However, before they could even move, the world around them suddenly became completely dark. They all fell heavily to the ground, unconscious. Shang Guanbing Shui and Nangang Lingzhen appeared behind Bai Zimin a second later. "Let's try to knock out as many as we can. After all, these troops might join us soon, and the fewer deaths the better for us," Bai Zimin said as he dashed forward, and the 2 women followed a short distance behind. "If anyone shoots or tries to stop us, just kill them." Shang Guanbing Shui and Nangang Lingzhen said nothing and simply nodded silently. Because security was tight, the group could no longer move around freely. Therefore, after knocking a total of 30 men completely incapacitated and out of action, someone finally reached out and fired a shot. The sound of the gunshot echoed in the middle of the silent night, attracting the attention of the other guards. Chapter 258, 3 vs Hundreds, Part 10, Last. The group of 3 led by Bai Zimin had done a wonderful job. The eastern part of the north camp was undoubtedly the most secure part of the entire base, even more secure than the outer perimeters of the walls where some mutated beast or zombie could sneak in. After all, this was where the people with real power lived. With around 200 men making rounds in groups of several units, the area 2 or 3 kilometers around could be considered very safe, as each and every one of these men was armed with a rifle or a machine gun. In addition, several snipers with some experience were monitoring the ground from a distance, preparing to turn the head of any enemy into a mess of blood. However, Bai Zemin's group evaded a great part of this tight security. After knocking out almost 10 entire teams to total around 30 men, Bai Zemin together with Shangguan Bingshui and Nangang Lingzhen moved into the sparse shadows of the trees and carefully advanced deeper into the privileged zone. Although the three of them were powerful soul evolvers, it was extremely difficult to knock out their current enemies without killing them. After all, there were many things to take into account, such as preventing one of them from firing their guns, preventing them from screaming, avoiding being seen by another squadron while carrying out the task, etc. Unfortunately, luck finally ran out for the group of three before they could reach their target destination. A group of 4 armed men was casually chatting as they walked down one of the lighted streets in the privileged area. The 4 men did not look particularly worried and their guard was quite low at the moment. From the point of view of these armed men, it was simply impossible for anyone to attack this area unless that enemy had a desire to meet their death before their time. After all, in the privileged area, there were not only hundreds of armed troops but also dozens of powerful soul evolvers on duty and several more currently resting comfortably in their villas. Swoosh! Swoosh! Bai Zemin and Shangguan Bingshui dashed out like 2 shadows from behind a large bush. The agility of these two was so high that their targets could not even react before falling to the ground unconscious. With a considerably lower agility than Bai Zemin and Shangguan Bingshui, Nangang Lingzhen appeared before a male officer dressed in a police uniform and was about to knock him out when something happened that she did not expect. The man was so scared by the sudden ghostly appearance of a woman that the finger of his hand, which was unconsciously on the trigger of the pistol in his hand, was pressed down. The result was obvious. Bang! Damn it! Nangang Lingzhen couldn't help but curse even though she considered herself quite polite. Angry, she couldn't help but use a little more strength when she slapped the man. The sound of bones rang out in the middle of the night along with the echoing gunshot, and the man fell lifeless on the ground with blood pouring out of his eyes, nose, mouth, and ears. Prepare to fight, Bai Zemin said calmly. Shangguan Bingshui nodded and her blue eyes flashed coldly. The temperature around her suddenly began to plummet as a thick layer of ice formed under her feet. I'm sorry. Nangang Lingzhen apologized with a miserable expression. She knew that because of her mistake they would now have things more difficult. Why are you apologizing? Bai Zemin looked at her in confusion and said indifferently, sooner or later we would be discovered anyway, and no matter if it was late or if it was early, the final outcome of this battle is written in stone. Hearing his words, Nangang Lingzhen felt a little better. Lead the way. We are looking for that dog surnamed Kong. Bai Zemin waved his hand and ordered in a deep voice. Got it. Nangang Lingzhen nodded and moved forward, leading the way since she was the only one among the three who knew the area well. After all, she used to live in this area of the base in the past. Shangguan Bingshui and Bai Zemin followed Nangang Lingzhen calmly. Their footsteps were leisurely and carefree as if they were taking a walk in the park. In no way did they look like people who were about to face a powerful army of armed men and soul evolvers. The previous shot had alerted the surroundings and soon the whole base was agitated. The nearest men began to move hurriedly to the eastern area and those already there moved to the location of the earlier explosion. Stop! Less than 60 seconds later, a group of 50 armed men appeared in front of the group of 3, blocking the way forward. All of these men carried light machine guns and rifles while some of them only had Type 54 pistols. Dressed in police uniforms, they all looked at the 3 people in front of them with extreme caution and wariness. Bai Zemin's group looked extremely brave and powerful with their shining armor and swords. Bai Zemin ignored these people and calmly said, "Protect yourself and Shangguan Bingshui. You don't need to worry about me." Nangang Lingzhen nodded and pointed her right hand forward. When the gunmen saw her raise her hand they thought she was going to attack, so the person in charge immediately ordered to open fire. Bang! 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 The gun barrels roared, seemingly endless tongues of fire, and a storm of metal rained down on the three people. Flash! A multicolored light flashed out from Nangang Lingzhen's pearly hand. The multicolored light spread out at several times the speed of bullets and in a moment had become a barrier 2 meters high and 2 meters wide. Tink! 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 The terrifying metal bullets filled with lethal power struck the magic barrier and bounced uselessly before falling powerlessly to the ground, completely collapsed and crushed while the barrier did not even flinch, let alone show signs of breaking. Behind the magic barrier, Nangang Lingzhen and Shangguan Bingshui had indifferent expressions on their beautiful faces. Both women continued to move forward calmly and fearlessly despite facing 100 firearms. Your skill really is impressive. Bai Zimin couldn't help but praise as he saw how effective Nangang Lingzhen's first-order energy barrier skill was. It was undoubtedly an incredibly powerful defensive skill. As for himself, even though he wasn't being protected by Nangang Lingzhen's magic barrier, since the bigger the barrier the higher the mana consumption, the bullets couldn't hurt him in the slightest. Tink! 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 When the bullets hit Bai Zimin's body, his bloodthirsty wolf full body armor acted like an impenetrable wall, repelling the bullets, causing them to bounce off the surface and fall to the ground without being able to cause him even the slightest amount of pain. In fact, Bai Zimin did not even feel the slightest knockback power at all, despite the armor sticking quite tightly to his body. As for his unprotected head, he simply crossed both arms in front of him and protected 80% of it with the armor protecting his arm area. As for the other 20%, while it caused him some pain, this level of pain was nothing to a person like him who had already experienced the horrors of being burned in life and had already suffered from having his bones crushed into dust. He calmly moved forward as the women followed close behind. Damn it! They're soul evolvers. Where did these monsters come from? They can even defy bullets. The gunman turned pale and began to retreat while shooting bursts. For every step Bai Zimin's group took forward, the gunman retreated too. A few seconds later, the 50 or so men ran out of ammunition and turned to flee as they threw their guns to the ground. Although they wore police uniforms, most of them were just ordinary citizens who were recently recruited, so they had little courage to fight, let alone against clearly overwhelmingly more powerful enemies. Bai Zimin and his group did not bother with these people as they did not represent even a small obstacle to them. While they could have killed them all, humanity needed people willing to fight even if it was with firearms. Besides, since Bai Zimin would soon be taking control of this base, it would be best for him to kill as little as possible. After all, these troops would soon be his. Several armed groups appeared and tried to stop Bai Zimin's group, but they were all repelled. The smarter ones fled at the first sign of trouble while the braver ones decided to fight to the bitter end. Those who fled were spared by Bai Zimin, but those who continued to block his path despite the constant warnings he gave them were mercilessly slaughtered. In less than 5 minutes, a total of approximately 250 men were repulsed by only 3 people without even fighting. Among these 250 armed men, approximately 70 of them were killed by Bai Zimin and Shangguan Bingshui. Some armed men seemed to realize that the mysterious group of 3 people did not seem to have the intention of killing those who did not bother them too much, so they dared to watch from afar while following them from a distance. Even though these people no longer dared to attack, they wanted to see what was going to happen next. Should I kill them all? Shangguan Bingshui asked coldly as she looked back and saw around 60 men following them. She did not have any good impression of this base, even though it had only been about 17 hours since she had arrived here. The level of corruption and cruelty of the high officials had caused even someone indifferent and cold like her to become angry, so she didn't mind killing several people. Bai Zimin looked over his shoulder and shook his head. Just ignore them. They won't dare raise their guns against us again unless they actually have air instead of brains inside their heads. Shangguan Bingshui nodded indifferently and did not say anything else. She also did not pay attention to the people following them from afar again. In the past, they posed no danger at all, and now that they were low on ammunition, that already non-existent danger had diminished even more if that was even possible. Suddenly, Bai Zeman sensed a slight danger as his passive skill danger sense activated. This danger was by no means deadly and barely noticeable, which meant that the incoming attack could only, at most, slightly injure him and nothing serious. On top of a 5-story building a kilometer up the street, a woman lay on the floor as she clung to her Barrett sniper. In the crosshairs of the lens, she watched as a young man and 2 young women defied hundreds of gunmen as if they were nothing. Even without attacking, all the troops were defeated by their presence alone and didn't even suffer a scratch in the process. What monsters! The woman whispered in lingering fear. She was a powerful soul evolver, her current level was 19, but her actual strength allowed her to kill higher level existences thanks to her 2 main skills. Even a first-order human could be injured by her as humans had weak physiques by nature. It's a shame since you ran into me though. The female sniper licked her lips and activated her 2 attack skills, mana reinforcement and ammo enhancement. Both were unclassified skills, but with her Barrett, who was even capable of piercing an armored jeep, her power was incredibly terrifying. Die, pretty boy. She smiled and pulled the trigger with confidence. Bang! A thunderous sound shook the night sky. The power of the shot had been such that the Barrett jerked ferociously as if it would break at any moment while the floor beneath the woman cracked slightly. Chapter 259, Massacre descends from the sky. Even amidst the sound of engines approaching from a distance and amidst the occasional gunfire as the gunman confronted Bai Zeman's group, the sniper's shot resounded in such a way that it was like thunder descending from the heavens in the middle of a starry, cloudless night. Bai Zeman's eyes flashed and his body moved first, before his mind sent the order. As if the survival instinct had already taken root deep inside him, he glanced out of the corner of his eye to his left and raised his hand to head height just a second before the bullet hit him. Bang! The sniper bullet, empowered by 2 skills that took its power to new heights, slammed into Bai Zeman's palm. More specifically, the bullet meant to take his life impacted on the rank 1 skullbreaker glove. Man, that hurts. Bai Zeman waved his left hand a couple of times as he grimaced at the sight of the clear white-colored mark on the bottom of the previously all-black glove. Even though the penetrating and deadly power of the bullet was denied, Bai Zeman actually felt the flesh on his hand seem to be squeezed by a pair of hard and firm pincers. If it wasn't for his high stamina, health, and strength, that attack would have definitely made him bleed. He turned his gaze to his left side and, as if his gaze traveled through a space-time tunnel, his cold stare met the panicked gaze of the female sniper several hundred meters distance away. The female sniper could not believe her eyes. A sniper's eyes were everything, but for the first time, she would not and could not believe what her eyes were showing her. She could understand if the enemy wasn't killed after receiving her strongest attack. But forget about dying. The mysterious young man caught the bullet with his hands as if he was catching a tennis ball. Just as she was going to prepare a second shot, she saw the silver-haired girl standing next to the terrifying young man suddenly raise her right hand and conjure up a 5-meter ice spear. The ice spear flew in her direction as the silver-haired young woman waved her hand gracefully. The sniper could not help but smile bitterly as she saw the spear about to pierce her head. Not only was that young man hard as a mountain, but that silver-haired girl next to him was incredibly lethal. Even the other young woman who had so far not attacked had a frighteningly powerful defensive skill. Where did these 3 monsters come from? The woman thought before the spear finally reached her head. However, just as she had already given up and prepared to accept the Reaper's embrace, the ice spear stopped an inch away right between her eyebrows. A bead of sweat slid down her face as her terrified eyes once again met the gaze of the 2 monsters nearly 1 kilometer away. Under her eyes filled with disbelief, the silver-haired girl said something to the mysterious young man before waving her hand. The ice spear that threatened her life exploded and turned into small ice fragments that fell to the floor slowly before melting. The female sniper looked down at her Barrett and sighed as she said, "Let's go home." She disassembled her weapon and carefully stowed it in a briefcase before calmly exiting the building. She understood what the young man in black armor and the beautiful silver-haired woman meant to transmit to her. The previous attack was a warning, and she had no doubt that she would die if she continued to be stubborn. She was only working for Kong Rong for profit anyway. But if her life was the price to pay, then she would rather not get involved in these matters. After finishing this and making a few arrangements, I would like that sniper to join us. Bai Zimin commented calmly as he continued to move forward. Our group currently only has Chen He as a professional sniper, the rest can only hit the target at a maximum of 500 meters far away since they only started training a few weeks ago. It would be good if that sniper joins us later. Shang Guanbing Shui agreed with what he said. You two are really... Nangong Lingzhen forced a smile as she said, the battle isn't even over but you're already thinking of recruiting enemies. Shang Guanbing Shui looked at her and said indifferently, what do you mean? Didn't we tell you before that this battle was already over before it started? Nangong Lingzhen sighed and shook her head. Sometimes it was hard to tell if the two people beside her were incredibly arrogant or if their words really came from their self-confidence. More are coming. Bai Zimin pointed ahead. A truck was approaching with several menacing-looking armed men, although it's a pity, we'd better hurry up a bit. Otherwise there will be no end to this. After saying that, he pointed forward and the blazing ring on his index finger momentarily glowed before a large crimson flame burst forward. The flames coalesced to form a beast hundreds of feet long and roared as if it were an enraged dragon. Under the frightened eyes of the armed men boarding the cargo truck, the flames engulfed the vehicle next to them inside. Boom! The truck exploded noisily. Pieces of broken metal flew skyward before falling to the ground once again as they left a trail of crimson fire wherever they passed like meteors falling from outer space into the Earth's atmosphere. Everyone inside them died even before they could let out a single cry of pain. While mankind needs brave men, sometimes sacrifices are necessary. Bai Zimin thought aloud. Seeing the miserable fate of the more than 30 men in the truck, the other men inside several other vehicles who were preparing to attack hesitated. Many of them were unwilling to face such terrifying monsters. Forget it. A police officer with some power sighed and his eyes glittered with weariness as he said, just let the soul evolvers take them on. What's the point of continuing to go when we'll just become meaningless cannon fodder anyway? Soon, this message was transmitted over the radio to all the officers. Bai Zimin's group stopped receiving assaults from armed men. Before I and my brother left the base, the number of grenades they had in arsenal was less than 50. Nangong Lingzhen pointed out as she looked at the large village in the near distance. Probably during the previous week those 50 grenades were used to deal with mutated beasts with high defense or to open the path to a village so they could take the supplies inside. Even if they had grenades they would only serve to increase the deaths on their side. Bai Zimin said coldly as he carefully rubbed the rejection ring on the middle finger of his left hand. If he had activated the special attached skill of this magic grade treasure, everything would have been faster and easier. However, many would have died in the process and this was what Bai Zimin and Shang Guanbing Shui wanted to avoid. Killing was easy, but both were aware that the biggest enemy was not the humans, it was the different races that were rising to power. To fight against the zombies, the wild beasts, and against the goblins, humanity needed to unite if it did not want to be annihilated. Of course, such a thing was incredibly difficult since humans were stubborn, greedy, and proud. Generally, no one was willing to be beneath anyone unless they really had no other choice. And for that, their lives would have to be on the line. That was precisely why Bai Zimin and the others knew that they would have to fight against their own race if they wanted to dominate. Because a soft confrontation would only lead to more harm than good. Considering this is a big city, I know it's normal for the accommodations to be better but... Bai Zimin looked at the extremely luxurious villa in front of him and sighed, this dude with the surname Kong sure lives the life. This villa is at least 3 times more luxurious than mine even from the outside. What's the use of having luxuries if you can't protect them? Shang Guanbing Shui scoffed and took a step forward. She drew her sword from the scabbard attached to her waist and with expert movements slashed several times. Bang! The courtyard gate that was made of steel was cut into hundreds of pieces before falling to the ground and raising a heavy cloud of dust. Before the dust cloud was completely accentuated, Shang Guanbingshue's face changed slightly and she jumped back while staring straight ahead. Swoosh! 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 Ice arrows, bolts of lightning, earth pikes, ice pikes, wind blades, and other types of elemental attacks rained down from the courtyard of Kong Rong's villa towards the group of three. But that was not all. A soul evolver stepped forward and began muttering some strange words. 10 magic circles appeared before the soul evolver. The 10 magic circles lit up and 10 beasts appeared. There were grizzly bears, there were white wolves, there were bulls, there was even a 6-foot eagle. Roar! The summoned beasts howled at the sky before rushing forward. Nangong Lingzhen's face turned as pale as a sheet. Although her energy barrier skill theoretically allowed her to parry any attack as long as she had enough mana, the problem was precisely that she didn't have that much mana to do something like that. Stopping dozens of elemental attacks along with several summoned beasts was something that was far beyond what the current Nangong Lingzhen could do. Even Shang Guanbingshue's face changed slightly. However, she remained calm and raised several ice walls, one after another, in a matter of seconds. Bang! 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 The elemental attacks hit the ice walls that Shang Guanbingshue had created. The first walls were shattered quite easily as she had crafted them in a hurry to buy some time. However, after losing about 6 lines of defense, the walls behind them suddenly became too hard and the elemental attacks began to have trouble continuing forward. The faces of the soul evolvers in charge of protecting Kong Rong's villa turned ugly as their attacks were stopped by a single person. In the past, whenever they work as a team, no matter whether it was soul evolver, wild beast, or an army of armed men, everything collapsed. Continue attacking. I don't think that mage can hold off mana consumption for a long time. After shouts filled with shame and anger, another round of elemental attacks was conjured by the mages and flew out. The speed of the elemental attacks was much faster than the charging speed of the 10 summoned beasts, so even before the summoned beasts arrived in front of the ice walls, the second round of elemental attacks was crashing into the ice defense. Soon, the 10 summoned beasts arrived before the ice walls and began to attack. Some slashed with their claws, others simply crashed hard against the thick ice, while others began to leap over the courtyard walls to go around the walls blocking the entrance to reach those who were being protected behind. However, all these people were incredibly mistaken. Because even though there were 1 or 2 first-order soul evolvers among the enemy mages and Shang Guanbingshue was also just a first-order existence like them, the difference between the soul power of the two sides was simply too great. Not only was the soul power within Shang Guanbingshue's soul significantly greater, but it was also much purer, brighter, and thicker. This was because she, unlike those who leveled up by fighting against enemies of equal or lower levels, she had been fighting and defeating first-order existences even when she was still an unclassified existence. Hence, Shang Guanbingshue's mana was not only a few times higher than that of the enemy mages. Even if one did not take into account that the enemies were only first-order existences whose jobs were normal and Shang Guanbingshue was a first-order existence with a unique job, just the difference in the quality and quantity of soul power was enough to seal the fate of the enemies. After spending around 100 mana points to build roughly 20 thick ice walls, Shang Guanbingshue's gaze grew cold and she held onto her sword tightly. Bai Zimin stood calmly, his expression unchanged. He looked up at the sky and noticed the summoned eagle flying in his direction. Ignoring the eagle, he looked at Shang Guanbingshue and said calmly, "If you want then just go. There is no need to hold back against them." This was all she needed to hear. She activated her movement skill and jumped a dozen meters into the air. A massacre descended from the sky. Chapter 260, Overwhelming Shang Guanbingshue. As Shang Guanbingshue rose into the sky like a graceful butterfly, Bai Zimin turned his attention back to the eagle. The eagle was really big, about 2 meters tall, and with a wingspan of approximately 6 meters. The beast had 2 legs covered by what appeared to be a metal coating as they glistened in the moonlight, and its approximately half-meter beak seemed to have the ability to pierce through everything. However, the most striking thing about the monster would be its eyes. The eagle's eyes were bright golden and seemed to have a certain level of intelligence. Bai Zimin did not know how summoning worked, as he himself did not possess a similar skill. However, in his group, there were at least 3 people with skills that allowed them to summon beasts using mana as a catalyst to keep them in this world. Luoning was one of those people, and thanks to her, he had some knowledge about these kinds of beasts, even if it wasn't too much. While summoners were powerful, this was only so because of their summoned beasts. Without them, these mages were nothing worth mentioning, as their strength, stamina, agility, and health stats were generally not too high. After all, as summoners, the most important stats for them were magic and mana. Of course, reaching a summoner was not an easy task, as they usually always kept a beast close to them to prevent surprise attacks. However, these summoners had a fatal weakness. Scree! The eagle screeched ominously and swooped downward in a dive. With its talons wide open as if to catch its prey, its golden eyes flashed coldly as it glared at Bai Zimin. Bai Zimin secretly smirked. He raised both arms with his hands stretched forward and met the summoned monster's attack head-on. Bang! The ground beneath Bai Zimin cracked and Nangang Lingzhen was forced back 2 steps due to the shockwave. However, when she looked forward, she saw that Bai Zimin had not even moved from his place, and while his hair fluttered as a result of the wind, a casual and indifferent smile adorned his face. Not bad. That attack from before was really wonderful. Bai Zimin praised the eagle, which confused Nangang Lingzhen. By using the falling strength and speed of your summoned beast, the power behind the impact improved by at least 5 times. How about joining me? I assure you that you won't lose your privileges once I control this entire base. The eagle's eyes flashed with fear. The beast seemed to receive some sort of command as it hastily flapped its wings and tried to retreat. However, Bai Zimin's hands were like 2 hooks that were unwilling to let it go, as no matter how much it flapped, the beast failed to fly into the sky. The eagle's eyes flashed viciously, and noticing that it could not fly away, it suddenly swung its white head forward and pecked straight ahead with all its might, with the intention of turning its enemy's head into meat pulp. What a pity! Bai Zimin sighed. His eyes flashed coldly, and in a swift movement, he released one of the beast's claws and turned his body 360 degrees as he leaned slightly to the side. The wind whistled past his face, and as he completed his turn, pointed his elbow outward. His armor was replete with thorns in the areas that could be used to attack, and the elbow area naturally had a rather sharp and large one. The eagle did not even react when Bai Zimin's elbow struck it on the side of the neck. The beast opened its eyes wide and let out a pain-filled cry. Red blood and once white feathers fell to the ground. Just then, Bai Zimin forcefully pulled one of the eagle's legs towards him as he jumped forward with his knee up. Bang! Critical hit. The thorn of the knee together with Bai Zimin's full strength impacted hard against the eagle's chest. After a second pain-filled cry, the beast fell to the ground in a pool of blood before disappearing from this world forever. Inside the courtyard, the summoner who was being protected by a red-colored tiger suddenly opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. The brightness in his eyes weakened, and 2 summoned beasts attacking the ice walls were forcibly withdrawn from the battle. As a summoner, the mage could focus his senses on a beast and see or hear what that beast saw or heard. In short, this mage heard Bai Zimin's invitation, but instead of retreating, he attacked him, which led to the immediate destruction of the eagle. If the above was an advantage, then one of the summoner's greatest disadvantages was that if one of their beasts was abruptly destroyed before the summoner severed the connection between the 2, then he or she would also receive a huge backlash. Damn it! That summoner cursed with lingering fear. Chuan Yang! Call your summoned beasts back! An anxiety-filled shout brought the summoner back to reality. When Chuan Yang looked ahead, his face turned as pale as a sheet. Without knowing when, a beautiful immortal fairy-like woman had appeared inside the villa courtyard and was currently fighting against the soul evolvers controlled by Kong Rong. The problem was that rather than calling this kind of confrontation a fight, perhaps it would be more correct to call it a one-sided massacre. Previously there were about 20 soul evolvers. However, in a few seconds, 5 of them had already been killed. The villa where Kong Rong resided was really big and its courtyard even bigger. Shangguan Bingshui moved nimbly all over the place, facing off against more than a dozen enemies with active skills with no sign of fear on her face. You should know that fighting soul evolvers was more dangerous than fighting mutated beasts. After all, the soul evolvers not only possessed active skills but also had their intelligence intact. Just as Chuan Yang ordered his summoned beasts to stop attacking the ice walls and return, an ice arrow soared through the sky from a strange angle and pierced into his head. The summoned beasts roared and a magic circle appeared under each one, being removed from this world as they lost the magic and mana support of the summoner. A man roared loudly and transformed into a werewolf over 6 feet tall. His muscles swelled to the point where his clothes could no longer contain them, breaking into pieces. With bloodshot eyes, the man who activated his first order werewolf transformation skill jumped high into the sky, rising over 10 meters in an instant. Taking advantage of the force of the Earth's gravity, the man slashed downward ferociously toward Shangguan Bingshui's head. Shangguan Bingshui's gaze grew cold. She pointed forward and the earth bracelet on her wrist glowed for a moment as she created an ice wall behind her, successfully stopping several elemental attacks. A brown magic circle appeared on the ground and an instant later, a thick earth spike shot more than 2 meters high. The transformed man's expression did not change and he continued his attack. Bang! When the claw collided against the earth spike, the power of impact destroyed Shangguan Bingshui's attack. However, the man's right hand was also not unscathed as a 5-inch bloody hole appeared from which dark blood was constantly flowing out. The man, enraged by the pain he was feeling, stomped the ground and dashed forward at full speed. His agility after activating his werewolf transformation skill exceeded that of 15 humans before the apocalypse, so one could imagine how fast he was when he moved. Shangguan Bingshui activated Ice Maker, which was currently a first-order max-level skill, and formed a huge ice shield on the left side of her body. Bang! The transformed man's kick slammed into the ice shield and cracks began to spread all over it. However, before the man could feel pleased, he saw the silhouette of the woman in front of him suddenly become blurry for a moment. The next thing he saw was a flash of sharp light and then he felt a slight pain in his neck. Instantly followed, a red line appeared on his neck and blood slowly began to pour out. The brightness in the man's eyes dimmed, and a second later his head fell to the ground with a thud as it rolled several times before stopping. You have received the soul power of First Order Yin Kun level 25. Agility plus 23, Magic plus 10, Mana plus 10. Shangguan Bingshui's eyes flashed with a hint of joy. She had already received a total of 61 stat points after killing all these soul evolvers. She was about to continue her massacre when she realized that the attacks on her had stopped. No. Even Lord Yin Kun was killed. How can this be possible? So easily. Among the soul evolvers under Kong Rong's command, there were weak and strong. Those who were weak barely reached level 5 and the stronger ones like Wang Zedong already had the ability to crush a heavily armed troop. The man who had just been killed by Shangguan Bingshui in 2 moves was Yin Kun, and he was one of the 5 most powerful soul evolvers that Kong Rong controlled. He was also the second most powerful person present, so all the soul evolvers despaired. The 14 or so survivors together did not have much confidence in defeating Yin Kun. This was because the agility of Yin Kun transformed into a werewolf had reached the point where he could dodge most of the attacks while slowly killing them. Therefore, seeing how the silver-haired woman had killed Yin Kun with her blue sword in a single slash and how she was so fast that even he failed to react, they knew immediately that they would not be able to defeat her and would only be throwing themselves to their deaths if they continued like this. Chief Kong. Please get Lord Shan to move. The soul evolvers looked towards the front door of the villa where two people were standing and began to shout anxiously as they kept their guard up against the dangerous woman before them. At this point, Kong Rong's face was incredibly ugly and all the fat on his body was shaking non-stop. He looked like a large meatball about to explode in anger as he looked at the scene before him. A third of the soul evolvers protecting his village had already been killed and the armed troops he was proud of were destroyed without them being able to do anything. In fact, Kong Rong did not know that most of his men did not dare to fight against Bai Zimin's group after seeing how overwhelmingly strong they were. Otherwise, Kong Rong might have spat blood and died on the spot. Shan Li. Is this what you were going to report to me? Kong Rong asked calmly. However, the trembling of his body and the fire burning in his sunken eyes exposed that it was the calm before the storm. Shan Li didn't know whether to laugh or cry as he nodded, indeed. I sent that assassin woman to take care of the job. I thought that if she succeeded, then we would be getting rid of a future headache, and if she failed, then we would also be getting rid of a headache by eliminating a nuisance variant like her. But I didn't expect. Hi. Shan Li sighed. But he didn't look frightened in the least as he watched the scene before him. In fact, his eyes had a playful gleam in them and he licked his lips as he looked at Shangguan Bingshuet. She seemed to exude a strange aura brimming with a charm that shook his male hormones to the max, extremely strange but real. Kong Rong took a deep breath and forcibly calmed down. Seeing that Shan Li was not nervous, his nerves also disappeared. After all, his strongest fighter was by his side. Chapter 261, Bai Zimin's Fifth Skill, Part 1. When the enemy soul evolvers suddenly lost all will to fight against her, Shangguan Bingshuet sneered. She waved her hand gently and the several ice walls erected by her at the entrance to the villa courtyard collapsed in an instant. Bai Zimin and Nangang Lingzhen walked into the courtyard with leisurely steps and stopped beside Shangguan Bingshuet amidst the pools of blood formed from the blood of those who were killed before by the Ice Princess. Nangang Lingzhen looked at the surroundings, and although she already expected something similar, she couldn't help but be taken aback. She even saw the head of a powerful soul evolver on the ground. After all, Nangang Lingzhen had been part of this group in the past, so she easily recognized Yin Kun. Nangang Lingzhen. Two surprised voices sounded at the same time. Shan Li and Kong Rong seemed to forget the existence of Shangguan Bingshuet, who had just overwhelmed an entire group of soul evolvers, and they completely ignored Bai Zimin. The two men's gaze was instantly fixed on Nangang Lingzhen from the first moment she appeared within their line of sight. It's been a week since we last saw each other, Kong Rong, Shan Li. Nangang Lingzhen smiled elegantly and looked at the two men in front of her calmly. If Bai Zimin and Shangguan Bingshuet did not know the history between the two parties, they might even have thought that this was a group of three friends meeting after a long time without seeing each other. Of course, although Nangang Lingzhen's reaction was seemingly casual, the same could not be said for the other two. Bitch! Kong Rong burst out in fury as he pointed toward her nose and cursed loudly. After I gave you and your family a place to live inside the walls of my camp, this is how you pay me back. You treacherous f***ing whore. Nangang Lingzhen's expression grew cold. In the past she had never been treated in such a manner, and from the moment she became a powerful soul evolver her pride towards her existence naturally increased. Even powerful people beyond all sense like Shangguan Bingshuet and Bai Zimin treated her with due respect. How could she tolerate a fat useless man talking to her like that? Treacherous? Me? Don't make me laugh. Watch your words, you ungrateful pig. Do you forget all the contributions my brother and I have made to this corruption-ridden base? Nangang Lingzhen sneered, the anger in her voice obvious to anyone who would listen. But not only did you not thank us, you even let that good-for-nothing of your good son try to force himself on me with a bunch of scumbags. If it wasn't for my brother, do you know what situation I would be in? Who is the treacherous one here? I think we are all clear. My son. Right, where is my son Kong Hong? Kong Rong seemed to realize something and suddenly became livid. He ignored most of Nangang Lingzhen's words, dismissing them as nothing but air. Nangang Lingzin! Don't you dare lie to me, or otherwise. Otherwise, what? Nangang Lingzin interrupted coldly. Her lips curved upward slightly and she said in a sarcastic tone, "Will you order your armed troops to attack me? Or maybe you'll have your evolved dogs attack me as a group. Why don't you give it a try then? This time I'm not alone and take my brother's place to see your head roll on the ground tonight." Nangang Lingzin would never forget how she was almost raped in the past and how her father was fatally wounded as she and her family fled south. If not for her brother and Bai Zemin's group, she and her only 2 family members would have met an extremely miserable fate because of Kong Hong. However, the main culprit of it all was undoubtedly Kong Rong for allowing such things to happen. If there was one person Nangang Lingzin could never forgive, no matter what, it was the man in front of her. Kong Rong's eyes widened and he bellowed, "Didn't you hear my question? I asked you where my son is. Answer me or I'll be sure to break your legs and throw you on the streets of the west side of the base for the lowest hobos to turn you into the lowest bitch." If it were in the past, Nangang Lingzin might have been frightened by such a threat. After all, although Kong Rong didn't have any real power, he was a very smart person and with different tactics managed to control several soul evolvers without losing control over the firearms and cops subordinate to him before the apocalypse. However, things were very different now. But just as she was about to say something, another person interrupted. "Hey, pig! Are the beds in your villa comfortable?" Kong Rong was taken aback as the sudden intermission was too abrupt. For a moment he didn't know what to say and looked in white at the young man wearing black armor and a huge sword behind his back. Why did he want to know if the beds in his villa were comfortable? "Who are you?" Kong Rong asked with a grim face. He would temporarily put the matter of Nangang Lingzin aside and deal with the 2 strangers. He would have plenty of time to make that woman pay for what she did. Bai Zemin frowned slightly and activated second-order blood manipulation silently. Cough. Kong Rong's face turned pale and he clutched his chest tightly as he was forced to cough out a mouthful of fresh blood. The pain he felt sent him back a few steps and had it not been for Shan Li hurriedly supporting him he would have fallen straight to the ground. "You've been acting as if you're the king of the world and to be honest you've already become a pest." Bai Zemin said coldly and ordered indifferently, "Now you only have 2 choices. Give up and die quickly or continue fighting, which as a consequence will give you such a gruesome death that you can't even imagine. Choose." It had already been over a month since the soul record changed the earth forever. From day 1, Bai Zemin had been high in power and had gradually grown accustomed to speaking in an imposing tone of voice when he wanted something. The current him was a world away from that normal college student and could easily be compared to people with great power before the apocalypse as far as noble aura was concerned. The only reason he had not killed Kong Rong was because if he could get him to surrender, it would be easier for Bai Zemin to take control of the armed troops he controlled. However, his patience was running out after listening to Kong Rong's arrogance and insults. In fact, Shang Guanbing Shui did not even say a word and did not even look at them. She looked up at the night sky and seemed disdainful of looking at, let alone talking to, the 2 men in front of her. "Chief." Just as Kong Rong was about to fly into a fit of rage, Shan Li's voice sounded beside him in a whisper, "I think that silver-haired woman is not the leader, on the other hand, that young man. I even feel danger when my eyes meet his." Shan Li was a powerful soul evolver of level 35, quite close to Shang Guanbing Shui's level. In the past, he and his family were saved by Kong Rong, which led him to obey and protect him as thanks for this deed. Shan Li was not only powerful, but he was also quite intelligent. But the problem was that when he looked at the young man with black armor and a big red sword behind his back, Shan Li felt that his probability of victory did not necessarily exceed 50% since just now he could not even see how Bai Zemin attacked Kong Rong even though he was by his side and everything was happening before his eyes. Hearing this, Kong Rong's face turned even paler and disbelief flashed in his eyes. He was aware of how powerful Shan Li was, so hearing that even he had no confidence in defeating the young man in front of them, the surprise Kong Rong felt could be imagined. As for you, Bai Zimin looked at Shan Li and shook his head, even though you are strong, you will have to die. It was you who sent Evangeline to attack us today, wasn't it? Although Shan Li was stronger than Evangeline, Bai Zimin knew that the beautiful assassin with mixed blood would definitely not forgive him after knowing that she was tricked and almost killed by the other side's schemes. From Bai Zimin's point of view, Shan Li might be more powerful, but his value was far less than Evangeline's in his eyes. This was because Evangeline would soon be following him wholeheartedly, but getting Shan Li to follow him without further thoughts would be more difficult than ascending to the heavens, since he seemed to be quite close to Kong Rong. Therefore, although it was a shame, Bai Zimin's murderous intent towards Shan Li only grew more and more. A powerful soul evolver like Shan Li could cause a huge commotion if Bai Zimin allowed him to escape today. Lord Shan! Let's fight them together! That's right! With you here, I refuse to believe that these three people can cause any more troubles. Two soul evolvers stepped forward, a man and a woman. In the past, the two of them had seen Shan Li make a first-order beast kneel down as if it was waiting to be sacrificed for him. Although the silver-haired woman had left a great impression on their minds, to them Shan Li was a supreme existence that had helped them evolve. Noisy. Bai Zimin looked coldly at the two who spoke. The man and woman froze in their tracks. Bang! Bang! Before the two soul evolvers could say a single word, their bodies swelled rapidly before exploding. Warm blood splattered everywhere and flesh along with incomplete limbs flew through the air before falling to the grass and dyeing its color to red. When I gain control of this base, you will be able to work for me. Those who oppose me or who dare to raise their hands against me will be mercilessly executed. Bai Zimin's cold voice was brimming with domineering attitude, and the expression of the 12 soul evolvers froze. None of them doubted what the young man was saying, as previously they did not even see nor could they comprehend how their two comrades suddenly exploded into a bloody mess. The armed men watching from afar also did not dare to do anything, even though Kong Rong was cornered. Most of them were just survivors who had recently been recruited into the armed forces, and the reason they were fighting was so that they could live a better life. Why would they be willing to sacrifice themselves for someone else? Not to mention that most of them had never even seen Kong Rong once in their lives, as they only received orders through an intermediary. Shan Li's face became serious and he took a step forward as he said, although we had a dispute with Nangong Lingzhen and her brother in the past, that has nothing to do with you. As for the matter of tonight's assassination, I apologize for that. Why don't you join us? I know you are strong, but I am strong too. If we both fight, who lives and who dies is not clear. Why don't we put the problems of the past behind us and focus on a better tomorrow? With you and me being the core, the power of the general base will increase tremendously, and we can all live better lives as well as secure a better future for ourselves. Chapter 262, Bai Zimin's Fifth Skill, Part 2. Hearing Shan Li's words, the soul evolvers under Kong Rong's control were very surprised. Usually, Shan Li was quiet but very proud of himself, and except for Kong Rong, to whom he had an unpaid life debt, he was not willing to lower his head to anyone. He even did not give a good face to the strongest soul evolver under Li Yuan, the other leader of the North Camp. However, that same Shan Li was now trying not to fight against the young man in front of him, a young man who was clearly barely 20 years old. What did this mean? The soul evolvers and Kong Rong realized that things were much more complicated than they thought. Although they had somewhat expected it when they saw how a single glance from the young man in black armor was enough to make the bodies of two soul evolvers explode into a bloody mess, only now did they realize that their lives were in real danger. At this point, the 12 soul evolvers did not dare to offend the group of 3 people in front of them easily and obediently backed off. After all, the black-armored youth had already told them that they could all live and work for him without losing their privileges in the future as long as they did not become his enemy. Even a small squad of 10 other soul evolvers who had just arrived at the battle zone did not stupidly jump into combat after seeing the situation inside the courtyard. Kong Rong naturally noticed the change in the attitude of those who were usually willing to do practically anything to please him, and his face sank. However, there was nothing he could do about it at this point. Because he was just an ordinary person with no real power. Shang Guanbing Shui gave Shan Li a sidelong glance and her eyes flashed with a hint of disdain. This man clearly didn't know Bai Zemin's personality, or otherwise he wouldn't be wasting his breath saying such meaningless words. Indeed. Bai Zemin shook his head and took a step forward as he said indifferently, "As I said before, today you have to die, and since I decided to kill you, then naturally you will die." Shan Li narrowed his eyes and a hint of coldness flashed in his gaze. "Although you are strong, you are too arrogant. That arrogance might be the reason for your downfall today." After saying these words, Shan Li took a step forward and the murderous intent exuding from his body began to increase. The faces of some of the nearby soul evolvers turned pale and they quickly stepped back as they looked at him in fear. Murderous intent in light novels might seem like a fantasy, a false lie. However, those who had killed a certain number of living beings actually possessed such an aura. The so-called murderous intent was actually the danger in the form of pressure that an individual could impose on others. However, the murderous intent only worked on those who posed a lesser danger than the one who released such pressure. Bai Zemin's expression remained unchanged. He emulated Shan Li and took a step forward. His dark eyes stretched into a slit as he released all the pressure in his body boosted by his own mana. Bang! The surrounding wind seemed to burst outward like an air bullet and Shang Guanbing Shui and Nangong Lingzhen were forced back with slightly pale faces. The soul evolvers and Shan Li looked at the seemingly invisible but faintly scarlet glowing aura surrounding the black armored youth and their expressions turned quite ugly, especially Shan Li's expression. It was as if he had accidentally eaten a live fly. "To you, maybe I'm being arrogant." Bai Zemin spoke as he took another step forward. His voice was chilling to the point where comparing him to a demon from the legendary hell would not be an exaggeration. "However, there is a woman who knows me better than anyone else since this world went to shit who always thinks that I underestimate myself too much." Shan Li began to feel the pressure on his body increase for every step Bai Zemin took forward. Instead of wondering what he meant by what he said, what Shan Li was wondering in alarm was how many living beings this young man had killed. In fact, the number of living beings that Shan Li and Bai Zemin was similar. At least that was until Bai Zemin made over 100,000 mutated spiders explode into a blood mist in the forest before fighting the second-order archaic bear. As for Shang Guanbing Shui, she knew by instinct that the person Bai Zemin was talking about was Lily. After all, everyone knew that the two of them were incredibly close. Perhaps, the reason I underestimate myself is because I am comparing myself to other unknown existences. Bai Zemin continued walking and only stopped when he came face to face with Shan Li. Their heights were quite similar, so their eyes were practically aligned. "However, if I compare myself to you, then you are like a naive and innocent child who stupidly thinks he can defeat an experienced adult." Completely nonsense. Shan Li narrowed his eyes and said coldly, "If you hadn't approached me. If you had prevented me from approaching you, then maybe you could have a 50% probability of victory. However, now that you are in front of me, you can only die." After saying this, Shan Li's eyes opened abruptly and a pale grey rune that was deeply engraved in his soul flashed as he activated his skill. Bang! Rumble! The ground sank heavily downwards and the concrete seemed to take a huge hit as it exploded into hundreds of small fragments that were soon turned into dust. Bai Zemin's body also sank heavily downward and the weight of his equipment suddenly seemed to abruptly increase several levels. In fact, his back began to curve slightly due to the weight of the great sword behind him and he seemed to be making a great effort to stand on his feet. "Oh!" Shan Li raised an eyebrow in surprise. His lips curved slightly and his arrogant voice echoed throughout, "I'm surprised that you can still stand even after being affected by my gravity manipulation skill. Well, although I bet at this point you can't even speak let alone move, ha ha ha." Shang Guanbing Shui's expression darkened slightly as she observed from afar. Even from a distance of over 20 meters, she could feel the dreadful pressure in that part of the atmosphere. She knew that even she might be forced to kneel down as her strength stat was not particularly high at the moment. Nangang Lingzhen was also anxious. Although she had already told Bai Zemin about Shan Li's skill, even though she had confidence in the strength of the young man she had known for only a couple of days, the situation didn't seem to look good for him. Shan Li, kill him! Kong Rong ordered viciously and hatefully from a distance. Kill him and capture those two bitches alive. I'll make sure they spit out everything they know before I make them regret being born. Seeing that the black-armored youth did not respond to his words and hearing Kong Rong's voice filled with urgency behind him, Shan Li silently pulled out a sharp dagger from his belt. We could have made a great team together, but as I said, your arrogance will one day be the reason for your downfall. Shan Li raised his dagger, crafted from the bones of a first-order beast, and as he looked at Bai Zemin, he lamented, "Unfortunately for you, that day came sooner than expected." Then, he simply slashed downward with the intention of piercing the young man's brain in front of him. The stab seemed to be just a normal stab, however, the speed at which Shan Li's hand moved was similar to lightning. Swoosh! Just when most believed that the battle was over before it even began, Bai Zemin raised his left hand and caught Shan Li's wrist in mid-swing. The tip of the dagger flashed in the reflection of the moonlight, releasing a horrifying glow just inches from his head. What? Shan Li was shocked and shouted out loud, "You can still move? Impossible! Impossible!" The cold voice with a tinge of ridicule echoed throughout the courtyard. Bai Zemin slowly raised his face and his eyes, which were so far being covered by part of his hair, met Shan Li's. "Not only can I move, I can also do this." Before Shan Li could react, Bai Zemin swung his right fist at lightning speed taking advantage of the enemy's shock, and punched him fiercely under the chin. Bang! Shan Li's body was sent flying into the sky, flying a dozen meters high in a second. Lord Shan! Shan Li! The Soul Evolvers and Kong Rong were startled when they witnessed this. That previous strike had resounded everywhere, and even if Shan Li was still alive he would definitely not be intact, which would diminish his combat ability greatly. Shang Guanbing Shui's expression returned to normal as if nothing had happened and she nodded to herself. Nangang Lingzhen unconsciously let out a sigh of relief and patted her generous breasts lightly. She had been on the verge of cardiac arrest before. Bai Zemin, now relieved of the immense pressure he felt earlier, looked up to the sky and activated blood manipulation. Swoosh! 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 The blood of the soul evolvers killed earlier suddenly glowed with a faint bright scarlet radiance. Like self-conscious snakes, the blood split into several parts and flew into the sky at full speed, hardening more and more and reaching Shan Li in just an instant. In pain, Shan Li opened his eyes as wide as he could only to feel a dozen of blood chains wrapping around his body and limbs as they held him afloat in mid-air. His mind went blank for a moment due to the previous punch and he felt as if his brain had been smashed by a huge hammer. Shan Li didn't know how such a thing was happening. With his gravity manipulation skill increasing gravity inside a certain range by a total of 28 times, the black-armored youth should not be able to move. He shouldn't be able to move unless... Shan Li looked down and his gaze met the black-armored youth's as he said, "Bastard! Your strength stat is over 300 points." Bai Zemin moved his shoulders back slightly and made his bones creak. In fact, Bai Zemin's strength was considerably close to 400 points. It was precisely for this reason that he managed to resist the pressure of the skill gravity manipulation, which caused the weight on him to increase by a total of 28 times, and which as a consequence required 280 strength points to fight against such an abrupt increase. The reason why Shan Li had not died after being hit in the head by Bai Zemin's fist was because although the latter's strength stat had not dropped, 280 of his 359 were being used to withstand the gravitational increase. In fact, had it not been for the physical attack power of his Skullbreaker glove, Shan Li would not have been sent flying so high. After all, Bai Zemin's fist contained less than 100 strength points. But all this was something no one needed to know. Bai Zimin naturally would not say such things in front of so many people as they were vital secrets for his own survival. Why not kill him yet? Nangang Lingzhen asked in a whisper. Shang Guanbing Shui also furrowed her eyebrows slightly and confusion flashed in her eyes as she shook her head slightly. Bai Zimin was just looking at Shan Li as if he was waiting for something instead of finishing it. This left her confused, so she could only wait and see. In any case, the winner was already clear for anyone to see. Chapter 263, Bai Zimin's Fifth Skill, Part 3 Last. While Shang Guanbing Shui and Nangang Lingzhen were confused about Bai Zimin's actions, Kong Rong felt as if he was a fish out of the sea and placed on a chopping block waiting to be slaughtered. With the clear defeat of Shan Li, his most trusted and powerful fighter, this man who had been in power for so long without remembering what it meant to fear for his life finally realized that he was not an all-powerful god capable of deciding on his fate. Before the apocalypse, as chief of the Tinyuan town police station, Kong Rong always lived a good life. His orders in the small town were basically imperial decree and there was no one who dared to go against him. When the apocalypse broke out and the world changed, Kong Rong's life did too. However, his base was not affected in the least, and from a certain point of view, he even became stronger. Making use of his intelligence and taking advantage of the fact that his only family was his son Kong Hong, Kong Rong mobilized his well-armed troops to clear a safe zone by himself. After securing a part of the North Camp and teaming up with the chief of the Linkai Town Police Station, Kong Rong's power was further stabilized. For him, the apocalypse was nothing but a blessing as although he was not extremely lustful like his son or Shan Li, he was still a man with desires, thus the fact that he could enjoy women who in the past would never pay attention to him was a great boost to his ego. Enjoying beautiful women without forcing them and offering good deals, deciding who lived and who died, having powerful soul evolvers under his rule even though he was just an ordinary human. All this was about to disappear before his own eyes. Worst of all, as he looked at the nearby soul evolvers and the armed troops stationed outside his village, he realized that no matter how many benefits he tried to use, this time he was truly alone. The soul evolvers and police officers who had been treated well by Kong Rong in the past lowered their heads in embarrassment when they met his anxious gaze. Although they were embarrassed, none of them dared to step forward. The benefits were good, sure. But one needed to live to enjoy such benefits, and unfortunately or not, no one could defeat the team of 3 young people in front of them. Even the strongest Shan Li had been easily defeated. Seconds passed and soon those seconds turned into minutes. But Bai Zimin still had not killed Shan Li. He hadn't attacked him again either, he simply kept him firmly locked with several blood chains floating a dozen meters in the sky. No one knew what he was thinking and those who believed he intended to torture or humiliate the arrogant Shan Li began to doubt that these were his true intentions. Of course, the real reason why Bai Zimin still allowed Shan Li to continue breathing and living in this world was not so simple. Torture? Humiliate? He wasn't interested in wasting time right now. Approximately 5 minutes later, Shan Li's mind finally cleared from the blow Bai Zimin inflicted on him, which had caused him quite a bit of internal damage and had shocked his brain, leaving him blank for several minutes. Break! The arrogant and embarrassed Shan Li shouted angrily. The mana inside his body began to boil fiercely and he didn't hold back in the slightest as he once again activated gravity manipulation on the blood chains that held him prisoner. Cracks began to spread across the blood chains, threatening to break at any moment as the gravity weighing down on them pulled them back to solid ground. However, Bai Zimin expended even more mana to keep them afloat, the only thing he did not do was reinforce the chains. Soon after, with no further support or supplies, the blood chains finally could not withstand the enormous gravity pressure on them and collapsed into small ruby-like fragments that fell from the sky. Bai Zimin narrowed his eyes and manipulated the blood so that it lost its hardness, allowing it to return to its natural liquid state. The reason he did this was that while the small fragments of broken blood chains were seemingly harmless, falling from a dozen meters high propelled by a gravity 28 times the Earth's natural gravity, those small fragments of blood chains were no longer so harmless. Oh! So that skill can also be used in this manner. Bai Zimin muttered in a low voice that no one could hear as he looked up. A faint smile formed on his face as he watched Shan Li's downward speed slow down considerably. You bastard! What the hell are you muttering? Shan Li seemed to have gone mad. When his feet once again made contact with solid ground, he reactivated gravity manipulation as his bloodshot eyes stared at the young man in front of him without a shred of apparent rationality. Just as Shan Li activated gravity manipulation, Bai Zimin noticed it as he sensed the movement of mana from the surroundings. Therefore, while thinking that he was really getting used to this new source of power called mana, Bai Zimin activated blood manipulation. Swoosh! Swoosh! The surrounding blood flowed and gathered in front of him. The liquid hardened faster than the human eye could grasp and a sturdy blood wall formed in front of Bai Zimin. Bang! Rumble! The ground sank once again and the blood wall began to crack at a fast pace. However, Shan Li's face did not show happiness. You bastard! Don't tell me you! Disbelief glittered in his eyes and he unconsciously stopped using his skill as he took a step back. Splash! Bai Zimin stopped providing mana to the blood wall, which caused it to collapse into its liquid state once again. He looked at Shan Li with a faint smile and calmly said, "Then your skill doesn't work unless you have within your range of vision the target you wish to affect. Also, it seems that the distance limit is around 15 meters. Am I wrong?" When he heard this, Shan Li finally began to feel a twinge of fear. Because he realized, to his horror, that the young man in front of him was studying him. More precisely, he was studying his gravity manipulation skill. The thought of fleeing flashed in his mind and he was about to execute it when the calm and indifferent voice of his enemy stopped him in his tracks. If I were you I wouldn't move from where you are standing right now. Shan Li felt something on his neck as he tried to take a step anteriorly. Or your head might accidentally fall off. Bai Zimin said with a smile as he narrowed his eyes. The wind whipped past the battlefield and the moonlight strangely reflected some objects that were extremely difficult to see with the naked eye, let alone in the middle of the night. Threads. Nangong Lingzhen was taken aback. All over the battlefield, there were at least 100 silk-thin threads that had been placed in different parts. Each soul evolver had one of these crimson thin threads around their necks and the rest of the threads surrounded the armed troops, and even though the threads were fewer, they were placed in such a way that if someone had the ability to move them with the mind, these threads would cut horizontally across the waist of all the armed men and cut them in two. Shang Guanbing Shui sighed and shook her head. She really had to admit that Bai Zimin was simply too smart, and even when faced with people clearly weaker than him he did not hesitate to prepare any countermeasures to ensure his own safety. Maybe he really can dominate all the country. For the first time, such a thought appeared in her mind and her eyes became a bit complex as she looked at his back. Although I am not as good as I would like, these threads were created by me using the blood of the killed ones. Bai Zimin calmly explained as one of the threads flew towards him and wrapped around his index finger. In Japan, there is a moth called Yumata japonica. This insect can produce an incredibly strong thread. These threads are based on that same insect. Only that its toughness was boosted by me to heights that even I cannot estimate at this point. You were doing all this in the middle of our fight. Shan Li looked at him dumbfounded, finally realizing that the 20-year-old in front of him was more cunning than the old government foxes he had seen in the past. Bai Zimin chuckled and said calmly, "It's just that you're too weak. That's why I had time to play around with my skill." He continued, "Your gravity manipulation skill not only allows you to affect a certain area or target within your line of sight within a certain range, but you can also apply it on yourself, right? I saw it while you were floating slowly from the sky earlier. Also, if I'm not mistaken, it's possible that since the gravity on you weakens a certain number of times, then your movement speed probably also becomes especially high, isn't it?" Shan Li's face turned as pale as a sheet and he finally realized something. From the very beginning he had no hope to win. From the beginning of the battle, the young man in front of him was just studying his skill and never took him seriously. Seeing your reaction, I guess I got it right. Bai Zimin smiled slightly and waved his hand casually. It was precisely for this theory that I prepared these threads. No matter where you run, you would run into at least one thread and I would only need to control it to cut you to pieces. Not bad, right? The soul evolvers were so scared that they almost peed their pants as they looked at Bai Zimin in terror. What kind of monster with human skin was this? Not only he was insanely strong, but he was also intelligent and seemed to be planning several steps ahead of his enemy. Why? Shan Li was unwilling. Bai Zimin thought for a moment before deciding to answer. Nangong Lingzhen told me about your skill before. From then on, I decided that your gravity manipulation skill would be my fifth external active skill. However, before killing you I needed to know how the skill worked and its limits. After all, I can only learn a single more external skill for now and the skill scroll probably won't explain in too much detail the use of the skill. I have to be cautious, don't you think? But this is enough. Your gravity manipulation skill will be my fifth and final active external skill. A couple of days ago, when Bai Zimin killed Wang Zedong and Dai Yun, these two strangely dropped two skill scrolls that looked very much like their own active ones. Then, an idea popped into Bai Zimin's mind and while he didn't know what the specific skills of these two people were, he decided to ask Lilith about it. The question he asked her at that time was, if a human evolves a skill from first order to second order and, by fate, is killed by another human, is it possible that they would always drop a skill scroll of the weakened version of the evolved skill? Lilith's answer at that time left him incredibly satisfied. Shan Li sighed and shook his head, causing the thin thread clinging to his neck to tighten and blood began to flow out. He seemed oblivious to this and looked at Kong Rong, who was kneeling on the ground, looking like someone defeated by life. Chief Kong, I'm sorry. But as you can see, this enemy is beyond my current capability. Kong Rong did not reply. He just looked at the ground as if he was stunned, like a lifeless ghost. Seeing this, Shan Li sighed again before looking at Bai Zimin with a sincere expression. Chief Kang's forces will probably fall into your hands tonight. I won't ask you to let me live, but I hope you can let my family go. Bai Zimin narrowed his eyes and the smile on his face turned slightly cold as he said, when you send assassins to kill people just for your insecurity, do you care about the family of these victims? Today, if it wasn't for my group having the strength to protect ourselves, an innocent 10-year-old girl could have died because of your selfishness. Do you think you have the right to ask for anything? Swoosh! 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 With a single thought, blood threads flew through the sky and several dozen of them surrounded Shan Li's body. Ugh! Shan Li's face contorted slightly as blood began to pour out all over his body as the blood threads were too thin and hard, so his skin and flesh were being cut at the contact. Chapter 264, Gravity Manipulation. After the skill blood manipulation evolved into second order, the formerly deep red rune became slightly lighter and gained some mysterious engravings. This rune, like all learned skills regardless of whether it was passive or active, represented what a skill could do and the information on how to use that skill was imprinted in the user's soul, allowing an existence to make use of that skill as if they had been training for a lifetime. The power of blood manipulation grew to twice the previous and Bai Zimin also acquired a lot of information, which caused the number and variations of attacks he could make using the skill to increase explosively. After acquiring a lot of knowledge, his control over the blood manipulation skill was significantly higher than in the past. Therefore, it was relatively simple for Bai Zimin to establish a safe perimeter. Swoosh! Swoosh! As the blood threads surrounding Shan Li tightened, blood wounds opened up on every inch of his skin and the clothes covering him began to slowly shred into pieces. Ugh! Ack! Shan Li tried to endure the pain, but after a couple of seconds, the pain of being cut into hundreds of pieces while he was still conscious was too much for anyone to bear silently. Bai Zimin showed no mercy. Surely you have committed many atrocities after gaining power. So I shall give you a death full of pain and regret," he declared as he held the thread around Shan Li's neck taut enough to hurt him but not enough to decapitate him. "Kill me! Kill me if you dare!" Shan Li could no longer resist such torture and all he desired was death. His skin was cut, his flesh ripped apart, and his muscles torn into thin pieces. The tendons in his body broke as the blood threads dug into his body and blood began to stain the courtyard floor. "You will die. You will definitely die." Bai Zimin nodded and focused his full attention, taking great care as he made the blood threads advance at millimeter speed. "However, you have to suffer first. You are not worthy of a quick death. Awakens. Who are you to judge? Damn, it hurts. Do you think you are God?" Amidst cries filled with heart-rending wailing, Shan Li looked at Bai Zimin with bloodshot eyes. At this point, he could no longer be considered a human as his body was completely dyed red. Flesh and blood were falling to the floor non-stop and his limbs were about to fall to the spot on the grass along with his waist practically cut into pieces. The pain Shan Li was experiencing was so great that he had passed out several times in the process before waking up again due to the pain. "No, I am not God." Bai Zimin shook his head and said calmly, "But I am stronger than you. Just as you decided who lived and who died before, now that someone stronger than you appeared, then naturally you should be prepared for that someone, namely me, to decide on your fate." Shan Li could not reply. He could only scream until his voice became hoarse and until his vocal strings practically broke. Shan Li's cries, filled with anguish, sounded like the wails of a ghost in gloom. The silence of the night was broken and all those who lived in the vicinity of Kong Rong's villa despaired in their own villas without daring to go out. Too cruel. Nangong Lingzhen could no longer look at Shan Li's miserable appearance anymore. She was a normal woman, after all. She didn't have a skill that made her practically immune to emotions like pity and sympathy towards others just in the same way as Bai Zimin. Unfortunately, although she could decide what to see and what not to see, the piercing screams of the man being cut to pieces was not something she could stop. Even after covering her ears, she could not stop the pain-filled voice from reaching her. Shang Guanbing Shui tolerated it for a few seconds. However, it soon became intolerable even for her. Unable to bear to see any more, she also turned her face away and as she listened to the thunderous screams, her blue eyes flashed with a complicated light. After a few more seconds, Shan Li's 4 limbs had fallen off his body and fell helplessly to the floor. His torso was practically torn apart and his internal organs fell to the earth one after another. The current him could no longer be considered a human anymore. Even if Bai Zimin left him like this he would definitely die soon, and the only reason he was still breathing was because he was a rather powerful soul evolver. "No more screaming," Bai Zimin muttered as he looked at the man in front of him with cold eyes. He had his own reasons for being this cruel to Shan Li. When they entered the courtyard, Bai Zimin noticed how Shan Li looked at Shang Guanbing Shui and Nangong Lingzhen with greed and naked desire. Such a man who looked at women as if they were objects definitely wasn't a good bird, and Bai Zimin had no doubt that he had abused the survivors of the base to satisfy his own vanity and lust. From his personal point of view, a person who took the lives of the innocent without a second thought and used those of the opposite sex as a toy did not deserve any mercy. Bai Zimin could be wrong, maybe his way of acting was not the right way, he was aware of this. But if I am wrong, if my actions are wrong, then I am willing to suffer the consequences if someone stronger than me appears someday. He muttered under his breath, talking to himself as if to affirm his own thoughts. After this, Bai Zimin looked at Shan Li, who had a blank look and didn't seem to be able to feel the pain, and said loudly, "Shan Li, don't worry. I will take care of your family personally." Shan Li, who seemed to have lost consciousness after feeling his body being cut into hundreds of pieces, suddenly gained self-consciousness again after hearing what Bai Zimin said. His eyes were filled with fury and he seemed to be about to say something, but Bai Zimin had no intention of listening to his empty threats or useless curses. Bai Zimin tightened his grip on the end of the blood thread in his hand and pulled it roughly. The blood thread, which was wrapped around Shan Li's neck, immediately tightened and the thin cord cut the throat and then the rest of the man's neck without any difficulty as if it were a pair of sharp scissors cutting white paper. Critical hit. You have received the soul power of First Order Shan Li level 35. You have received magic plus 19, mana plus 10. Shan Li's head made a thud as it hit the ground and rolled over twice before it stopped. The expression on his face, filled with fury, fear, and grief, had been immortalized forever as his life was lost in that instant. Bai Zimin walked slowly forward as the others looked at him with lingering fear and respect. No one dared to make the slightest sound. After reaching Shan Li's practically torn corpse, Bai Zimin seemed oblivious to the mess of blood and flesh as he crouched down. I see. Then that's the why I felt this part was harder to get through. Bai Zimin lighted up as he looked at the leather armor covering the torso of the corpse before him. This leather armor was made from the leather of a first-order beast, but its durability had fallen to critical levels after being tortured by Bai Zimin's blood threads. After all, Bai Zimin's blood creations were 20% more powerful than his other attacks thanks to his unique job Blood Berserker. Ignoring the armor that was definitely not worth the effort of repairing, he picked up some pieces of equipment belonging to the Soul Record System and temporarily stored them in his waist pouch for inspection later. Only one item remained in his hands, a scroll. Gravity Manipulation, First Order Active Skill, Level 5. By learning this skill, the user gains the ability to control gravity 10 meters around. The increase or decrease of gravitational force is based on the laws of the world where the user is and the user's mana and magic, where 10 mana and 10 magic are the equivalents of increasing or decreasing gravity x1. The current limit is 15 times gravity. It consumes 5 mana points to activate and 1 mana point every 10 seconds to maintain the skill. The information on the scroll containing the skill Gravity Manipulation was quite similar to what Bai Zimin expected to find. Basically, the effect and its range as well as the amount of consumption and how it worked. However, that was all. Fortunately, Bai Zimin already had a good foundation on how to use the gravity manipulation skill thanks to spending time studying Shan Li and analyzing the details and uses that the scroll did not state by default. Furthermore, another thing that left Bai Zimin incredibly satisfied was the fact that the gravity manipulation skill was not exclusively tied to planet Earth. If this was the case, then he might have to give up learning this active skill since while it was powerful, with such a limitation its future would not be good. Bai Zimin tightened his grip on the earth-colored scroll in his right hand and it burst into particles of brown light that were soon absorbed into his body. You have learned the external active skill First Order Gravity Manipulation Level 5. You have learned 5 external active skills. You cannot learn any more external active skills before reaching Second Order. Second Order, hey! He muttered in a sigh as he slowly stood up. He was currently level 45, and ever since he defeated the Second Order Archaic Bear his level did not go up. While his soul power was purer and bigger since he had defeated and killed many enemies, the amount of soul power gained was not enough to push him to the next level. Still, while he had spent 1 week locked up in his workshop forging equipment and his level had not increased, Bai Zimin's strength had increased a lot. In fact, even he didn't know how strong he was now. I didn't even have to unsheath the blazing scale greatsword. Bai Zimin reached back and stroked the handle of his weapon, which still rested sealed inside its scabbard. His instinct told him that it was better not to test the power of this weapon here, so in the end, he decided it was better not to do it. He would have plenty of chances in the future anyway, there was no hurry. Bai Zimin turned his body and looked at all the people present coldly. Those who were more timid took a couple of steps back as they shuddered in fear. But such a reaction was natural considering everything they had just witnessed, and Bai Zimin did not mind. He waved his hand casually and activated blood manipulation once again. Swoosh! 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 The blood on the battlefield trembled and under his command moved in his direction swiftly gathering under his feet. In the next instant, the blood rose into the sky, taking the shape of a small stage over 10 meters high. Bai Zimin again waved his hand in the wind, and from the blood stage several blood chains flew towards the floor at full speed. Before anyone could react, the blood chains surrounded Kong Rong's body and lifted him into the air, leaving him suspended in mid-air a short distance away from Bai Zimin. Chapter 265, Taking Control. After being carelessly lifted into the sky as if he were a piece of garbage, Kong Rong wanted to explode in a fit of rage. However, that fit of rage never came, as when he realized that he was 10 meters above the ground, the fear in his heart grew to levels never seen before. The formerly all-powerful Kong Rong, who held in his hands the power to decide who lived or who died, who controlled over 200 armed men, and with several dozen soul evolvers listening to him, now used his 2 fat hands to cling for his life onto the blood chains. For the current Kong Rong, these blood chains that were supposed to imprison him were his life insurance. After all, if he fell from a height of 10 meters, it would definitely be no different than saying goodbye to his little life. Kong Rong's armed troops who were not yet present also arrived at the scene to witness such an act. Those who were confused to see the large gathering of people dressed as police officers asked what was going on, and when they finally learned of the situation, all of them were speechless. Since the first shot and the warning that someone was attacking the premium area of the base had gone out, it had only been a couple of minutes at most. These gunmen could not believe that the defense could not even hold out for 20 minutes before collapsing. However, seeing that most of the gunmen did not dare to charge, and even the usually proud and arrogant soul evolvers now looked like obedient little lambs, no one dared to cause a stir. All they could do was look at the 20-year-old young man standing on the blood-red stage, looking down as if he was the king of heaven. Bai Zimin looked at the hundreds of people outside the villa yard and spoke coldly, "My name is Bai Zimin. As you can see, the person next to me is your former leader, Kong Rong. I am currently the leader of a survivor base with over 2,000 members south of this camp. Several days ago, a family came to my camp for protection after being chased with malicious intentions by a good-for-nothing dog named Kong Hong. It was then when I learned of the atrocities that were going on in this place." He paused for a moment as several people could not help but begin to murmur. The surprise in the voice of these armed men and soul evolvers could be imagined when they learned that he, a young man who had not yet finished his studies, was currently the leader of such a big camp. You should know that the North Camp currently had around 3,000 survivors, but these 3,000 survivors were not ruled by a single power, since at the base there was not only Kong Rong, there was also a Li Yuan with by no means inferior power. This was completely different from Bai Zimin, who had just declared that he ruled over 2,000 lives. Of course, although many had their doubts whether what he said was true or not, no one dared to voice it out loud, and temporarily they could only remain with doubt in their hearts. From this moment onwards I will be taking over the forces previously controlled by Kong Rong. Nonsense! What thing are you? Just as Bai Zimin continued his explanation of the situation, a young man who was about the same age as him seemed to have been holding back for a while when he finally couldn't take it anymore and finally burst out with a furious roar. Bai Zimin looked at him, causing that young man to flinch. However, with the Type 79 assault rifle in his hands, this young man seemed to gain confidence and continued, "Boss Kong gave us these weapons, gave us safety, and gave us hope. You're just a kid who gained some strength and wants to take charge? Do you think things will be done just because you want them to be done? Brothers, join me in rescuing Boss Kong." The young man raised his rifle high, expecting his companions to follow him. Unfortunately, this young man overestimated too much what a firearm could do to a powerful soul evolver. Those more experienced in these matters simply gave him a look of sympathy, while those who hesitated finally decided not to move as they saw the veterans standing without making a sound. Even the desperate Kong Rong had no expectation in his eyes as he looked at everything with a stunned look. The hot-blooded youth was dumbfounded. He believed that they would definitely follow him. After all, saving one of the most powerful bosses in the entire base would result in immediate great promotion, honor, glory, resources, beautiful women, and they might even receive some skill scroll or some treasure. But what this young man didn't know was that he first needed his life to be able to enjoy these benefits. Swoosh! Bai Zimin pointed and a kind of extremely long spear-shaped tentacle shot out from the middle of the blood stage. Before this young man could say anything else, the blood tentacle pierced his brain, pierced through his head, and pierced past the paved street, causing a small bang before retracting once more and returning to the blood stage as if nothing had happened. Thud! The lifeless body fell to the ground, making a thud and raising some dust in the process. Blood and skull fragments stained the ground as the young man's eyes remained wide open, staring up at the night sky, but lifeless to appreciate its beauty. All those who were closest moved away from the corpse in haste, and those who were more fearful even fainted on the spot. At that moment, Bai Zimin's indifferent and cold voice sounded again, "If any of you do not want to follow me, then leave your firearm on the ground and retreat. Of course, those of you who decide to leave will lose all your privileges and will have to live the way I want you to live, or do other kinds of menial jobs to make a living." This time no one said anything. Nor did anyone express an opinion about leaving after some hesitation. Even the men who previously worked alongside Kong Rong before the apocalypse were not willing to lose their privileges and the good life they currently had. For these people, as long as there were benefits, it did not matter to them whether they had to obey a young man or an old man. Bai Zimin nodded in satisfaction and continued speaking calmly, "Those of you, officers with firearms, who are leaders of your respective teams or squads, step forward." A few seconds later, 15 people stepped forward and stood before Bai Zimin. These 15 had about 10 armed men under their command. "Very well. I want 10 teams to return to the walls and take charge of securing the perimeter to prevent a zombie or wild beast from sneaking in. On the other hand, the other 5 teams should patrol the streets of the base and make sure there are no troublemakers. If you find any, simply execute them on the spot. After the 5 teams in charge of maintaining order finish this task, they can rest for 4 hours, then they must go to the walls and switch with 5 different teams. As for the other team of 5, you can take over 4 hours later with one of the teams on standby." Bai Zimin didn't know if there was chaos in the base at the moment. After all, there had been several gunshots and even an explosion during tonight's raid. While the privileged area was quite far away from the rest of the base, he couldn't be sure that sounds wouldn't reach far away due to how quiet the night was. All those soul evolvers who previously protected this village should also support the armed troops to secure the perimeter. "You need not worry about my safety, nor do you need to worry about Li Yuan, as I will personally take care of this matter tomorrow itself. However, before you leave, I want you to remove these corpses from here." Bai Zimin finished indifferently. The reason he specifically chose soul evolvers was because these people, in order to evolve, had to have killed at least one zombie in melee unless they had real proficiency with firearms control. Therefore, they were less likely to be frightened by the corpse of the dead. The 200 or so men saluted, and after giving Kong Rong one last look, they departed. Some of them got into different types of transport vehicles, mainly trucks capable of carrying a dozen men at a time, and left in different directions. Seeing everyone leaving, Bai Zimin sighed and waved his hand. The blood stage began to slowly shrink until it finally reached the ground and became a red carpet. He stepped out of the blood carpet, and soon after the latter turned back into pure, liquid blood that began to be absorbed into the surrounding grass and ground. "Good job." Nanggong Lingzhen and Shangguan Bing Shui approached in his direction. Bai Zimin watched as a group of people moved the bodies into large bags or used mats to wrap them up, and shook his head as he said quietly, "There is still a lot of work to be done. Because it's so late, I can only do so much for today." "Indeed." Shangguan Bing Shui nodded. Things were not as simple as saying, "Now I am the boss, then go and work as I order you." It was necessary to go around the base, talk to the different team leaders to better understand the situation, check the current armament and amount of ammunition, check the number of supplies to make calculations, and know approximately how long it would last based on the consumption needed, make a count of how many survivors were in the base and how many of them were workers, know what things needed to be improved, and so on. The amount of work was too much to list in full. However, Bai Zeman had no trusted people here except the team he arrived with. Besides, it was already late at night, so it was not convenient to move around either. Therefore, he and his team could only wait for a team from beginning village to arrive before starting to work in a big way. ******. The interior of Kong Rong's villa was truly luxurious, just as Bai Zeman expected when he saw its exterior. It had several well-appointed rooms with comfortable twin beds, crystal chandeliers above the ceiling with various lights set to match the natural environment, soft forest wood patterned tiles, soft and fluffy to the touch carpets in the hallways, paintings whose value before the apocalypse ranged from tens of thousands of yuan to hundreds of thousands, etc. As two beautiful maidens showed off the villa, they occasionally looked back cautiously. However, there was no fear in their eyes, and mostly it was pure curiosity for their new boss after Kong Rong was dethroned. Still wearing his deep black armor and with his great sword on his back, the barely 20-year-old Bai Zeman looked truly brave and powerful. Despite the battle he had fought earlier, his body did not even have a drop of blood on it, and from the vigorous light in his eyes, one could deduce that he was not even exhausted in the slightest, which suggested that he had also not exerted himself to bring down one of the base's tightest defenses. These two beautiful maidens worked for Kong Rong in the past, and like the rest of their companions, they were curious about this indifferent-looking young man. After all, they were aware that their fates were practically tied to this person, since he would be the one to decide their paths from now on. Chapter 266, Shy Maid in the Bathroom. As they walked through the corridors of the huge villa, Yi Feng felt that she was living in a dream from which she would prefer not to wake up if possible. If everything she was seeing and everything that was happening before her eyes at this moment was nothing more than a fantasy produced by her own despair, then she was willing to lose herself in this warm world rather than return to the cold and cruel reality. Luxurious corridors, beautiful and respectful maidens, vases made of ceramics whose egocentric designs attracted the eye, paintings sparkling with life. For Yi Feng, who came from an ordinary family before the arrival of the soul record on earth and whose life became a living hell after her husband passed away, leaving her alone with her young daughter and without any power to protect them both, everything that was happening here was beyond what she could have ever expected. Unconsciously, this single mother looked at the two people walking in the front, following closely behind the two beautiful young maidens dressed in elegant French uniforms, and gratitude filled her tear-filled eyes. "Mom, why are you crying? Are you sad?" "Mom is crying out of happiness, Feng Feng." Yi Feng hugged her daughter's small body tightly in her arms. For the first time, her fluttering heart was able to receive some warmth, and she began to calm down to think about the future. Future. A foreign word to her. She, who didn't know if she could survive another minute and who was trying her best for the today, the word future, the tomorrow, was nothing but a luxury. For Yi Feng, who already had her hands occupied with the present, tomorrow was too distant to think about. But now she could finally breathe. All thanks to the fact that life had put the two young people in front of her in her hopeless path. Innocent about her mother's thoughts, little Xiang Feng curled up like a kitten in her embrace and murmured, "Mummy, I'm sleepy." The little girl was not worried about the luxurious place. At this point, what she longed for most was a warm bed and a soft pillow on which to rest comfortably. Bai Zeman looked behind him over his shoulder and instructed one of the maids, "One of you guide the two ladies to a room on the second floor." After taking over Kong Rong's villa and suppressing his forces, Bai Zeman locked him in the cellar temporarily while Nangong Lingzhen and Shang Guanbing Shui headed west of the base to search for the mother and daughter duo, Nangong Yi and Evangeline. Because Xiang Feng was comfortably asleep after spending cold days in a broken wooden hut without even a proper bed, she slept with delight until she was awakened by her mother to the little girl's disappointment. It was only after she learned that they were moving to a nicer house that the little girl's curiosity overcame her anger and she agreed. However, she finally could not beat the sleep. After all, at the age of 10, Xiang Feng was in the middle of growing up, and at her age children needed a lot of sleep to replenish the energy their bodies consumed during the growing process. A pretty maiden of about 29 years old stopped and bowed respectfully before approaching the mother and daughter duo. "Madam, please this way." Yi Feng was not used to being treated this way, so she said nothing and nodded slightly with a complicated look. Before leaving, she looked at Bai Zimin and asked cautiously, "As for us?" Bai Zimin looked at her and said calmly, "You can start working as my maid from tomorrow. Of course, if you are not satisfied, you can look for a job in a few days when everything is properly settled." Hearing this, Yi Feng let out a sigh of relief and said with a smile, "I am willing to work for you, young Bai. Thank you very much for all you have done for me and my daughter." Bai Zimin waved his hand and said nothing more. The reason he helped was because he really couldn't handle the pain-filled look in Xiang Feng's innocent eyes, and that was it. Now it was Yi Feng's turn to start working. After all, Bai Zimin was not interested in keeping a woman he had no particular feelings for. Soon, Yi Feng left with her sleeping daughter in her arms under the guidance of the beautiful maiden. As they walked down the corridor on the second floor, Evangeline sighed, "You've really did it, and in such a short time." Before she had seen Shan Li's head, so there was no doubt that it was all real. Bai Zimin, Shang Guanbing Shui, and Nangang Lingzin had left under the veil of night to launch an offensive against Kong Rong. 30 minutes after they left, the two women returned to tell them that it was all over and that they should move east of the base. Well, they were all weak. Bai Zimin replied calmly. "That man named Shan Li was a bit strong, but I have a skill that practically allows me to overwhelm any human being or intelligent creature. Not to mention that his stats were far below mine." Shang Guanbing Shui shrugged her shoulders. In fact, it had all been quite easy from her point of view. She hadn't even consumed 1/10 of her total mana as she had finished everything in a few seconds with several swings of her frozen winter sword. The maiden leading the way ahead could feel her lips involuntarily twitch a couple of times as she listened to the conversation behind her. The surprise in her heart increased once again. When Bai Zimin's group, which consisted of 5 people including him but leaving out the maiden, reached the end of the corridor, they were greeted by a lineup of 10 beautiful maidens. All of them had their unique charms, but without a doubt they could all be considered the flower of the harvest even before the world changed, not to mention now that beautiful women were a rarity because due to poor nutrition, 99% of them were starting to have malnutrition problems and their previously white and smooth skins started to turn a bit yellow and dry. This Kong guy sure knew how to live life. Nangang Yi sighed as he watched this. Although he was 40 years old, as a soul evolver near level 25, he was still vigorous as a young adult before the apocalypse. Therefore, it was impossible for his heart not to sting a little when he saw so many beautiful women. Shang Guanbing Shui glanced sideways at him and her blue eyes flashed with a hint of coldness, sending a chill down the spine of Nangang Yi, who hurriedly coughed and looked away. Bai Zimin chuckled at this but did not comment on it. Everyone knew that Shang Guanbing Shui did not tolerate men very much and any impertinent comment was enough to agitate her. In fact, except for Chen He who already knew what he may and may not say, and Bai Zimin himself who had fought alongside her in countless battles, gaining a certain level of comfort with her, no man could chat with the Ice Princess for more than a few words before fleeing in the face of her coldness. The maid who was leading the way stepped forward and said respectfully, "Sirs, ladies, this is the main bath of the villa. In addition to this one, which has a large pool, there is also a bath on the upper floors. However, the size of these is roughly half the size of this one and their facilities may not be as luxurious in comparison. I don't know if you..." After a battle, it was natural for warriors to want to enjoy a comforting hot bath. This had been the case since ancient times and had not changed in the present day. The reason this maiden said such words was because she did not know whether they, 2 men and 3 women, wanted to shower all together or not. "Someone take me to the bathroom on the top floor." Shang Guanbing Shui unconsciously ordered coldly. She naturally understood the maid's question. The maid shuddered briefly before nodding hurriedly. She seemed to have a certain prestige among the maidens as they all seemed to listen to her. As to whether this was because her age was quite mature or not, Bai Zimin did not know. Ruo Lan, take the ladies to the third floor and show them the location of the bath. The maid instructed. Make sure everything is in order and that everything is of comfort to the ladies. The woman named Ruo Lan stepped forward and bowed respectfully before gesturing for Shangguan Bingshui, Nangang Lingzin, and Evangeline, to follow her. Don't have too much fun. Nangang Lingzin chuckled and followed in the footsteps of the maid named Ruo Lan. Before leaving she even winked at them as if she understood something. Evangeline did not say a single word. Her expression was cold and her jade-green eyes attentive to the surroundings as she followed the maiden. Shangguan Bingshui, on the other hand, paused for a moment. She glanced at the lineup of beautiful maidens before her gaze fell on the bodies of Bai Zimin and Nangang Yi. She coldly snorted and walked away, leaving behind her personal scent similar to that of a young wild jasmine. Bai Zimin forced a smile and was quite speechless as he said, apparently, this woman assumed things on her own. Hey! Nangang Yi looked at him dumbfounded and said in confusion, we're not having fun then. This time it was Bai Zimin's turn to look at him dumbfounded. After a moment, he put on a serious expression and said in a deep voice, let me tell you something. If you want to sleep with a woman, it will have to be by mutual agreement, or else you know the consequences. Besides, if you want to sleep with the women who will be working in my house, you had better be prepared to take care of them. Nangang Yi's expression froze for a moment before he said, I say, Bai Zimin, do you think I'm a perverted old man or something? Although I do have my needs like any normal man, I have never in my life forced myself on any woman nor do I plan to do so. Much less knowing that my head will roll on the floor moments later. Besides, all the women I sleep with are about my age and none of them are even close to my sister's age. What kind of person do you think I am? As long as you understand. Bai Zimin nodded in satisfaction. The maidens who were quietly listening to the conversation finally realized who the person with real power in this group was. Moreover, many of them let out sighs of relief unconsciously since apparently the young man in front of them did not seem to be someone evil or twisted-minded. Soon, the two large wooden doors opened wide and the sight of the bathroom entered Bai Zimin's eyes. The bathroom was entirely made out of marble. Its interior was clean and bright. In the center was a huge pool 10 m in diameter, and in the middle of the pool was an artificial rock formation from which hot water was pouring out. Steam rose between the walls and the scent of fruity soap seemed to find its release when the doors opened. Bai Zimin carefully grabbed his sword and put it down on the ground. This thing weighed around 1 ton, about the weight of a lot of normal vehicles, and if it fell abruptly the marble floor would definitely be destroyed. Soon, two beautiful maidens approached him and looked at him with shy eyes. One of them, about 21 or 22 years old, said in a whisper, Sir, let us help you undress. Chapter 267, An Encounter by Coincidence. Bai Zimin took a moment to carefully observe the woman in front of him. Her slightly brown hair fell softly over her shoulders and due to the steam released by the hot water inside the pool was slightly steamy. Her brown eyes shone with a hint of shyness but there was not even a hint of fear or unwillingness in them. Her body did not exude a charm that urged men to immediate lust like Lilith but instead seemed to ask to be cherished with care and delicacy. Overall she was a very pretty girl even if she was not a great beauty. Bai Zimin believed that she could easily be among the top 20 most beautiful women at Beijing University in the past, and considering that the girl before him was 1 to 3 years older than him, perhaps she was still a student before the world change. Do you know how to remove this kind of gear? Bai Zimin asked with a smile as he pointed to himself. The girl stared dumbfounded looking at the black armor covering his body and for a moment she was speechless. Forget about removing this kind of clothing, she hadn't even seen real leather armor in her entire life. And no. The young girl lowered her head shyly and shook her head softly. Seeing the young girl in front of him acting like this, Bai Zimin couldn't help but be slightly amused. As easy as it may have been in reality, a battle was still a battle, therefore, a slight momentary change wouldn't hurt anyone either. Okay. Help me with this. I'll guide you. Bai Zimin finally relented. The young girl's eyes lit up and she nodded several times like a little chick pecking at rice. She moved her hands timidly and Bai Zimin's voice guided her movements. Occasionally he would grab her arms gently and move her hands in the right direction as he tried to coordinate with her awkward movements. What is your name? He asked casually as staying silent could become uncomfortable for everyone. My name is Fu Shuren. The young woman responded as a bead of sweat slid down her face. It was unclear if it was from the heat inside the bath or if it was from her nerves. I see. Bai Zimin nodded calmly and looked at Nangang Yi out of the corner of his eye. The man was also receiving the same treatment as him by another maiden of about 39 years old with a particularly seductive body. Unlike Nangang Yi, who might be interested in sleeping with any woman to satisfy his lust and to relieve the stress of not knowing if he would still be alive the next day, Bai Zimin had no thought of doing anything with Fu Shuren. But even if he wished to do so he could have a peaceful conscience since he had no need to explain himself to anyone. After all, leaving aside the factor that he was the leader of an expanding and powerful faction, he was a single man. Besides, who said that one had to have a sentimental relationship with a woman to have a carnal relationship? It was very normal nowadays to have a night of fun and the next day act as if nothing had happened. Although this kind of behavior was not something that Bai Zimin himself appreciated too much. After withdrawing his gaze, Bai Zimin tried to continue chatting until the work was finished. Were you a student before the apocalypse? Or maybe you were working? Perhaps feeling calmer hearing the unpressured voice and friendly attitude of the person she was helping, Fu Shuren was no longer so nervous, and after a few minutes of effort, finally managed to remove several locks from the armor. She explained, I was a student. However, my grades were not particularly outstanding, just average. Therefore, I could not get into Beijing University and could only settle for a second-rate one in the same district. Bai Zimin chuckled and as he withdrew his arms from the chest plate, he consoled, well, you needn't worry too much about that. Even if we put aside that at the end of the day it was no use going to a prestigious university considering the current state of the world, the reality is that Beijing University is no big deal at all either. Except for the ease with which its graduates can get a job due to its worldwide prestige, it's nothing out of this world. Fu Shuren subconsciously smiled. She gently shook her head and said softly, the reason I feel a little bitter is not because of the honor I would receive after graduating. It's just that my younger brother managed to get into Beijing University. As the big sister, I can't help but feel like a bit of a failure. Fu Shuren's voice practically mingled with the sound of the water that the artificial formation in the center of the pool was constantly releasing and contained a bit of pain as well as a bit of regret. However, a thought flashed in Bai Zimin's mind and his expression froze for a second. He looked again at the young woman in front of him, but this time was as if he wanted to study her very DNA. Don't tell me. You. What did you say your name was? He asked hesitantly. Hey. The young woman naturally felt the change of the person in front of her, and as she took off the upper part of the armor as well as the t-shirt, she replied confusedly, my name is Fu Shuren. Then, her voice trailed off as she looked at the naked torso of the young man in front of her and her brown eyes were briefly dazed on his figure. His skin was delicate but not similar to a woman's, but filled with masculine charm with a roughness that only men possess. His chest looked extremely firm and his abs looked like they had been sculpted by the gods themselves. Like any normal person who visited the ocean during the summer to take a dip in the cold water, Fu Shuren had naturally seen the naked upper parts of countless men, and among them were several with truly stunning bodies. However, in front of the body of the young man before her, all those men paled to the point that it would be difficult to look at them again. Unfortunately, Bai Zimin no longer had any intentions of playing or having fun chatting with this young miss and therefore also didn't seem to notice how she was looking at him in a daze. By any chance? Your younger brother's name is Fu Suifeng? Bai Zimin asked a little tensely. In China, it was not at all uncommon for many people to have the same surname despite not being related in any way. Bai Zemin himself had known at least a dozen people with his surname even though they were not related by blood. However, the case of the woman in front of him was different. Her surname was Fu and she had a younger brother who had been admitted to Beijing University. Considering that Fu Shuren was only a few years older than him, Bai Zemin could naturally conclude that her younger brother had to be about the same age as him. Fu Shuren's eyes flinched when she heard Bai Zemin's question. She seemed to snap out of her trance and looked at him with fearful, hopeful eyes, and many more complicated emotions as she hurriedly said, That's right. My younger brother's name is Fu Suifeng. He's 19 this year and he's also wearing a pair of glasses for eyesight. You. My brother. The corner of Bai Zemin's mouth twitched a couple of times as he finally confirmed his theory. What kind of demon curse was this? Just when he wanted to tease a pretty woman, it turned out that she was the older sister of one of his trusted men. Bai Zemin couldn't help but slap his face as he sighed. However, he soon calmed down. Fortunately, only his upper body had been exposed, or it might have been awkward to talk to Fu Suifeng in the future. Your younger brother is alive. He is also currently living a good life. Bai Zemin said in a serious voice. There was no more amused tone or anything in his voice. He is 2 days away from this place in the southern direction, and is a powerful soul evolver under my rule. This was also good. He did not expect to meet by chance a direct relative of one of his subordinates right in this place. Fu Shuren's eyes filled with tears upon hearing Bai Zemin's words and she brought both hands to cover her mouth as she took a step back. The joy in her heart as well as the relief of knowing that she was not alone in this cruel world was such that it burned like a volcano inside her. In the end, the only thing she could do was to bow down and thank him in tears. Thank you. Thank you. Although she didn't know how things turned out, Fu Shuren knew that her younger brother somehow must have received the favor from the person in front of her since from her point of view there was no way the thin and timid Fu Suifeng would dare to fight without support from someone. Little did she know that while her theory was true, it was also not completely accurate since although Fu Suifeng indeed received support from Bai Zemin and he even gave him his Xianyuan sword to kill the first zombie and then gave him the skill scroll that fell from the kill, Fu Suifeng was the second person to stand up among hundreds of students only behind Cai Jing II. Bai Zemin smiled slightly and waved his hand as he calmly said, Don't worry. Your younger brother has also been helping me and will continue to do so in the future for which you don't need to say thank you to me. Fu Shuren, still emotionally moved, wiped away her tears and nodded even though gratitude was still in her eyes. Suddenly, Bai Zemin thought of something and asked with a deep voice, Did that Kong Rong pig do something to you? Did someone on this base touch you? Fu Shuren was surprised by the sudden change. However, she soon understood and hurriedly shook her head, I only arrived at the base 3 days ago, and just started working here this afternoon. No one has done anything mean to me. Bai Zemin sighed in his heart. This girl was very lucky that he and his group showed up here just today or it would be hard to say what would happen to her. I see. He nodded and ordered, dismissed. You can join your brother in a couple of days. In the meantime, there is no need for you to work as a maidservant. As one of the main soul evolvers under his rule, Fu Suifeng naturally received a large amount of resources as payment and his lifestyle could be considered luxurious in the apocalypse. Bai Zemin did not know if Fu Suifeng wanted his sister to work as someone else's maidservant, so it was better to wait and see. However, who knew Fu Shuren would refuse? She shook her head hurriedly and took a step forward as she stretched out both hands with the intention of wanting to continue with her task, and no. No need. I can still. All right, that's enough. Bai Zemin easily sidestepped her and sternly ordered, It's not a question. It is an order. When your younger brother is here you can talk with him and then decide what to do. Fu Suifeng was one of his 10 most powerful soul evolvers, and Bai Zemin had no intention of letting a crack grow in the middle of the trust that was growing between the two of them because of such nonsense like this. Fu Shuren cowered and pulled back her hands as she saw the serious expression on the face of the young man in front of her. The calm and seemingly friendly expression was nowhere to be found, and all that remained now was pure indifference. Chapter 268, Unusual Dream. Bai Zimin ignored Fu Shuren's reaction and instead suddenly began to worry about something else. He approached up to the mature maiden who had helped Nangang Yi take care of his clothes and asked in a firm voice, "What is your name? How old are you?" The maiden was startled for a moment when she saw him walking towards her, however, upon hearing his question, she hurriedly responded in a respectful voice, "Sir, my name is Chu Jiao, and I will be 40 this year." Phew! Bai Zimin let out a sigh of relief. Fortunately she wasn't someone's mother or something like that. "All right, you two go ahead and retire. You don't need to do anything else for now." Chu Jiao bowed and retreated along with Fu Shuren, who gave one last glance at Bai Zimin before closing the double doors to the bathroom. Bloody hell! Bai Zimin was speechless as he took off the lower part of the armor. Really? If what happened before wasn't a coincidence, then there simply shouldn't be any coincidence in this world. Who would have thought that he would meet the sister of an ally? Fortunately, Bai Zimin was a fairly rational and upright person, otherwise, if he was a young man who got carried away by the heat of the moment and jumped on the beautiful Fu Shuren, he probably might have had to take charge for his entire life, or worse, lose an ally. After all, even if Fu Suifeng did not say anything, his heart would definitely not be happy. After taking off his armor completely as well as the light clothing he wore underneath, Bai Zimin took a white towel and wrapped it around his waist before walking towards the pool in the center of the bath. The steam had built up so much that while the view was not obstructed to the point of not seeing, it did make it difficult to see with clarity what was going on several meters ahead. When Bai Zimin finally descended the steps of the pool, the hot water began to slowly rise from the tips of his toes, his legs, thighs, and only when the lower half was almost completely covered did he stop and lean back against an edge. A sigh of satisfaction escaped automatically from his mouth and his eyes closed involuntarily. All the muscles in his body immediately began to loosen as he came into contact with the warm water and his pores opened to breathe in the clean surrounding air. Although Bai Zimin could always enjoy similar treatments, this case was special and his body was particularly tense with his mind on constant guard. After all, this was the base of an enemy faction, and even though he was strong, he could still be killed if he had a moment's carelessness. Man, who would have thought that Kid's sister would be here? A low but deep voice sounded a few feet away. Bai Zimin softly opened his eyes, and even though his gaze was directed at the white ceiling, he naturally knew that the voice belonged to the one person who was accompanying him at the moment. Indeed. What just happened was something I didn't expect. He sighed again and closed his eyes once more as he calmly said, "But this is also good. I hope we can find more of everyone's family members to at least lighten their burdens even a little." Nangang Yi seemed to be enjoying the shower as his voice was several volumes lower than normal. "Fortunately, and I didn't touch that girl with the surname Fu. Otherwise it would have been troublesome." Yet, Bai Zimin agreed. Even though Nangang Yi was stronger than Fu Suifeng in a head-on battle, if Fu Suifeng wanted to kill Nangang Yi, he only had to wait for the right moment. Fu Suifeng's main skill was stealth, an unclassified skill. However, he had managed to evolve the skill to First Order Invisibility Level 1. With this skill and a couple more in his arsenal, Nangang Yi would have a headache dealing with an enraged Fu Suifeng. "Well, I don't like getting between the legs of a woman even younger than my little sister." Nangang Yi didn't seem too concerned about the matter. Bai Zimin simply chuckled lightly and joked, "Be sure to ask the name of the woman you're going to sleep with just in case." Ha ha ha. After chatting for a couple of minutes, they both fell silent and enjoyed the bubbles that were constantly coming out of the pool. It was as if little hands were constantly massaging them, and it felt really exquisite. Time passes very quickly when people were enjoying what they were doing. Without Bai Zimin realizing it, it had already been about 40 minutes since he went into the bath. In fact, he was so comfortable with his current situation that as a consequence of keeping his eyes closed for so long in a pleasant environment, he directly fell asleep. Nangang hesitated about waking him up or not, but in the end, decided to leave quietly while trying to make as little noise as possible. Bai Zimin was only 20 years old, but the weight he carried on his shoulders was the fate of thousands of people and the expectations of countless others. Although he usually smiled calmly or acted indifferently, even though Nangang Yi had only known him for about 3 or 4 days, it was impossible not to be physically and mentally exhausted. There was no living being capable of withstanding so much pressure without long-term consequences. As if that were not enough, Bai Zimin had confined himself to work immediately after he had suffered terrifyingly painful injuries after a mortal battle with an extremely dangerous enemy that was capable of threatening his own life. It could be said that since the apocalypse erupted with the Soul Record's arrival on Earth, Bai Zimin had not even had a single moment to rest to his heart's content. It was precisely because he considered all this that Nangang Yi decided to leave and not wake him up after hearing his heavy but steady breathing. *******. Bai Zimin had a dream. It was a very weird dream, and it was nothing like any dream he had had in the past. In this dream, he saw himself fighting against terrifying existences. Beings so strong that they could annihilate myriads of races with a wave of their hands and with the power to destroy stars with a single magic spell. But his power was not lower. In his dream, he saw himself wielding a blade even larger than his own body at the same time as a strange being deep inside him gave him apparently endless power. Every swing of his sword caused the heavens to rumble as if crying out in fear, and his magical spells annihilated entire armies. The amount of lives that were claimed by his sword and his magic spells had reached such a large number that the corpses formed mountains and the blood made vast red rivers flow in a seemingly natural way. But as strange as it seemed, he was very angry. The anger was practically irrational to the point where it was difficult to comprehend. Even though it was a dream, it felt so real that the anger even began to affect him. Many tried to stop him. Many others tried to exhaust him using waves of enemies. However, no one was successful. The Bai Zimin of his dream was like an unstoppable killing machine. Regardless of the methods used and regardless of how many enemies came, all were defeated and killed while those lucky enough could only flee for their lives. It was only after all the enemies were decimated that Bai Zimin's anger in his dreams somehow appeared to calm down, even if only minimally. But what most confounded the dream's owner, the real Bai Zimin, was that the thin thread of anger that suddenly disappeared transformed into pain. The pain was so wrenching that his heart squeezed involuntarily. It was a pain he could not comprehend. After crushing everything, the Bai Zimin who seemingly never exhausted stuck the tip of his giant sword into the ground and let himself fall while looking up at the sky. His eyes, strangely crimson red, seemed to ask why. Though there was no one to answer a question that was unclear. Raindrops began to fall. Blood and crystal water mingled with each other, and long after what felt like an eternal storm with no end, the thickness of the blood began to diminish until it was finally swept away. But even though the blood on the battlefield was swept away, even though the red that tinged the somewhat tattered black plate armor that seemed to have been through countless battles, the hair of that Bai Zimin was still as red as blood. The rain wanted to wash everything away, but the corpses remained there, giving company to the only living being that even after a long time, still looked with his deep red eyes that seemed to be devoid of human emotions towards the sky with a blank stare. More specifically, he seemed to look beyond the skies, something that a normal person could never comprehend. Without knowing how much time passed, Bai Zimin finally opened his eyes and yawned deeply while stretching his arms upward. The sound of flowing water still reached his ears, and the temperature of the water covering his body up to chest height reminded him that he was still in the bath. I fell asleep here? Bai Zimin was speechless and unconsciously forced a bitter smile. However, just when he was wondering why that Nangang Yi dude didn't wake him up, he noticed a particular fragrance and a smile rose on his face automatically. Although the scent of different types of flowers and fruits filled the bathroom, there was a particular fragrance that was impossible for him to mistake: sweet, honeyed, soft, delicate, but surprisingly there was also a slight hint of freshness, an intense but not uncomfortable coldness. It was an extremely uncommon hybrid scent, but a scent to which Bai Zemin had already become familiar. He smiled and turned around to look at the woman sitting at the edge of the pool half a meter away. She was wearing a deep black one-piece dress that covered most of her body, however, her slender white legs were bare while her dainty little feet gently kicked the water at the same time as her tender pearl-like toes embraced the bubbles that slipped in between. Even though the woman was just sitting there, silent, and not performing any exaggerated actions, just the sight of her beautiful beyond all creation face and her smooth legs that looked like mirrors reflecting the dim light indoors was enough to make any living being regardless of gender hold their breath. Who else could she be besides Lilith? She looked up at him with her red eyes as intense as fire and as bright as rubies. A glint of imperceptible worry flashed momentarily in her eyes before disappearing like a stone dropped in the middle of the never-ending ocean. "Aren't you afraid of drowning to death?" She puckered her lips in a slightly taunting but slightly reassured smile. Her voice was soft, as smooth as velvet to the touch, and seemed to meld with the sound of the water gurgling steadily. In no way out of place, on the contrary, it seemed to add even more calm to the already peaceful scene. Bai Zemin sighed and shook his head as he jokingly said, "That fella Nangong Yi walked off without me and left me here. Really an irresponsible person. He. Aren't you the only irresponsible one here?" Lilith giggled with a weak smile. She was like a naive little girl when she acted this way, a stark contrast to her body that was capable of arousing the most nefarious thoughts of the holiest man in the world. In fact, it was this kind of contradiction that was strangely in sync that made Bai Zemin's stone heart itch as if a small cat's claw was scratching the palm of his hand. Chapter 269, Lu Yan. Although the amount of time Bai Zemin had spent together with Lilith since the apocalypse broke out and his life completely changed was more than the time he had spent with anyone else, he still couldn't get used to such a dazzling beauty as hers. The charm surrounding her was simply too overwhelming for a first-order existence, and Bai Zemin had no doubt that if it wasn't for her holding herself back, he could become her puppet in a second. Snapping out of his trance, he looked away slyly and yawned, "I guess it's time to go to bed. Although I'm not afraid of drowning here, it's not like I can fall asleep for the rest of the night in the bathroom." Yup. "We should go to bed quickly." Lilith giggled softly and her pearly teeth peeked slightly between her hot red lips. Bai Zemin rolled his eyes and said in a stiff tone, "Anyway, can you go out or do something about it? I'd like to dry off." At this moment, Bai Zemin had a towel around his waist. However, the water had made the towel stick to his body naturally, so the area of his crotch would be distinguishable when he stood up. Even if there was still the cloth covering the skin, Lilith was a woman he respected after all, and he didn't want to disrespect her in any way. "Oh. About that." Lilith thought about it for a moment and tilted her head to the side in a cute way before saying in a sweet voice, "Just ignore my presence. You can do your business without worrying about me." The corner of Bai Zemin's mouth twitched continuously as if he had a nervous twitch when he heard what she said, and for a moment he was at a loss as to how to react to it. He was supposed to stand up and then casually remove his covering, standing naked like when his mother brought him into this world, in front of a woman? Wouldn't that be a little too weird? After all, while it was true that Bai Zemin trusted Lilith and even considered her a good friend, the relationship between them had not reached that point, had it? However, seeing that she seemed to be serious, Bai Zemin also stopped overthinking and stood up. Lilith did not act naughty this time. She looked at him with her red eyes as bright as the most beautiful gem in the creation and her pure gaze did not stray to the lower half of his body. She continued to look at him curiously and simply seemed to want to see what kind of reactions he had. Unfortunately for Lilith, Bai Zemin's expression remained calm and indifferent like most of the time. He even casually took off the towel that was barely doing anything to hide his body and began casually drying himself before finally putting on a bathrobe to cover his body. "Let's go then." He looked at her and gestured towards the door. "Let's go then." Lilith floated slightly and stopped a step short. Bai Zemin opened the doors and headed to the top floor under the guidance of a maid who was still waiting for him outside. Meanwhile, Lilith was following him closely, but the maiden did not know about her existence. Her feet were still bare and their perfection was such that sometimes they seemed to be shinier than the marble floor, counteracting its purity. Northwest zone of the base. While Kong Rong controlled practically 100% of the power in the south, Liu Yan controlled that same much in the north. The two men used to get along relatively well in the past despite their differences, as they knew that neither could defeat the other without suffering greatly, which forced them to coexist. However, after Liu Yan's only daughter was almost taken advantage of by Kong Rong's trashy son, the subtle relationship between the two men finally broke down when Liu Yan demanded him to hand over his son, which Kong Rong naturally refused. Kong Rong had no family, and the only thing he had left in this world apart from the power he had earned after much scheming was his son Kong Hong. Whatever his son did, Kong Rong would always be there to support him even if the heavens fell. Unfortunately, it was precisely this that caused Kong Rong to be taken down by Bai Zemin's group, because if not for Kong Hong forcing the Nangong family into a corner, Bai Zemin, who was aiming for the south of Yanqing district, would definitely never move in a northerly direction, which would lead him to find this camp of survivors. Inside a luxurious 3-story villa, the lights were practically completely on even though it was already close to 2 a.m. The outdoor courtyard had many high-powered spotlights that illuminated the perimeter not only inside, but also 2 kilometers around the grounds. There was not even a shadow except those that were simply impossible to hide from, such as that of human beings in motion. There were no armed men present. However, this did not mean that the place was devoid of life. On the contrary, there were many humans around. They were all powerful soul evolvers and the count had reached approximately 80 of them. The atmosphere was extremely tense at this time, and the faces of the usually confident soul evolvers had a tinge of fear on them as they cautiously looked at their surroundings. They reacted to the slightest hint of sound as if a prehistoric beast was about to make its appearance. Inside the living room of the villa, a man who looked to be about 40 years old with several white hairs adorning his dark mane was drinking a cup of hot coffee. His face was quite handsome despite his age, and his body looked quite in shape. However, at this moment there was a slight frown between his brows, making it known that there were things bothering him even though he looked so calm on the surface. Next to the man was a young woman of about 18 years old. She could be considered quite pretty. Although she was not an outstanding first-rate beauty, her silky hair down to the middle of her back and her small pure white oval face created a strong contrast to each other. Her duck yellow dress gave her an extremely sweet appearance, and even though her body did not seem to be fully developed yet, it could be seen that when she fully grew up she would be a real peach. The man was actually Liu Yan, who was actually 50 years old, but thanks to purifying his soul by absorbing the soul power of other beings he looked younger than he really was. As for the innocent-looking pretty young girl next to him, she was his daughter Liu Xiaoao. Xiaoao, why don't you go to your room? It's already late, and it's not good for a young lady like you to stay up late at night. Liu Yan put down the half-empty coffee cup on the glass coffee table in front of him and looked at his young daughter with eyes filled with tenderness. Father, you don't need to insist anymore. Since I said I would accompany you in hard times, I will accompany you even if I can't do much. Liu Xiaoao shook her head without hesitation. Liu Yan could only force a smile at his daughter's words. She was usually sensible and listened to him, but when it came to matters that were really difficult and his safety was at risk, she would become a stubborn person unwilling to give in no matter what. Liu Yan's wife and Liu Xiaoao's mother had unfortunately been unable to resist the wave of mana that assaulted her body during the first day of the apocalypse, so she transformed into a mindless zombie. Similar to Kong Rong, Liu Yan only had his daughter at the moment, and she was what he cherished most in his life. It was precisely because of this that when he learned that his daughter was almost abused by Kong Rong's son, Liu Yan did not hesitate to break off all relations with the other side and even stir up several troubles whenever the opportunity arose. If not for the fact that the strength between the two sides was quite similar and it was difficult to know who would come out as the winner, Liu Yan would have already risked everything to seek revenge. However, he could not do that until he was completely sure. After all, if his forces were defeated, his precious daughter might end up suffering a fate more miserable than death. Liu Yan was always looking for an opportunity to deal a fatal blow to the faction of Kong Rong. However, Kong Rong was also a cunning fox who did not show his tail, leaving Liu Yan with his hands raised in the air without being able to lower them. But things seemed to be different tonight. Until about 2 hours ago, the sound of gunfire reached from the southeast of the privileged area to the northeast, so Liu Yan was immediately alerted by his men, who informed him that a group was apparently launching an offensive directly against Kong Rong's villa. Unfortunately, the distance between the southeastern and northeastern areas was more than a dozen kilometers, so Liu Yan had no way of knowing what was going on there since that area did not belong to him and any approach could cause really big problems. Until now, he had been waiting for an answer. Suddenly, the sound of hurried footsteps came from outside and Liu Yan's expression changed slightly before returning to normal. Apparently, the answers to his doubts had finally arrived. Moments later, a robust, muscular man who looked like a walking tower walked into the living room. This man was wearing a military uniform that didn't fit him too well because of his oversized arms, but the terrifying glint in his eyes told anyone that his muscles weren't the only thing terrifying about him. This person was Liu Yan's most powerful soul evolver and his number one trusted man. His name was Yan Tu and this year he was 38 years old. Boss Liu, young miss. Yan Tu bowed slightly to Liu Yan and nodded towards Liu Xiaoao. He had been taken care of by Liu Yan in the past, when he was nothing more than a poor bastard left to fend for himself in the world, one who had lost everything. Then, with Liu Yan's help, Yan Tu managed to evolve properly and then continue to evolve even further until finally reaching where he was today. Hi, Uncle Yan. Liu Xiaoao smiled sweetly. She had known Yan Tu since she was little, so it could be said that they got along quite well. Yan Tu, any news about what happened in the southeast of the base? Liu Yan went straight to the subject since it was what concerned him at the moment. He unconsciously brought the cup of coffee to his mouth and emptied it in one gulp. Yan Tu's expression was a little weird as he said in a somewhat stiff tone of voice, Kong Rong. That fat greaseball was actually destroyed. Bang! Liu Yan could not control his strength and the glass cup in his hands was shattered as a look brimming with disbelief glittered in his eyes that grew wider and wider with each passing second. Father! Liu Xiaoao was also shocked when she heard the news. However, seeing her father's hand bleeding after being cut by the broken glass, the girl was frightened and couldn't help but scream out loud. Liu Yan did not seem to hear his daughter nor did he seem to notice the blood on his hand, nor did he seem to feel any pain at all. Slowly he stood up and asked with difficulty, You? Yan Tuesday? Just now? What did you say? Yan Tu scratched his head and said still stiffly, Kong Rong is finished, and apparently, this was all done by only 3 people. Chapter 270, Getting a Good Thing Only to Lose It Soon After. 3 people. The last words pronounced by Yan Tu echoed in the air for what seemed like an eternity as the father and daughter pair stood stupefied. Liu Xiaoao might not know the exact level of power that Kong Rong controlled, however, she was naturally aware of the vast amount of forces that her father commanded. Precisely because of this reason, she could have a rough idea of how strong Kong Rong and his faction were. Since her father, who loved her more than his own life and cared for her as if she were a baby, had not yet moved against Kong Rong, then Liu Xiaoao, who was a smart girl, naturally concluded that her father did not have enough power to wipe out the father and son pair under the surname Kong. Simply put, the power her father controlled was roughly equivalent to that of Kong Rong. However, Yan Tu had just said that only 3 people defeated Kong Rong, who was under the protection of hundreds of soldiers and dozens of powerful soul evolvers. Liu Xiaoao could not believe it. She jumped up from the expensive leather couch she was sitting on and shook her head while exclaiming, Impossible! Uncle Yan, are you sure you're not making a mistake? How can 3 people take down Kong Rong's forces in such a short time? It wasn't that Lu Xiaoao didn't want to believe it, it was that she simply couldn't do it. Yan Tu, are you sure about this? Lu Yan asked in a deep voice. Even for himself, it was hard to believe what he had just heard despite the fact that he already knew that a person like Yan Tu would never say empty words. No matter how much Lu Yan wanted to dismember Kong Rong and his son into a million pieces because of the bad experience his precious daughter Lu Xiaoao went through, he knew how strong the other party was, or else he would not have stood idly by without being able to do anything until today. Yan Tu forced a smile and raised both hands as he said in confusion, Boss Lu, to be honest. Even I find it hard to believe. Even under the protection of so many men, Kong Rong was captured alive while Shan Li was killed on the spot. What? Lu Yan lost his composure this time. Shan Li didn't flee, but was killed. Shan Li. An extremely scary man with the ability to control the gravitational force within a certain area, affecting whoever he targeted. This man was actually the main reason why Lu Yan did not dare to attack Kong Rong until now. Because Yan Tu and Shan Li had secretly exchanged blows several days ago but neither of them managed to get the upper hand over the other. In other words, the strength of both of them was quite similar even if they were holding back unless one of them was hiding a terrifyingly strong skill. But such a person was killed? Tell me everything you've learned. I want details, everything you know. Lu Yan took a deep breath and his voice became tiresome. Yan Tu nodded and sat on the couch opposite Lu Yan's, and was about to start narrating when Lu Xiaoao interrupted while looking at his father's severed hand. Father, Uncle Yan. Please wait a moment. First, we have to treat the wound on your hand. She waved to a maid and ordered the maid to get a soul evolver to treat her father's wound. The maid returned shortly thereafter with a rather thin and not too striking man. In fact, his current appearance was more on the ugly side as there were several acne marks on his face. Chief Lu, Lord Yan, young Miss Lu. The man's voice was a bit hoarse and judging by his red eyes, it was obvious that he was sleeping but was awakened in the middle of the night. Yan Tu nodded slightly and remained silent. On the other hand, Lu Xiaoao immediately pointed to his father's bleeding hand and hurriedly said, Quickly, use your skill to heal my father. When the man saw a maiden cleaning the broken glass, he naturally understood what happened. However, seeing the few drops of blood falling to the floor and the superficial cuts on Lu Yan's hand, the corner of his mouth twitched several times. He was woken up in the middle of the night and instructed that he needed to treat Chief Lu Yan for a wound, so he hurriedly left the warmth of his bed and half-dressed to run here. Little did he expect to encounter this kind of wound. Sorry for the trouble, Wang Jian. Lan Yu forced a smile and sighed in his heart. Such kind of wound would be fine with some alcohol and some gauze, but his daughter made so much drama for nothing. Still, her care for him was genuine, so he couldn't complain about it either. Don't worry. It's my job after all. The man named Wang Jian naturally understood the situation. In any case, his only job was to heal when it was required, and in return, he enjoyed great luxury treatment, so he couldn't complain even if he was woken up at such early hours of the morning. Soon, a white light glowed in Wang Jian's hand. That ball of light flew to Lu Yan's hand and a second later, the wound stopped bleeding. Lu Xiaoao took a wet towel brought by a maid and wiped the blood from her father's hand. Her eyes lit up as she saw that there was no trace of wound present. Lu Yan's wound was just too insignificant after all. Even if he was just a normal human instead of a soul evolver, a single activation of Wen Jian's skill was all that was needed to heal it. Great! She exclaimed. Wen Jian looked at Lu Yan and said through tears and laughter, Chief Lu, if there's nothing else you need, I'll go back to my place. Lu Yan nodded, thank you for everything, just like always. Wen Jian was the only healer in the whole base. Even Kong Rong did not have a person capable of healing. Wen Jian's skill was the same skill as Kong Lan's, lesser healing, that's how rare healers were. Among more than 5,000 survivors in total, only 2 had the power of healing. After Wen Jian departed, the maidens again retreated from the room and closed the doors behind. So, Yan Tu, can you start now? Lu Yan asked with some anxiety in his voice. Lu Xiaoao also had a serious expression on her face and all her attention was focused on her hearing, not wanting to miss anything she was going to hear next. Yes. Yan Tu nodded and began to explain everything he knew. It turned out that because the southeast was an area that belonged to the counterpart, Lu Yan's group could not approach to avoid trouble. Moreover, tonight the southeastern area was especially hectic and Kong Rong's troops even abandoned the safety of the walls and the rest of the base to move quickly there. All this made Lu Yan unable to send anyone as he did not want to get involved in a war against an unknown group that was brave enough to attack one of the most powerful people in the whole base, and to top it off, in his own house under the security of a large armed troop and evolved men. However, when Kong Rong was overthrown and his troops defeated, everything became easier. Yan Tu spent a large amount of supplies to pay one of the officers who had been on the scene from the beginning, so he easily found out the whole truth and how the events happened. After he finished telling what he knew so far, Yan Tu continued, "The person who told me all this definitely couldn't be lying unless he had been brainwashed with a skill." The fear in his eyes and the astonishment in his voice as he narrated the events can't be faked, and even if it can be, I don't think such a thing would slip past me. Lu Yan's expression remained unchanged as he listened to everything. He lowered his head and plunged into deep thoughts without commenting on it. "Father." Lu Xiaoao muttered in a low voice as she looked at her only family with worry. Everything she had just heard seemed to be straight out of a horror story, a fantasy told by a 5-year-old child. If everything Yan Tu said was really like that, then the strength of the other party was just colossal. A beautiful woman whose body was incredibly seductive with a powerful barrier capable of blocking thousands of bullets regardless of their caliber. Another woman as beautiful as a fairy, even more terrifying than the previous one, with the ability to make ice out of thin air, whose agility was as fast as that of ghosts, and with a sword prowess as high as that of movie experts. This woman's power was such that she even defeated one of Kong Rong's most powerful soul evolvers with a single swing of her sword and pushed dozens of soul evolvers into a corner with her presence. On the other hand, there was also a young man dressed in black who from start to finish never used his weapon. He only showed his power near the end, when the group of 3 finally reached Kong Rong's villa. More precisely, when fighting Shan Li. Lu Xiaoao did not know how strong Shan Li was, but she knew that Yan Tu was very powerful. However, Yan Tu had once told her that his chances of defeating Shan Li were no more than 60%, and even if he won, killing him would be more difficult than ascending to the heavens. But such Shan Li was completely overwhelmed and crushed. The confrontation between that young man and Shan Li could not be called anything but total suppression. Able to control the blood of the dead, monstrously high physical strength, intelligence, and brilliant thoughts, this was the way the officer who reported everything he had seen to Yan Tu described that young man. The details were not too much since the eyesight of the officer, a normal human, naturally could not follow the speed and movements of first-level soul evolvers. Besides, it was obvious to assume that this person had also missed many things that happened in between. But only what they knew was enough for Lu Xiaoao, as smart as she was, to realize that a tiger even more terrifying than Kong Rong had emerged. After a long time, Lu Yan sighed and looked at Yan Tu before asking without much hope, "Do you have confidence in defeating these people?" Normal firearms were clearly useless against this group, and the camp had no heavy weaponry or military vehicles with strategic power. Lu Yan could only rely on the soul evolvers under his command. Yan Tu smiled bitterly and shook his head, "Don't joke, Boss Lu. If that guy really did kill Shan Li, regardless of whether it was as easy as that officer described or not, the fact that this person had the power to make Shan Li, who could become swift after activating his skill on himself, stay there forever. That alone is enough to know that I can't defeat him." Lu Yan was briefly stunned before a bitter smile grew on his face. He looked at the records imprinted into his soul and said without knowing whether to laugh or cry, I just received something good a few hours ago, but apparently I'll lose it even before I can even taste it. Among his records, there was one that awarded him with the lower leader subclass. Chapter 271, Charming Little Monster ***. A/N. Asterisk equals quite naughty actions. Equals non-penetrative intercourse. Equals sex in its entirety. Southeast zone of the base, privileged area, current residence of Bai Zemin's group. Unlike when Kong Rong was in charge until a couple of hours ago, the vigilance of the village had dropped to historic levels. Not even a single armed militant could be seen in the vicinity, and all the soul evolvers on duty hours had no choice but to return to the walls despite their hesitation. In the main room on the third floor of the villa, where Kong Rong previously stayed, Bai Zemin was speechless as he watched the scene in front of him. Right after he came out of the bathroom, he was guided by a maid to the most luxurious room in the villa, which was, of course, where the former leader slept. The sheets had been changed as well as the bundles for the pillows, and the clever women had even turned on a few air fresheners. In fact, by the time Bai Zemin entered the room, not even a single trace of Kong Rong's existence was there. This left him very satisfied, and he praised the maid who led him here, telling her to pass his words to the rest of the team as well. The problem came right after the maid closed the door behind her and retreated. Lilith. Bai Zemin uttered the name of the existence he was looking at with eyes filled with surprise. What's wrong? Lilith replied. Her voice was rather lazy, which added yet another tinge of seductive charm to her natural self. What's wrong? Bai Zemin scratched his head before sighing and pointing out in exasperation, That's my question, woman. What are you doing? You mean me? Of course, I'm getting ready to have a good night's sleep. Lilith smiled charmingly and her eyes narrowed like those of a seductive fox as she said in a tantalizing whisper, Can't you see for yourself? At this point, Lilith was no longer wearing her elegant black one-piece dress. Instead, she was currently wearing a purple nightdress with wild vine-like embellishments of lace in the bosom area, leaving a slight tantalizing neckline that showed little but enough to stupefy anyone. Her slender arms and beautiful smooth legs were completely on display as if tempting people to feel their softness, shining under the moonlight that penetrated the thin curtain material of the large window next to the king-sized bed. This was the first time Bai Zemin had seen Lilith show so much skin, and it was also the first time he had seen her wearing anything other than her signature deep black dress. Bai Zemin's gaze did not stop at the slight cleavage of her breasts, nor did it stop at the prominent area of her chest. On the contrary, his eyes moved automatically as if guided by something to her legs. Bai Zemin might be a young virgin, but he had seen many women's bodies as well as anyone had. However, he had to admit in his heart that Lilith's legs were the most beautiful he had ever seen in his entire life. Standing close to them, he could see that the skin of those long legs was as white as a snow lotus growing on high mountains without a single flaw and was smooth as the finest silk in the world. Her two long legs joined perfectly to her soft and delicate waist, and Bai Zemin couldn't help but want to reach out to touch from thigh to ankle. As expected of a succubus, Bai Zemin thought silently before withdrawing his gaze with great effort. Charming little monster, what do you think you're doing? Said Bai Zemin grimly. I'm just trying to tempt you. Why? Are you mad? Furious? What can you do about it? Lilith didn't beat around the bush and directly admitted her goal. She was like a little pig that wasn't afraid of boiling water, and instead of a temptress she looked really cute right now. Pfft! Bai Zemin couldn't stop a small laugh sneaking out from inside him as he saw the arrogant gaze of the woman in front of him, and all his nervousness suddenly seemed to vanish into thin air. Under Lilith's analyzing eyes, Bai Zemin went to his personal bag and took out some clothes. Then, seemingly without a care in the world, he took off his bathrobe and began to put on some comfortable clothes to sleep in. He is such a brave person. So wild. Lilith clapped her hands as she looked at Bai Zemin's body from top to bottom. Her red eyes had a predatory glint and a slightly dangerous aura emanated from her body. Little brother Zeman, you have a truly great body considering that you are barely in the first order. The charm of your body is even superior to that of many third-order existences. She murmured softly and licked her lips as she said with a hint of expectation in her voice, I can't wait to see the day when you break the chains of time. No, even sooner than that. At the rate you're absorbing the soul power of existences stronger than you on a constant basis, when you reach third order or even before that, your charm will probably reach a level quite appalling for a lower existence, comparable to that of higher existences. Are you sure you're not secretly a charming demon like me? A charming demon like her? Bai Zeman was speechless as his movements stalled for a moment. He actually found it amusing to be called something like that, for while he had even realized that he effectively could no longer be called average, he was pretty sure that Lilith had seen good-looking and charming existences beyond what he could imagine. Therefore, he simply ignored much of her words and continued dressing. After a few more seconds, Bai Zeman finally finished putting on some underwear and athletic pants. Even with his torso bare, he looked at her speechlessly for a long time before saying, Have you no shame? Even though you're just a virgin succubus. Lilith laughed out loud at Bai Zeman's words. Her boobs, which were perhaps a little too big, jiggled violently, struggling against the tight binding of the lacy nightdress that restrained them as if they were protesting and demanding to be released. This little fox! Bai Zeman secretly swallowed as he peeked a couple of times. If you have no shame, why should I have shame? Lilith pointed out with a happy smile, since we're both virgins, then let's get along. Kek! I'm not arguing with you anymore, you little minx. Bai Zeman grimaced and walked to the right side of the bed as he pulled on a t-shirt. He opened the feather-filled quilt and after lying down on the soft silk sheet partially covered himself all the way down to his lower abdomen. The night had become especially cold on Earth since the arrival of the Soul Record. Bai Zeman didn't know if this was happening all over the world or not, but even for the Soul Evolvers, the cold wind was a bit intolerable. This was also something that worried Bai Zeman a lot since they were supposed to be in spring considering their current location, so how horrendously low will the temperatures be in autumn, and, worse yet, how terrifying will the frosts be in winter? Good night. Bai Zeman sighed with exhaustion and leaned over slightly to turn off the light from the lamp on the bedside table. The luxurious room would have been completely dark had it not been for the faint reflections of white light that the natural moon provided to the nighttime world. Suddenly, Bai Zeman felt the bed move slightly and the sheets rustled in a particularly seductive and striking manner. Before he could react, he felt a svelte but curvy body leaning partially against his own and his breathing stagnated. Lilith. You. Bai Zeman could barely speak haltingly. How could he keep his composure? On his firm chest, he could feel a giant ball that felt as soft as milkweed and just below it, stuck to his right arm, a second giant ball with a slightly different shape due to the weight of the other one. I'm cold, would you be so cruel as to push away a beauty in the midst of such temperatures? Bai Zeman heard Lilith's whisper as her warm breath hugged his right ear. Her voice was as sweet as the most beautiful melody and the faint floral scent escaping from her red lips completely overwhelmed him. However, before he could say anything, something else that pushed him even further over the edge happened. Lilith, apparently not satisfied, lifted her right leg slightly and laid it gently on his leg. Then, as if teasing, she began to move her smooth bare thigh temptingly slowly upward, tracing the contour of the surface of his leg carefully as if she wanted to feel its shape in its entirety, barely stopping just at a dangerous area, just inches away from his manhood. Bai Zeman sucked in a big breath of cold air and his dark eyes glittered with a touch of savagery in the midst of the obscurity. He could practically feel the entirety of the woman's body next to him. Her slim, firm abdomen without excess fat, her two soft breasts that while not colossal were certainly considerably bigger than average, the silky smoothness of her bare thigh, he could even feel the body heat of every part of her existence. Even though he was properly dressed, even though she was wearing a thin nightgown to sleep in, the thin material of the two pieces of clothing did little and nothing to cover what the mind could make out from as close a distance as the two of them were. Just before he went out of his mind, Bai Zeman opened his mouth and bit his lips so hard that they cracked slightly until red blood began to slowly trickle out. Awakened by the pain of the self-inflicted wound, he finally regained some consciousness. Pa! He raised one of his hands and roughly slapped the firm, fleshy ass of the naughty woman next to him. Ah! Lilith looked genuinely surprised as a cry of disbelief escaped from her now wide-open mouth. You dare to spank me? She muttered in shock before saying, you know I can now spank you to death, don't you? Bai Zeman gritted his teeth and raised his hand high in the air again. Pa! Ah! Because Lilith had always contained all her soul power to the minimum possible within her existence, more so when she was together with Bai Zeman, her stats were not monstrously high. Therefore, Bai Zeman's spank made her scream so loudly that probably all those residing on the third floor heard it as well as the sound of the slap. Lilith reached a hand back and felt the warmth of her right cheek that was still trembling softly from the clap. She murmured, you have definitely left a red mark there. The mark of your hand and fingers. Bai Zeman snorted seemingly unperturbed and said earnestly, let's see if you'll learn to behave now, you little minx. In his hand, he could still feel the fleshy firmness and tenderness of Lilith's ass. Her ass was big and her cheeks were meaty as well as soft to the touch. Although her nightclothes was in the way, the nightgown was so thin that it could be ignored. Lilith also snorted and said as if she were a bullied child, just wait. I'll make you regret for what you've done today. Ha! Who is afraid of whom? Bai Zeman didn't seem to agree with her and refused to be inferior. Lilith said nothing more. Pouting lovely, she was well behaved and settled properly on the bed to go to sleep. However, she still clung tightly to his right arm, hugging him while her head rested tenderly next to his shoulder. Bai Zeman secretly let out a huge sigh of relief. Fortunately, she understood his difficulties and stopped teasing him. Feeling the hardness in his crotch, a bitter smile automatically formed on his face before finally closing his eyes to go to sleep. Surprisingly, contrary to the speculations of Bai Zeman, who believed that he would definitely not be able to fall asleep all night due to the charming beauty beyond all sense lying beside him, it only took a couple of minutes for his senses to shut down and enter the land of dreams. In the midst of the darkness, Lilith's red eyes flashed with a complex light and seemed to hesitate as she murmured, I like you more and more. Her words faded as her breathing became steady, indicating that she had also traveled to dreamland. None of the two knew that while they slept, a relaxed smile had slipped onto their faces unconsciously. While sleeping, Bai Zeman also fulfilled one of the requirements to evolve the skill Stone Heart. Except that he wouldn't know it until the next day. Chapter 272, Shang Guanbing Shui in a bad mood? The next morning, the sun peeked over the far horizon, painting with a faint red glow that gradually faded into a faint blue that slowly but surely spread more and more, replacing the black mantle with small bright white dots. Those with duties at the base awoke first thing in the morning and the previously empty streets slowly began to fill with merchants leaving the comfort of their beds and abandoning the warmth of their homes to try to get a little more to eat. Survivors who had no opportunity to get a job and who did not have the courage to go out and fight or who were simply too weak or lacked the energy to do so, slowly began to gather in the different areas where the relief gruel would be distributed, because even though it was still too early, the sooner they reached the lines, the better as they would be able to eat more quickly as well. Armed men wandered around the approximately 2-meter-high walls while some others standing on several 8 or 9-meter-high observation towers cautiously surveyed the surroundings. On the other hand, the southeastern part of the base within the privileged area did not have even a single armed militant. This coupled with the sound of gunfire and cries from the previous night naturally attracted a lot of attention and nearby residents began to gossip among themselves. Surprisingly, for some strange reason, the northeastern part of the privileged area was also not heavily guarded. Although there were some armed militants dressed in police uniforms, the defenses seemed to be even lower than in the past, which was strange considering that at a not so long distance, the other faction with equivalent power located to the south was attacked. Because he had gone to sleep late yesterday, when Bai Zimin's eyes slowly opened it was already almost 9 o'clock in the morning. Perhaps in a half-asleep state, his black eyes glittered with a tinge of confusion as he saw the unfamiliar ceiling above his head. However, seconds later, he finally seemed to realize something and his gaze shifted to his right side, to the left side of the bed. Sleeping like a beautiful little angel, pure and innocent, a woman so beautiful that she was capable of making the forces of the universe enter into dispute and unleash a colossal war just to have her, lay right next to him. Her arms so slim and seemingly fragile hugged his right arm tightly while her small hands clung to his. It was just that this beautiful woman was no angel, she was a succubus belonging to the demon faction led by Lucifer, the demonic army. Her power was so high that even if there were countless men lusting after her beauty none of them dared to provoke her, and probably all those who dared did not meet a good end since curiously enough, even though she was a succubus, she had not yet been tainted by any man's filth. During the whole previous month, except for special cases, Bai Zimin always slept with Lilith near him. However, she never slept. But not only did she sleep just like him as a normal person the night before, she also slept in the same bed next to him and with her body glued to his. This was the first time Bai Zimin was so close to Lilith not only physically, but also sentimentally. What happened last night had brought the two of them much closer as many barriers had been greatly weakened even if they hadn't completely disappeared yet. Ugh, this woman! Bai Zimin whispered a weak groan without any vigor as he felt the upper part of his arm wrapped between the middle of two heavenly softnesses while the lower part firmly pressed against Lilith's seductive body. He had to restrain himself with all his willpower not to move his hand, a hand that was dangerously close to the private area between the legs of the woman beside him. To make matters even worse, Lilith's nightgown had been lifted during her sleep and now barely covered her treasures, scarcely hidden by a piece of cloth that if only moved up 2 more centimeters, would expose everything in its magnificence. Bai Zimin really did not know what to do with this person. Or more precisely, with the succubus at his side. Just then, a peculiar feeling flooded him and, curious but at the same time stupefied, he checked something in his skills. It really is like that. He muttered quietly to himself and suddenly felt more tired for some strange reason as he looked at the skill stone heart. The requirement was now complete. Previously, Bai Zimin already trusted Lilith 99%. But what happened last night was enough for that 1%, which seemed so hard to increase, to finally tip the scales all the way to one side. When a person was willing to sleep in the same bed next to someone else in a world as dangerous as this one, then it meant that this person was trusting his or her life to the other since when one slept, one's defenses would drop to the minimum possible and even if one managed to react to an imminent attack, suffering injuries would be anything strange. But Bai Zimin knew that Lilith could not attack him or play any dirty tricks against him or otherwise her strength would plummet dangerously, and even her life would not be guaranteed. This was the way the soul record protected the weakest of those who had already broken the chains of time. However, just before going to sleep, Bai Zimin had slapped Lilith on the butt quite hard. Regardless of whether it was a slap without any malicious intentions, a slap was a slap. Therefore, if Lilith took it as a grievance, she had the right to retaliate against him. She had the opportunity yesterday not only to kill him, but also to do whatever malicious thing she wanted with him. Bai Zimin already knew that she did not want him dead, or else she would not have been helping him so far and instead would give him false information to push him to his death. Therefore, it was obvious that she needed him alive or maybe something his body had without him knowing, something like super talent and the like. Lilith could have had that in case what she wanted was something like that. However, she did nothing against him, on the contrary, even now she had her eyes closed and a sweet worry-free smile on her usually playful expression. What did it all mean? Simple, Lilith needed something from him, but it was not something that would harm him. She didn't want his life nor did she want something special into his existence, so what she wanted was probably his help in achieving a goal that Bai Zimin felt would be beneficial to him as well. A simple action like last night's made the thin defensive barrier in Bai Zimin's heart against her disappear, and now he trusted her completely. However, since he did not expect something like this, for some bizarre reason he felt tired and moments later he fell asleep again. *******. In the villa's large rest room, 3 unexpected guests appeared today at 10 o'clock in the morning. Surprisingly, these 3 people were none other than Lu Yan, Lu Xiaoao, and Yan Tu. 2 maidens approached with some dishes containing chocolate-filled cookies, small fruit cakes, pudding, and other delicacies. At the same time, 2 other maidens began to serve the honey tea that had just been prepared. Among these maids was Feng Yi, Xiang Feng's mother, who after waking up early in the morning started working immediately. She did not want to abuse the help and hospitality extended to her. Sitting on the opposite couch from where Lu Yan was sitting, Nangang Lingzin and Nangang Yi looked at each other wordlessly. To say that they were incredibly shocked was not enough to express their current emotions. Shang Guanbing Shui grabbed the steaming cup of tea and brought it just below her nose to smell its fragrance before taking a small sip gracefully. Her movements were refined like those of an ancient aristocrat, coupled with her incredibly beautiful appearance made her look like a moving painting. Lu Yan sighed in his heart. Even he, at his age, was forced to admit that the 23 or 24-year-old girl in front of him was probably the most beautiful woman he had ever seen in his entire long life. Yan Tu's expression remained impassive. However, his muscles were incredibly tense as he looked at Shang Guanbing Shui as he did not care about her beauty. What secretly shocked him was the sharply dangerous aura that the woman's body in front of him exuded with just her presence. On the other hand, a slight trace of surprise and a tinge of healthy jealousy glittered in Lu Xiaoao's eyes. She was a beauty by nature, but in front of the 2 women before her, she still lacked a bit, especially so with the elegant lady who was tasting her tea. So, Shang Guanbing Shui set the cup down on the small porcelain plate and looked straight at Lu Yan. Her eyes were cold and indifferent as always and her voice without pause questioned, "May I know what is the reason for the visit of an unexpected guest like you?" Lu Yan smiled elegantly and said neither too fast nor too slow, "How are you? Although you probably already know thanks to the 2 people next to you, my name is Lu Yan and I am currently the leader of the faction that rules the north." "Rules?" Before Lu Yan could finish, Shang Guanbing Shui interrupted. Her sky blue eyes flashed with a hint of disdain as she said coldly, "I know who you are, and to be honest with you, your position will last less than you think. Still, I don't know whether to call you brave or foolish for daring to walk into the wolf cave by yourself." Lu Yan was dumbfounded. He did not expect the seemingly calm and demure young woman to suddenly burst out with such words. Lu Xiaoao was secretly furious but managed to endure it. After all, it was true that this was not her territory, so it was not good to bring out her spoiled princess airs in this place. Meanwhile, Nangang Lingzin looked at Shang Guanbing Shui weirdly. This was the first time in about a week that she had seen this silver-haired young woman in a bad mood. Nangang Yi shook his head and a funny smile appeared on his face. Although he had his theories, he naturally would not say it out loud as he feared he would turn into an ice statue the second after these words left his mouth. Lu Yan, though surprised, was not an ordinary person. After a slight surprise that did not appear in his expression, he calmly spoke again, "Since that's the way things are, then I won't beat around the bush either. May I ask if you are the leader here?" The reason why Lu Yan discarded Nangang Yi and Nangang Lingzin was because Lu Yan already knew both of them. After all, the Nangang siblings were 2 powerful soul evolvers, 2 of the strongest who previously worked for Kong Rong. "No." Shang Guanbing Shui shook her head and said with slight discomfort in her voice, "Our irresponsible leader is currently still lying in his bed sleeping." Saying it, she looked at the time on the antique clock next to the adjacent wall and her eyes glittered uncharacteristically. It had been about half an hour since Lu Yan and the rest had arrived. However, Bai Zimin still showed no signs of waking up, let alone leaving his room. Chapter 273, Pressure. In his dreams, Bai Zemin felt something similar to when cartoon characters were bothered by a feather on their noses, as he somehow began to feel a certain itch on that area of his face. Annoyed, he grunted and waved his hand to push the annoying feather away before settling down to continue sleeping when it finally disappeared. However, it wasn't long before he felt the same sneezing sensation again, and it was only then that his sleepy eyes slowly opened. His eyes narrowed against the strong sunlight coming through the window, and as if he were a vampire, tried to close them again. Unfortunately, that uncanny disturbance returned. This time fully awake, Bai Zemin opened his eyes and looked exasperatedly to his side, where Lilith was watching him with a playful smile. She was now wearing her characteristic deep black dress, simple and elegant with no ornaments. As she sat on the edge of the bed, she held a long strand of her bright jet hair as she playfully moved it back and forth, occasionally brushing against his mouth and chin. Lilith! He couldn't help but groan aloud. Just when he was having such a good dream. When had it been so long since he'd had such a nice night's sleep? Probably from day number 1 when the world changed, and it might even be before that. Hee little brother Zemin, although you look very cute asleep and make me want to eat you, I think some people might start to get impatient soon if you don't get ready. Lilith pursed her lips into a charming smile and her eyes glittered slightly as she looked at his face. Seeing her smile, the slight irritation that Bai Zemin felt earlier suddenly seemed to fly out the window. Moreover, after remembering everything that happened just before they went to sleep and the way the relationship between him and her clearly became closer and more intimate, he simply couldn't find the courage to be angry any longer. What do you mean? He asked, sitting up slowly. Why don't you look at it for yourself? Lilith held back the urge to laugh as she studied Bai Zemin's expression, waiting for his next reaction. She pointed to the digital clock next to the small lamp on the bedside table. Bai Zemin looked in the direction she pointed and his face changed completely. Disbelief, shock, surprise, reprimand, and many other emotions flashed in his pupils as he looked at the 4 big red numbers pointing to 1232. This? Just what is this all about? He was dumbfounded. Bai Zemin couldn't remember when was the last time he slept until such hours, but probably since he started elementary school. What was worse was that he slept like a pig without a care in the world when, in fact, he had tons of work to do. Apparently, little brother Zemin really liked the feeling of having my body attached to yours all night long. Lilith smiled playfully, to which he replied with a serious nod. In fact, at that moment for some reason I felt free from all the burdens I carry on my shoulders. After saying these words with no sign of shame whatsoever, he stood up and went to the private bathroom inside the room to wash his face and brush his teeth. Lilith looked at his back with a weird look and muttered wordlessly, "Little boy. You really don't know the meaning of shame, From the bathroom, Bai Zemin's reply soon reached her ears, "I learned from the best teacher." He. Lilith laughed gracefully before disappearing, letting her soft laughter echo lightly through the walls as a sign that her presence was not an illusion. ******. In the living room of the villa, the atmosphere was becoming more and more uncomfortable as time went by. It had been more than 2.5 hours since Lu Xiaoao, under the protection of Yan Tu, arrived here seeking an audience with the leader of the group that overthrew Kong Rong and would soon be taking full control over his forces. However, even after so long, the 3 visitors did not even see the shadow of the mysterious young man they had heard about last night. What is wrong with this person? Does he always sleep until such hours? Isn't that a bit irresponsible? Lu Xiaoao finally couldn't bear to mutter her complaints. She was incredibly angry inside, and if not for the fact that she knew better not to stir up trouble for her father and put him in a more complicated position than he already was, she definitely wouldn't be able to start scolding everyone. "Xiaoao, moderate your speech," Lu Yan said as he looked at his daughter. However, he was also unhappy inside, so his words did not have as much power as a reprimand was supposed to have. No matter if it was in the past or if it was in the present, Liu Yan was always treated with due respect no matter who the other side was. Even the mayor had to give him some face in the past, since as the head of the police force of an official station, no matter how small, the power in Liu Yan's hands could not be considered insignificant, and one never knew when one might need the hand of an ally to get out of trouble. However, for the first time, Liu Yan was practically ignored. The silver-haired young woman, who seemed to be the most powerful person present, did not give him much face and seemed to be thinking of something else. In fact, she had already drank a whole pot of tea but still continued without stopping, making everyone wonder where all the liquid she was drinking was going and if she was really so thirsty. As for the two Nangong siblings, the two of them could only sit awkwardly in their place. Although Nangong Lingzhen wanted to suggest sending a person to wake up Bai Zeman, her brother shook his head and gestured with his eyes to remain silent. Hearing the words filled with complaints uttered by Liu Xiaoao, Shang Guanbing Shui looked at her for a moment and nodded as she said, "Indeed. I think you are right in this case." "You think so too?" Liu Xiaoao's eyes lit up and she suddenly felt that the charmingly beautiful woman sitting on the couch across the small table was more pleasing to the eye. Yet, unfortunately, that person might be too tired from overwork. Shang Guanbing Shui nodded and said with usual indifference, "Overwork?" Liu Xiaoao repeated Shang Guanbing Shui's last words and quickly asked, could it be that in yesterday's battle he overexerted himself so he got exhausted, and then he needs to sleep so much? Liu Yan's and Yan Tu's eyes flashed as they listened to Liu Xiaoao's rasoning after hearing the silver-haired woman's words. The two men exchanged a glance and both looked more relaxed. If that was really the case, then everything would make more sense. After all, it was hard for the two of them to accept that a person could take down Shan Li as easily and exaggeratedly as the rumors they had heard said. However, Shang Guanbing Shui's words were like several buckets of ice water falling on their heads on a cold winter day. "No." She shook her head and continued speaking coldly, "The battle against Kong Rong and his troops was too easy and none of us were exhausted in the slightest." "Then, you?" Liu Xiaoao was stupefied. Since it was so easy, then what did she mean by her previous words? Not only Liu Xiaoao, her father and Yan Tu were also confused about this matter. Nangong Lingzhen blushed and Nangong Yi could barely contain himself from bursting out laughing while his shoulders were constantly shaking, proof of how much effort he was making to restrain himself. Shang Guanbing Shui did not respond this time and closed her eyes. However, a moment later she opened them again and her gaze shifted to the door as she said indifferently, "Looks like you won't have to wait anymore." The eyes of Liu Yan and the others automatically turned toward the entrance of the room and a few seconds later they finally saw a young man enter with leisurely steps and a carefree expression on his face. Hair as black as ink, dark eyes as deep as the ocean that glittered with the cunning of someone his age shouldn't have, a considerably handsome face even though it couldn't be considered striking. However, the most eye-catching thing was undoubtedly his body. Although he wore baggy clothes, it was obvious to anyone who looked at him that his physique appeared to have been carefully polished by the hands of an incomparable expert. Unlike Yan Tu's exaggeratedly oversized muscles that looked extremely threatening at first glance, all the muscles of Bai Zeman's body were well compressed together, giving him a seemingly more inoffensive and elegant appearance. However, only those who knew him well knew that his strength was surprisingly high, so those who underestimated him would undoubtedly be in for an unpleasant surprise. In fact, Yan Tu's muscles immediately tensed as Bai Zeman walked in and unconsciously stood up, standing in front of Liu Yan and Liu Xiaoao as if he was protecting them from a wild beast. Bai Zeman also noticed the three strangers and was taken aback. Who were these people? Just as that doubt appeared in his mind, a thought flashed in the next instant. After looking Yan Tu from head to toe a couple of times, a smile of understanding appeared on his face. Since the burly man in front of him was someone so powerful, then the identity of the two people he was protecting was immediately obvious. Although Bai Zeman was confused when he saw Nangong Yi secretly giving him a thumbs up and also felt that Shang Guanbing Shui's eyes were slightly colder than usual, he did not give it any importance at the moment. Instead, he walked over to one of the small couches next to the two larger ones and calmly sat down. Soon, Lin Feng appeared dressed in a clean and elegant maid's outfit before pouring him a cup of hot tea before quietly saying that snacks would soon arrive for him to have his late lunch. Bai Zimin smiled slightly and nodded before finally looking at the three strangers. After studying them for a moment, he looked at the man sitting next to the young girl and said calmly, "I guess you are Liu Yan. Am I wrong?" Liu Yan studied the young man in front of him from the moment he entered the room. However, even with his experience dealing with people, he failed to understand any of his personality traits, as that slight smile on his face was clearly a mask to cover up his emotions and thoughts. Since that was the case, Liu Yan decided to play it safe. He smiled friendly and introduced himself. "How are you? Actually, I'm Liu Yan. You could say I'm Kong Rong's twin who lives in the opposite direction." In the end, he even joked lightly and chuckled. After what happened with Shangguan Bing Shui, he no longer dared to talk about ruling or much less. Instead, he opted for a lighter method. "Oh." Bai Zimin raised an eyebrow and his smile turned slightly cold as he said not so jokingly, "However, Kong Rong was taken down by my group a few hours ago. Are you sure you want to compare yourself with him?" The atmosphere suddenly became slightly tense and the temperature decreased by several degrees as Bai Zimin released a slight amount of murderous intent. Yan too was fine as he had killed many enemies so far to get to where he was. Liu Yan's face turned slightly pale, but he gritted his teeth and also endured the pressure on him. However, Liu Xiaoao was just an ordinary 18-year-old girl with no power at all. When her gaze met the cold eyes of the young man not much older than her, she felt as if she entered an illusion filled with bloodthirsty demons who sought to claim her life and constantly pursued her. Just as her body began to tremble uncontrollably and her face turned deathly pale, the pressure she felt disappeared as if by magic, and that illusion in which she technically self-imprisoned herself also vanished without a trace. Her agitated breathing made her chest rise and fall constantly as she looked at Bai Zimin with horror. Her lips had lost their seductive healthy red and were now pale. She could not believe that a person practically her own age could unleash such a great bloodthirst. How many living beings had he killed? Liu Xiaoao could not help but ask herself that question as she finally began to realize more clearly that the only reason she had managed to survive until now was thanks to her father. Chapter 274, This is just the beginning. Bai Zimin had his own reasons for doing what he did. One of these reasons was that he did not want trouble. Usually, many conflicts arise as a result of people underestimating other people. Such issues could easily be avoided if one side showed a slight part of his or her strength, not too much, but enough to warn the other side that he or she was not someone to be messed with easily, or they would have to bear the consequences. Now that the other side was looking at him with a more serious expression and any possible disdain that might exist disappeared, Bai Zimin smiled in apology mode and said with apparent honesty, "I apologize for my previous joke. I just wanted to confirm how many of you were soul evolvers and which one was the strongest." The corner of Liu Yan's mouth twitched a couple of times as Yan too secretly rolled his eyes. "Who are you trying to fool, kid? That excuse is too bad." The two men thought to themselves but didn't say it out loud. Don't worry, don't worry." Liu Yan nodded quickly before looking at his daughter and asking if she was okay. I am fine." Liu Xiaoao took a deep breath, finally calming down a bit. Her face slowly began to regain its natural color tone, healthy white instead of that sickly paper white, and her lips gradually began to turn pinker. However, her inner fear was still lingering as she looked at the young man in front of her as if he were a demon. "Then, may I know the reason why distinguished guests like you are looking for someone nameless like me?" Although he said those words, Bai Zimin looked directly at Liu Yan, the leader of the three guests, with a slight smile. In fact, Bai Zimin already had a theory about why Liu Yan came here today, and he was 99% certain that his theory was correct. "No kidding, young man." Liu Yan stopped himself when he wanted to say something else, realizing that he didn't know the name of the person he was talking to. "Oh, my bad." Bai Zimin also realized his fault and apologized as he said, "Sorry for the delay. My name is Bai Zimin, the leader of this group. You may directly refer to me by my name." "Then that I will do." Liu Yan did not beat around the bush and looked at him severely before saying in a deep voice, "If I may ask, may I know how much time your battle against Shan Li took?" Liu Yan looked intently into his eyes as if to see if he was lying, but Bai Zimin kept his eyes straight and his conscience calm. This made Liu Yan sigh before muttering to himself, "So it really was like that then." Shang Guanbing Shui and the rest looked at Liu Yan, who suddenly seemed to have fallen into deep thoughts. Everyone was waiting for his next words. After about a minute, Liu Yan raised his head again and looked at Bai Zimin with a relaxed smile. "Bai Zimin, can you tell me about yourself and your group?" "All right." Bai Zimin nodded and began to tell honestly. Not only about himself and the group of 3 that accompanied him, but he also talked about his faction in the south and the reason why he came here. It was a rather simple summary, so about 5 minutes later he finally stopped. Liu Xiaoao had a look of utter surprise as she looked at Bai Zimin. She could not believe that this young man and the people beside him were leading a survivor camp that numbered over 2,000 people. Unconsciously, she looked at Shang Guanbing Shui and Nangang Lingzin, comparing herself to both of them. Unfortunately, it did not take her long to realize how inferior she was when compared to the 2 women in front of her, who were close but at the same time seemed so distant. Not only were they both more beautiful and with better bodies, but they were also strong and with real power. She, on the other hand, could only rely on her father's efforts to live a good life. In itself, there was nothing wrong with such a thing, for each person survived as best he or she could. However, Liu Yan was not always going to be there. Liu Xiaoao knew this, but only now did she begin to realize that her thoughts were too naive. If her father was gone one day, then what would become of her? Would she end up starving to death in a corner? In some zombie's mouth? Or worse, would she end up abandoning all pride and dignity, willingly becoming someone else's plaything? The mere thought made her young heart panic and she unconsciously clenched both fists tightly until her knuckles turned white. On the other hand, Liu Yan didn't seem too surprised. Apparently, he had somehow already expected such a thing. After all, even if one was strong, there were many things that could not be done alone. In this world, unless one was an omniscient and omnipresent existence, one would definitely need the help of another existence to survive. Since that's the case, I would like to apply to join your faction. Liu Yan finally decided. Shang Guanbing Shui looked at him and her blue eyes glittered unnaturally. Her lips curved upward slightly and she couldn't help but think that the old man in front of her was actually quite an intelligent person, unlike the pig who was locked in the basement of the villa without seeing the sunlight. Bai Zimin was not surprised by the apparently sudden decision Liu Yan took. He nodded calmly and remarked, "Being honest, it would be better for all of us if you team up with me. With the lower leader subclass as a reward, I will not allow another person to rise in power regardless of how small the overall strength boost is." Liu Yan smiled bitterly and nodded. In fact, if he were Bai Zimin, then he would also do the same. Unfortunately, since the other side's power surpassed him, he could only try to gain as many benefits as possible. Since Bai Zimin had been honest with Shang Guanbing Shui and the others about the lower leader subclass earlier, neither she nor the Nangang siblings were surprised or confused to hear it. He continued, "Since you have decided to team up with us, then naturally I will not mistreat you. I can assure you that all your private properties will remain yours, and I can also give you a good status within my faction once the power ladder and social pyramid is duly completed." Since Liu Yan had surrendered without a fight, Bai Zimin could not be stingy and take everything from him. Otherwise, in the future, it would be difficult for him to win wars that could have been won without fighting and unnecessary deaths. Even if in the future he ruled over all of China, his honor would be stained with dirty water and no one would trust him for anything. Therefore, it could be said that Liu Yan's move was really smart. Sure, Bai Zemin could refuse and conquer everything by force. But doing that would only lead to valuable soldiers dying. Besides, this was not beginning village. Having a person with established prestige like Liu Yan helping him set everything up would make things much easier for him. However, Bai Zemin's voice became serious and he said in a deep voice, "Let me tell you that the path I am trying to forge with the help of my team is not as simple as you think. My goal is absolute control." Absolute control. Liu Yan repeated his words and for some reason felt his heart sink. Absolute control. Bai Zemin nodded and said calmly but with a voice brimming with heroic spirit, "To rule over China and become the king of a new dynasty, then advance northward to conquer the lands of Russia. At least, those are my short-term goals." HSSSSSS. Liu Yan, Liu Xiaoao and Yan Tu sucked deeply cold air into their lungs as they looked at the young man sitting on the couch with incredulity. Even the maidens standing nearby waiting to serve any need that might arise looked at Bai Zemin in shock. The king of a new dynasty? Conquering the lands of Russia? Such huge goals in his eyes were only short-term goals. Except for those who already knew this from before, the rest of those present felt as if the world around them had been turned upside down. Bai Zemin calmly continued, "Now, do you still want to join me? If you decline, I can still guarantee you a good social position in my faction. However, that is all. You will have no real power and your troops will be reorganized by me without asking your opinion. Your choice." If Liu Yan and the rest could not do so much, then they were of no use to him. Bai Zemin's goals would only grow with time and the difficulty of forging a completely new path that no one had ever walked before would increase more and more. This was only the beginning, the initial stages, the easy part. The really hard part was still far from the beginning, let alone seeing an end. Chapter 275, Kind but Cunning Bai Zemin. Liu Yan had to think very carefully about what he was going to answer next. Joining a faction meant nothing, since even if the government of China managed to establish some substantial-sized order and gradually began to reclaim the lands in the future, the warlords would most likely not be punished since in hard times like the ones they were currently in, drastic measures were the only way to survive and in the process help more weak or courageless humans to survive as well. Even less so considering the fact that Liu Yan was a fairly upright person and even after more than 1 month of apocalypse he had not deviated so much from his character. With his previous status as a police chief, it would be even easier to avoid trouble. However, helping a person build up a dynasty was different. In case he joined Bai Zemin, Liu Yan knew that regardless of whether the government recovered or not, they would have to face against each other in the future. Once the boat set sail, it could only do its best to withstand the lashing of the ocean in case of a storm or sink into oblivion within endless darkness. That's a pretty hard decision to take. Liu Yan couldn't help but smile bitterly and shook his head as a sigh of exhaustion left his body self-consciously. It really wasn't easy. He knew nothing about the young man in front of him, how could it be so easy to make such a decision? As if that wasn't enough, Liu Yan was clear that if he made a mistake here then there were 2 fates that awaited him in the future. 1. To live a good life under the protection of Bai Zemin's faction, but with absolutely no power except that of his 2 hands. This also meant that if Bai Zemin's faction ever found themselves in trouble, he would only be a soul evolver slightly stronger than a normal human and would most likely not have the ability to protect his beloved daughter. In addition to the aforementioned, in the hypothetical case that Bai Zemin actually succeeded in establishing a dynasty in China, Liu Yan would probably regret for the rest of his life not having accepted his offer when he had it in his hands. 2. The second fate was naturally annihilation. There was nothing but death as the government of China was a very strict government regarding traitors or against those who rebelled. Why don't you observe for a while then? Shang Guanbing Shui suddenly said. You mean? Liu Yan looked at her with surprise on his face, waiting for her next words. Shang Guanbing Shui's eyes glittered curiously as she said calmly, it's natural to have doubts, after all, you still don't know anything about us nor do you know the strength of our group. But if you are given some time, it will probably be easier for you to make a decision. What do you think? Bai Zimin didn't say anything about it, which meant that he also thought it was a good idea. Liu Yan thought about it and after a while realized that while he might not get such a good treatment in case he decided to join, since by then Bai Zimin and his group would have already subdued the entire North Camp, he also realized that it was the safest way not to make a mistake. Looking at his daughter sitting next to him who was looking at him with concern, Liu Yan finally decided to risk losing some of the power and prestige he might have if he joined now rather than risk losing everything. Then let's do as you suggest, Miss Shang Guan. Liu Yan gritted his teeth and nodded before looking at Bai Zimin and confirming, is that all right with you? All right. Bai Zimin nodded with a casual smile and said calmly, although for obvious reasons the treatment you will receive at that time will not be the same, it will still be a good deal for you as well. Just then, two maidens appeared. One big and one small. The older maiden who had a slightly cold appearance bowed slightly to everyone before looking at Bai Zimin and announcing, Sir, lunch is ready. However, the person in question seemed not to hear her as his expression turned slightly ugly as he looked at the small maiden. This little maid was Xiang Feng. She was wearing a small domestic maid's uniform and looked rather shy as she looked with her two big curious eyes at the surroundings and wiggled her small fingers in circles while clasping both hands together. Bai Zimin tried his best to remain calm and asked in a low voice, Xiang Feng, why are you dressed like that? The girl jumped slightly and looked at Bai Zimin straight. She didn't seem scared of him and honestly answered, Big brother, Mom told me that now that the world changed, then I also needed to work so that I wouldn't have bad days like in the past. Everyone had different reactions when they heard such words that a 10-year-old girl should not say. Bai Zimin sighed in his heart. He understood that Fang Yi had good intentions, after all, as a mother, it was natural to want the best for her little daughter. However, he could not accept her thoughts. He knew that what Fang Yi was doing by slowly preparing Xiang Feng was the right thing to do. She would not always be there for her daughter, and if something bad happened to her, then the little girl of 10 years old would be left all alone. But if Xiang Feng worked as Bai Zimin's maid, unless he felt she could live well enough, and at the very least, she wouldn't have to worry about being bullied or exploited by other people, nor would she ever again have to experience the terrifying feeling of starving as life slowly disappeared from her soul and body. It was just that Bai Zimin couldn't accept it. He simply couldn't. Xiang Feng, come here. He waved his hand and called her over. The girl ran forward, but 2 steps later she stopped and timidly looked at all the people in the room. After hesitating a moment, she walked with her head down and stopped in front of Bai Zimin to look at him with her 2 dark eyes that shone like precious pearls. Bai Zimin pulled her gently and made the girl sit on his lap. Xiang Feng, can you tell Big Brother what you would like to be when you grow up? I want to be a doctor. The little girl did not hesitate and answered immediately. She looked incredibly excited as she said, my dad was a doctor in the past, and I always wanted to be like him. After the mention of her father, the excitement in Xiang Feng's voice gradually faded and her gaze was filled with sadness. Although she was small and only 10 years old, she naturally knew that her father had died. While the meaning of death was somewhat distant and unclear to someone her age, Xiang Feng knew that those who died could not speak to or hug their families anymore. Even seeing them was no longer possible. So you want to be a doctor? Bai Zimin smiled. Although in the future conventional medicinal means would cease to be of use and probably those with magical healing skills would become the new definition of doctor, it was still good to study and know the basics. Moreover, as time progressed, Xiang Feng would adapt to the world and her thoughts would gradually change to adjust to the new reality she was living in. Since you want to be a doctor, then you should go and take off that uniform. Bai Zimin smiled and pulled the girl down from his lap. He looked into her eyes and said kindly, Big Brother will help you go to school soon, and you won't have time to work. What do you think? Xiang Feng's eyes lit up and she nodded enthusiastically. She apparently liked the idea of going back to school. Bai Zimin gestured with his eyes to the older maiden and the latter understood. She quickly called out to the girl, Lin Feng, come with me to the kitchen. Help me prepare some juice and this will be your last task, okay? The woman was clearly smart and easily found a valid excuse to get the girl out of there without breaching what Bai Zimin had said earlier. Okay, big sister and I. Lin Feng waved goodbye to Bai Zimin and rushed off. Bai Zimin's expression returned to its usual slight coldness and looked at Shangguan Bingshui calmly, we have a school. She shook her head slightly and said indifferently, so far we have focused on different occupations. Construction, repairs, modifications, administration, botany, trainers of 1 or 2 martial arts, etc. However, we have not established a school for children. The world had changed and in the future it would change even more. Why bother with setting up a school that would be basically useless? Paper qualifications could not help the current society nor could they help the future society that would be formed in case mankind managed to survive the apocalypse, evolving to become more powerful New Age humans. Well, we'll establish one then. Bai Zimin decided without leaving room to say the contrary. Until the age of 14, all children will be required to go to school to learn basic things like writing, mathematics, language, music, and other kinds of arts. From the age of 14 onwards until the age of 16, everyone will have to attend a military academy to learn different self-defense arts. After that, everyone is free to follow the path of their choice. Nangang Lingzhen's and Nangang Yi's eyes glittered with appreciation. They felt more and more comfortable with Bai Zimin. Although he sometimes seemed to be bloodthirsty and killed without a second thought regardless of who the other party was, the reality was that the 20-year-old in front of them was not a bad person in general. Definitely more upright than people like Kong Rong, who allowed his son to do as he pleased, damaging the lives of many people in the process. Shangguan Bingshui was silent for a moment before her eyes lit up as she understood Bai Zimin's intention. In fact, even though he seemed to make the decision on the spot without thinking too much, she realized that he really had a brilliant mind if this was a plan he had just thought of. That's a great idea. First, we will lay the groundwork for weak children, then for 2 years we will instruct them how to fight and unconsciously impose obedience on theirs mind, which in cases of fatal crisis will allow us to have more fighters. As if that were not enough, by helping children in street situations and poverty, they will feel grateful to the people who were their guide and focus of light in the midst of a path of seemingly never-ending darkness. Shangguan Bingshui sighed. Even she could not help but praise his thoughts a little. Bai Zimin smiled slightly but said nothing. Many ideas flashed in his mind, he just needed time and suitable personnel to implement them after polishing them some more. Now we just need to start recruiting capable people. Nangang Lingzhen clapped her hands. She was naturally happy that people like innocent children could find their place in this world. Regardless of his secondary motives, it was true that Bai Zimin intended to help since this was an idea that was born from seeing a 10-year-old girl working out of fear for the future. About that. Bai Zimin snapped out of his thoughts and looked to his left side. Lu Xiaoao cringed a little under his gaze, but in the end, seemed to gather enough courage as she gritted her teeth and said resolutely, if you don't mind, I could help you with the matter of the school for children and the military academy for teenagers.